without him. I mean, it's interesting. Jon Stewart did a mashup of things they said about Iraq and things they said about Venezuela just now. Exact same things, right? I mean, it was eerie how the parallels were so striking. So, I mean, who knows? I mean, I hope it's better for Venezuela, but I mean, I think we thought things were going to go a lot better for Iraq with the destabilization that we brought about, and it didn't. So, who knows? We will see, Gary. Those are my thoughts. A big I don't know burger.
Again, as I mentioned, this administration, sorry for the noise in the background, I'm trying to multitask here. This administration is clearly ambiguous in its presentation to the people of the United States and the world, its intentions. Now, this is not unusual for administrations, but it is unusual in terms of the volume. It's not the exception with this administration, it's the rule. So your confusion about the future certainly is one that I'm sure is shared by probably to one degree or another everybody in this room right now. Is there any part of the speculation based on the commentary from the administration that particularly alarms you? And is there anything that makes you want to embrace one of those potentialities?
Well, I will say this. This is not specifically over the Venezuela stuff, but I do think the civilizational concerns, Friedman's piece on the national security document and the sort of civilizational stuff. I'm not completely unsympathetic to those concerns, right? I think that there are certain cultural forces that probably would undermine the Enlightenment sort of liberal democratic project as we know it, which I think is a fundamentally a product that owes a lot to the Bible, to Christianity, Judaism, to Platonic philosophy, and things like that. I think, I'm sympathetic to that. I think, I think that what alarms me a little bit is just the lack of clarity. Like I was saying before, that there's so much precision involved in this operation, and it doesn't seem like there's corresponding precision for the aftermath. It just, that's just, I mean, somebody was saying, I think the New York Post was saying that Stephen Miller might be at the top of his portfolio, running in Venezuela. I mean, Stephen Miller is not an international relations guy, right? I mean, that's just not in his portfolio. I mean, that's not what he does. So, I don't know, Gary. It's all a little concerning to me.
Stephen Miller's wife, by the way, caused a bit of an international scandal over the weekend when she posted a map of Greenland with an American flag pasted over the map of Greenland. It's like, why would you do that? You think it's funny to make fun of somebody's sovereign rights? Especially an ally? I understand that there may be strategic reasons for us to have greater influence over Greenland and the waters around Greenland than, say, the Russians. I understand that there's competition there, and it is in the national security interests of the nation. But for a wife of an aide to the president to post that, I guess it's a meme, I don't know. I guess she got what she wanted from it. She got a reaction, and I'm sure they're all laughing, ha 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 ha, look upset they got by that. But I don't think that's very cool at all. Now, she's not the administration. She doesn't represent the administration. But she's pretty darn close to the administration, that's for sure, by virtue of her marriage. So, anyway, thank you, Scott. We'll go to Howard, followed by Marshall.
Hey, Gary. I guess I got to work on getting to the room a little bit sooner than because he took a good part of my thunder here. But anyways, first of all,
Talk about the competition between the United States and Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have competition right here between Scott and Howard.
Absolutely. So first of all, thank God for the U.S. military and how it executed. That's something that I think as Americans we can be proud of. But from a policy point of view, and Scott did refer to Marco Rubio. He was actually on 4 of the morning shows, and he was positioning it as this really wasn't a military operation. This was really the Justice Department executing a warrant, and the military was there to help escort the activities. And he basically said that they had a court order. And I'm just bringing that up because if he's going to use the argument of a court order justify what happened over the weekend in Venezuela, if memory serves me correct, Gary, there's also a court order about the Justice Department releasing all the information on the Epstein files, and it's way past due. So it just makes you wonder, again, are we living in reality another episode of Wag the Dog, if you will? And this is just an opportunistic way to take our attention off of that. And I think ultimately, and it's kind of like basic business strategy training, the question for the administration is simply they need to answer the question to not only Congress, but to the American people. You know, okay, we're going to run Venezuela, and there's all these other smoke signals or hints that are being given, whether it's Mexico or Greenland or whoever it may be. But the question that needs to be answered, in my view, is simply what's the strategy? That's the question. It's basically 3 or 4 words. What's the strategy? And with that, Gary, I'll look forward to other feedback and input. I see we're getting a pretty active and heavy stage here, and we'll go from there.
So with regard to that comment that he made, or those comments Rubio made about this not being a military action, well then, why were there all these sites that were hit? It was not like just sending a bunch of MPs in with FBI agents and U.S. Marshals to grab Maduro. There were infrastructure attacks. There was communications that were knocked out by the military. That's a military action. There were Hezbollah targets that reportedly were hit. That's a military operation.
And casualties too, right? Some reported casualties.
50 the last, I think the New York Times the latest tally that I saw in the New York Times, it may have increased since then, was 50, and many of them, by the way, were Cuban nationals, not Venezuelans. So, in what capacity were those individuals who were killed? I don't know. Were they civilians? Were they military, legitimate military targets? Were they terrorists? I don't know. But to suggest that this was not a military operation, once again, I think the administration is trying to sell us on a lie. And I'll call it that straight out, because that's a lie. I mean, or are we going to believe our lying eyes, as the saying goes? Thank you, Howard. We'll go to Marshall, followed by Jim East. I mean, you could try to justify the military action, but don't claim that it wasn't, for God's sakes. Marshall, followed by Jim.
So, definitely military action with law enforcement involved. Having the law enforcement take the president of Venezuela into custody means we're bringing it back here to try under our justice system instead of to get Mo to be tried under a military tribunal. As I understand it, we took out the head, but the second in command is basically as bad as the first guy. The second in command is just willing to cooperate with us. So it's not like Trump cares about the independence of the Venezuelan people from this regime. It's more like they care about getting Maduro because he is cozying up to China and Russia. I don't know what's next. Hopefully not Colombia, hopefully not Cuba, but who knows? So
But But they're both great nations to visit, and if they are part of the United States of America, you won't even need a visa, much less a passport, to visit Cuba and Colombia. And maybe even you could cross into Canada pretty soon without having to produce a passport or an enhanced driver's license. Isn't that worth military action?
I mean, we're not going into Canada. It's just silly. This is never going to happen. Canada's one of our allies. Maybe we go into Mexico, which I don't want. I think it's just silly. But we're not going into Canada. We probably won't go into Mexico. I hope we don't do the 1890s all over again, where we take Cuba and make it territory. I just don't see that as a good idea. But I will echo what Howard said. The military operation was impressive. Very impressive. So I'll leave it there. I don't necessarily approve of what we did, but it's an impressive military operation nonetheless.
Not the first time that the United States has stuck its nose into this hemisphere in such a manner, by the way. Nobody's used the term unprecedented yet, but when somebody does, I'm going to bring up some examples. Thank you, Marshall.
It's not the first time. It's like, as I said to several people, the American imperial presidency is back. It was last exercised under Richard Nixon, and then prior to that under Teddy Roosevelt. So the Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt Corollary are both imperial, and they are both being used to justify this action.
I will correct you, sir. I will correct you. I will say that it happened under George H.W. Bush when Manuel Noriega was removed as the president of Panama.
You're right, although historians don't count H.W. as an imperial president.
Well, it certainly was the same kind of imperialistic action as what we're seeing today. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Jim East, followed by Hermes.
Hey there, Gary. Hey, everybody. Remember the old game Risk?
I loved that game. My buddies and I played it all the time.
Well, I almost want to get out an old board and set it up.
Well, that may be how they plan these things out at the Pentagon. I don't know. Well, Hanson will correct that assumption in a moment, but go ahead.
So here's the thing. I'm really concerned because the way that Trump said it, and he always tells you, he telegraphs everything. He said, why have all this military power and not use it? We should use it sometimes. And he's been using it a lot lately. And one of the things that I heard yesterday, I've had to take some breaks from this stuff because I've got to live and not be stressed out. And so, I heard that the oil companies are not jumping for joy that, they may have access to this stuff. Because from what I hear, it's in pretty crappy shape. And to say, okay, kind of like a dog bringing you a dead skunk.
It's unrefined oil, that's for sure, and I don't know whether that's the reason, but you're absolutely correct. If he had anticipated and he had lined up in advance, so that almost immediately the United States oil companies would take over the oil fields of Venezuela, they don't seem to be jumping, as you point out, to accept that.
And you talked about the other countries, and what I'm concerned about too is supposedly Iran, Russia, and China have investments there, and they're not going to move aside all polite and nicely because we took out their leadership. And the last thing I'm going to say is that vice president, who's now president, Donald said that she was all whatever you need, everything's fine. But then when she got on TV that night to talk to her people, she said, no, we are going to remain the country that we are. We're not going to be anybody's colony, and we're going to continue to govern ourselves, and nobody's going to, be our, colonizer or whatever. So that's going to be interesting. And then he comes back with, well, if she doesn't play ball with this, it's going to be worse for her than Maduro. Well, what's worse for her? They're going to take her out? So this is all the things that are sitting in my head, and I'm hearing that, now there's refugees going into Colombia, and you're talking about Colombia. Colombia could fall, and the whole thing with Cuba, I mean, we screwed that up so many years ago. I mean, I hate it because I have family members that were from there, and they lost a lot of property and different things. One of my family members' parents had a newspaper there, and businesses. I mean, it stinks, but okay, we're talking about something that happened in the 50s or 60s. I mean, it's come on, or whenever the revolution happened on. But I just don't. I think this is going down the wrong road, and I think our credibility about Ukraine has just been shot because we're doing exactly what Russia's doing, and I'm done.
Well, we're not doing exactly what Russia's doing. We went in and we took the president out. I mean, we arrested the president and his wife, and 50 people were killed in the operation, maybe more. That's not the same as a 2-year-long prosecution of a war against, in an attempt to take over the territory of that country. So it's not exactly the
I
same.
hope it doesn't become that. That's all I'm saying. Is I hope we don't go any further than that. But it is kind of humorous about who's running things. I mean, Trump's like, we're going to run everything, and I'm thinking to myself, good Lord. I mean, everything from who collects garbage all the way up to the military, I think it's just another trophy for him, and I don't think he realized what it takes. I know he doesn't even really know what it takes to run this one, much less run another one. But I'll let I'll clear the stage. Thanks.
So with regard to the now president of Venezuela, she's got to walk a tightrope. I actually wrote a little bit about that also earlier in the chat. Again, there's a lot there. I'm not expecting people to scroll back and see what I wrote if they missed it. But I wrote about this because she has to walk a tightrope. So what she says from the National Assembly podium and what she does may be two different things.
Sure.
There are two audiences that she has to satisfy. And she can't tell her people that we are capitulating to the United States, but Rubio's been talking to her. So there may be some deals going on here, and she's allowed to say whatever she wants. It's not her words, it's her deeds. By the way, same goes for the President of the United States.
Right.
Thank you, Jim. We'll go to Hermes, followed by Anson.
Good afternoon or good evening, everyone, or good morning. This is very interesting. I'm now in Mexico City, so I am watching the news, from there.
And let me ask you then, Hermes, if I may, is this are there concerns being raised in the media or by officials or just by folks in the street that maybe the United States might intervene in Mexico's sovereignty in the future as a result of this, or do they see this as unrelated to their best national interests?
They believe that Trump is crazy enough to try something against Mexico. But as you know, the Mexicans are always willing to fight, right? So they're, just becoming concerned about, what he's actually going to do. They know he's going to do something, right? To say that he's not, because for years he's been talking about, invading Mexico and using the cartel as the excuse. So,
what comes to my mind, Hermes, as you're talking, and it's here's the thing: the president speaks in strong terms. Always, he speaks in strong terms about even Greenland, much less Colombia and Mexico, and now Cuba, and then occasionally and Iran. And then occasionally he actually takes action, and he does take action. And as two of our previous callers have mentioned, he's been able to show the prowess of the United States military because both the Iranian mission and this mission, from a military standpoint, were spectacular. Now, I'm not talking about from a policy standpoint. People can argue one way or the other on that. But from a military standpoint, it shows that the United States is not a paper tiger. Our military is absolutely amazing. And I think one of the reasons, and Anson will speak to this with greater authority than me, is that they've pivoted from being, the arsenal of democracy to embracing the technology necessary to conduct whatever mission is thrown their way. But in both cases, it was a very limited strike. We didn't go into Iran to change the regime there, and apparently we didn't go into Venezuela to change the regime. We didn't march into the presidential palace and throw out the Venezuelan military. They're still in control. So it would seem to me, and I'm curious your thoughts about this, I think the president is more form and less substance when it comes to all of this.
Well, I know these two things for sure, that the UN, a top official from the UN, has already condemned our actions in the U.S., right? Trump's actions. And all of Latin America, when I say all, I'm watching the news channels here in Mexico, and they're interviewing other Latin American country leaders, and everyone's condemning it. It's like he was wrong. And so that means a lot when you have half of the planet saying, hey, this was wrong. But thank you, Gary, for the mic.
Of course, remember, more than half the planet always says that Israel is wrong, and from my perspective, generally speaking, not always, that condemnation is not deserved. But it doesn't matter. And a lot of that happens at the United Nations. So you could do the right thing and still be condemned by the world. I'm not saying that this is the right thing. I'm just saying that I wouldn't judge this based on what some of these other nations are saying. I think from their perspective and their own self-interest, if I were them, I would be saying the same things that you hear them saying now on the television there in Mexico. Thank you, Hermes. We'll go to Anson, followed by Steve.
I'm going to offer a very limited view, and that is, I'm going to go back just briefly into history during my time, Vietnam and post-Vietnam, and what the military was trying to do after Vietnam. At that time, in the 1980s, we still had a two-ocean strategy. The national strategy was a two-ocean strategy where we would have the force structure to conduct two major wars, one in the Atlantic and one in the Pacific, and one limited war. That was the national strategy that drove military procurement, training, and so forth during up until the time I left the Pentagon in 1980. During that time, the argument started to become, no, that's beyond what we can do, which I totally agree with. And discussions of what became a lily pad defense, and that was a term that was used in the 1980s and 1990s. And that was, we would have the force structure, training, and operational ability to conduct multiple limited wars in various much smaller locations. And what we are seeing now, some 40 years after those initial discussions about limited wars, is a military that has the force structure now to certainly conduct that kind of military operation. And that is a tremendous advantage on the part of the United States, that we have the military capability to do that. Now, more recently, after 9/11, culminating, and that was after my time in the military, but during that 25 years, culminating in what was the absolute disgraceful military process of a retreat under fire from Afghanistan, I was very, very concerned about our military's ability to fight anything. And I still have some of those concerns. But the ability to conduct the raid against blood under Obama, and now, post-Afghanistan, the ability to conduct the strikes in Iran and in Venezuela demonstrate a military that is untouchable in the ability to do those types of operations. Can we defend against such operations against our interests around the world? That's yet to be determined, but I suspect we still have that capability too. So I have deep applause for the professionalism of the United States military, particularly post-disgraceful lack of competence during the Afghan withdrawal. And I offer the point that that is a huge advantage for the United States, that we have that capability. How we use it, when we use it, should we use it, I leave those arguments to those that want to engage. And as far as what's going to happen next, Scott's got it right on. There's nobody in this room, there's nobody in the world that has an accurate understanding and a clear path forward of what's going to happen next. It's going to be chaotic, and who knows what's going to happen. And I certainly wouldn't hazard a guess as to what that might entail. Thank you.
Thank you, Anson. That puts it in a lot of perspective. Appreciate that. Steve, followed by Barbie.
What happens next? That's the question.
First of all, I interrupt you to ask you, how are you feeling? Because I know you were down with the COVID.
Yeah, I'm still very weak, and I've got some other issues I won't get into that might even be a little more serious than the COVID, but we're fighting through them, Gary.
Well, as you know, we're all with you there, Steve.
I appreciate it. I really do. Barbie, I appreciate the discussions we've had. And Anson, it's really great seeing you back. I think Anson's kind of right. I think we're in this kind of netherland as to where it goes. The interaction between Rubio and the vice president that's just taken power, how much pressure is being applied. Now, one caveat, though, Gary, I'll throw into the conversation. When Bush went into Panama, he did not consult Congress. He didn't consult them about going into it.
Right. There are a lot of similarities, but there are some differences, but you're correct on that point.
Yeah, so, the Congress thrown a bit about not being consulted, and by the nature of the operation, I think, secrecy is paramount to operational security there. So I don't think that type of thing, if you're talking about a full-scale invasion, I think that's different. People can see the tanks lining up and the aircraft landing in operational bases. So it's pretty well known by your operation you're getting ready to do something. But operation of the type that we executed in Venezuela, and those guys there that went in and done that, my God, it's been so many years ago. I used to know a guy that was part of that unit that retired, and these guys, the Delta Force over there, let me tell you, these guys are the real deal. They're the real deal. They're about as hardcore as they come, and things they pull off. And there's things that I found out about that never ever come to the news from Delta Force operators that I've known through the years. So, this is a very, very capable unit. But, here's one thing I'll throw into the mix, and I'm not sure it was primary in the consideration for what we done. But I think there is something to be said here that if you are a nation state and you are actively engaged in activities that's going to be detrimental to another nation, I think by your actions you put yourself in harm's way to a certain extent. Now, was that primary in the consideration here? I don't know. I don't have enough information to accurately delineate that. I do know that we've had for years, kind of a wink and nod relationship between a lot of governments and the direct traffic going into the United States. And I don't think as a sovereign nation that you can play both sides of that and not expect some kind of repercussions from it. It kind of comes with the territory. So I think we're in a very volatile state. I think the relationship Rubio and this new president and how this dance between them unfolds, I think will dictate action and events. I think one of the things that, I've heard people say, well, why put her in there? Because she's just as bad as Maduro. I think one of the things that's probably being calculated here is what we've seen in Iraq and the utter chaos that came from a wholesale replacement of administrative structure. I think they're probably trying to avoid that. So I think it becomes very complicated in that sense that there'll be some weaving and bobbing in these negotiations. And like you said, the lady she's got two audiences she's got to talk to. She's got to talk to the people that she doesn't seem like they're capitulating totally, and then she's got to look at the pressure she's receiving from the United States. I would not want to be in that position. But that's my take on it, Gary.
Yeah, you mentioned Noriega. There are some similarities, but there are a lot of differences. One of the differences is the opposition, the legitimately elected government, was put into place by the United States. And we then turned the Panama Canal over, which I don't know whether that was a good idea or not. But there are differences. I think the president may be exacerbating the situation, making it more difficult for the newly installed president of Venezuela to do her job when he keeps making these comments. The United States controls Venezuela. How is she supposed to navigate her position domestically with him making these kinds of comments? If it's true that she has agreed to be our puppet, don't be bombastic about it, because I think you make it more difficult for her to be our puppet if you do so, if in fact that's the case.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's messaging here and how it's conveyed is critical, and you could, even the words and how the box you paint this woman in could create problems in and of itself. But the people of Venezuela, they had their election stolen from them too. We should have some concern about the sovereignty of the people. We talk about the sovereignty of the government structure, but what about the sovereignty of the people? The last I heard, it was like a 70-30, the vote count, and the administration there just said no. So, there's the people of Venezuela has been put under the thumb of a group of people that says you're going to do it our way, or we're going to come down on you with our thugs and make you do it our way. So, basically, a bigger bully's come into the block and said, no, you're not going to do that. You're going to do it our way. So, there you go.
I feel badly for them, because on the one hand, they're under the thumb of the communists, and now maybe they're under the thumb of the imperialists. I mean, I don't know what else you can refer to the United States as right now. I could be wrong. I could be cut off at the knees and called shorty for saying that. The president is now suggesting that we can intervene in Greenland. So, I mean, when the President of the United States is saying something like that, it surely telegraphs in the context of this that we have become an imperialistic nation. Maybe we have been all along and we just don't want to look in the mirror. Barbie, followed by Ben.
Hey, hi guys. I have a lot of thoughts. I do see that Dianela is on the stage, so I'm very excited to hear what she has to say. She is Venezuela, so she has insight, I think. There's several points. One is that one of the points that I've seen a lot in all the Spanish social media and my friends from Latin America, etc., that is the fact and the comment that you don't see Venezuelans inside of Venezuela celebrating. Not that they're not relieved, they're very relieved, they're so happy to have this guy gone that they cannot celebrate because the regime hasn't changed, because of the fact that it is business as usual. And I think that it feels pretty clear, and I shared this in the chat yesterday in an article, that the fact that this went so smoothly, I mean, I'm sure the military, did an exceptional job, etc., but I'm guessing this had a lot more to do with the CIA and with the intelligence, just telling these, telling Betsy and whoever, hey, making them an offer they could not refuse, and therefore it couldn't have been very hard to find him in bed in his house. It's not like he was in a bunker. And I'm pretty sure that somebody was told to stand down. My concern.
Bitch is sure about a lot of shit. Barbie, you're not sure about nothing, bitch.
Anecdotal evidence, people.
I'm sure.
Little old ladies.
Sure, people are sure about what they think they know.
Because of the attacks. So, the truth is that, and I'll give Trump credit for never actually really pretending that he really cared about people. He's pretty upfront about the greed that's involved in all of this, but the fact that he made the comment about Maria Corina Machado, saying that she didn't have the support of the people, but then Delcy and Maduro, he clearly didn't have the support of the people. Otherwise, why would it be necessary to violently extract him? So what's really sad is to see him lie this way. Steve, you had it right. It was around 69 to 31%, I think, the vote. And even though Maria Corina wasn't the candidate, the fact that Edmundo Gonzalez had that much of a vote had a lot to do with her. And again, I can clear this up. My understanding is she's very popular and has done a lot. Certainly more popular than Delcy. But to have him couldn't he at least save his blatant lies for us here in the States, like in the House? Do we have to go out to the neighbors and also do that? But anyway, so it's just really clear. This has nothing to do with the well-being of the Venezuelans. It is really, really just greed. And you can say the imperialist presidency is bad. It's never actually gone away. It's just more blatant now. But as far as U.S. intervention in Latin America, it has been over 41 times in the last probably 100 years or so, and that 41 times is only times that what they're counting in that, I can put some links in, is times that the existing regime that was overthrown would have survived had the U.S. not intervened. So this was pretty much, 1823, of course, the beginning of the Monroe Doctrine. 1835, Peru. 1846, Mexico. 1855, Nicaragua. Panama, 1856. It goes on and on. 1898, annexing Puerto Rico. 1885, Guatemala again. And then in the 1900s, we go, there's a ton in the 1900s, obviously, including Cuba, including Nicaragua, my neighbor, because I'm Costa Rican American. And I cite this often here, real small, Guatemala, I think it was 1960 something, horrific. And then of course there's Operation Condor in South America throughout, the 80s, which saw dictators like Pinochet and others. We have regularly done this. The United States of America does it all the time.
Iran Contra.
Absolutely. Yeah, back and forth. It was a ping pong situation there. And what happens is I always say fear creates what it fears. One thing is that here in the States, it's the constant manipulation of conservatives with, oh no, the communists, the socialists, they're evil, they're terrible. We have to do everything possible. But it's, ultimately that's that's the excuse for going into all these countries and then being extremely repressive, supporting dictatorships and extracting whatever, riches we can from that nation. I get it that the United States has to survive. I do understand the sort of chess playing, but there was a time when, to quote Reagan, it was a city, a shining city on a hill. There's no one, I don't think anywhere in the world anymore, that thinks of the U.S. as a moral leader. It's just not there anymore. And I think that with, in Latin America, one thing is, we most countries are not excited, don't want communists in charge. But we have actually, I won't say robust, but we do have in a lot of these countries, we actually have communist parties. And they run in elections and they just keep losing. And et cetera. So it's not this fearful beast that, oh my God, is at our gates and is going to devour us as a nation. It's like,
right. I can't remember the name of the party. I'm sure if Hermes was on the stage, or maybe Barbie, but my ex-wife's aunt, her tia in Mexico, she was the mayor, and she ran on this party, and I didn't understand, I didn't know the geopolitical of Mexico, but I was down there visiting, and it's basically the Communist Party. It's not the Communist Party with the capital C, but it was for sure a socialistic party, and on one of the walls in the house, was a framed picture of Che Guevara, so, but she was the mainstream, repeatedly elected mayor of her town.
Hey, can I say something real quick? Can I intrude real quick?
No, you have to wait your turn, unfortunately, Nine. So go ahead, Barbie.
No, so basically what I'm saying is it's, the hyping is, look, communists, I remember the Iron Curtain, I remember the remember, the what happened and with the persecution of the Christians and it was horrific, absolutely, I have no illusions about communism. It was horrific, particularly in general, all kinds of things, right? However, what I'm saying is that sometimes if you take the lid off of things and you look it in the eyes, you can understand it, you can deal with it, and so I think that this, we, also in America, we're a little more used to things like, socialized medicine. Lots of people have socialized medicine.
Mary, I know you have a rule about not speaking before your turn, but I have to go. I have a room to open. So I don't know if you make an exception.
Yeah, after Barbie, we'll go to you, Dianella. Are you done, Barbie?
Wait, what?
I make an exception because she has a degree of specialty on the topic at hand, Nine. Barbie, are you done? I think Barbie's done. Go ahead, Dianella.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm jumping the line, but I have to open a room in 4 minutes.
I understand that, and if you had told me ahead of time, I would have moved you up initially, but go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say what is going on today in Venezuela. They opened the new assembly. They started today, and they'll sleep out again. defending the country and all of that. But the colectivos, the paramilitaries are on the street, terrorizing Venezuelans. The authorities have arrested 14 journalists. So everybody is afraid and very concerned about what is going to happen. The situation is actually worse today than it was before they took out Maduro. Obviously, apparently, that's what everything indicates. Delcy Rodriguez cooperated with the U.S. government to take out Maduro. But this is also a very dangerous situation because one of the things that kept them together was nobody was breaking the files. They were all in it together. Now that one of them gave away Maduro, they can start fighting with each other. One runs the military, the other runs the paramilitary. So the dates ahead for Venezuelans are very scary. I just wanted to say that. I apologize again for everybody.
Yeah, so basically, he was a bastard, but he was our bastard. We knew where we stood. Now there's probably a degree of uncertainty that makes life there in Venezuela difficult. Is that a fair encapsulation of the situation, Dianella?
Yes, and I know it's so. When we hear Trump and Marco Rubio, Trump said that Maria Corina Machado is not the legitimate leader of Venezuela, and she doesn't have the capability. So after all those years of this lady basically giving it all to Trump, he just threw her he took away the rock under her feet. And when people ask Marco Rubio, there will be elections soon, he laughed, he couldn't answer. Elections. So this is not about democracy again. This is about their own interests and the oil and all the crazy things that Trump is actually planning for Venezuela. Thank you.
If in fact that is accurate and it's about the oil, it'll be interesting to see whether he does wrestle control of the oil, because it looks right now like he may not. Thank you for that, Dianella. We are now at 5:58 Eastern time, so we will no longer be inviting folks on the stage. But at the top of the hour, we're going into extra time to allow everyone who's already on stage and in queue an opportunity to speak. So we'll now go to Ben, followed by David.
Yo, what are you talking about? I was next.
No, I call people in the order in which I see them on the stage, which may not coincide with the order in which you see yourself. Ben, followed by David.
Hi, Gary.
It just amazes me how people get upset with the moderator for moderating. But, occasionally he must make a decision. And like the President of the United States, when the Supreme Court makes a ruling that he disagrees with, he begrudgingly has to follow that decision. So please don't get argumentative with the moderator for trying to moderate. Ben.
Well, I was going to offer Diana my spot and speak in her place. But anyway, since it's your room, you do it as you see fit. I think I heard a few speakers prior to my turn. I think some of them were not really happy about the action, but they were pretty much, sort of appreciative that it showed the power, the prowess, and the effectiveness of our military action. I think maybe Scott, but certainly Marshall mentioned that. It really got me thinking. What is more important to us? The fact that the end result is good, or the way we go there, it should be legitimate and proper. The analogy that I'm thinking is the old adage that I may disagree with what you're saying, but I want to protect your right to say such things with all my might. Some famous person said that. I don't remember who it is. It was used to demonstrate the importance of freedom of speech. I think the analogy that I raised that is whatever goals that we want to accomplish in Venezuela, one of them could be to save the Venezuelan people from the bad government of Maduro, et cetera, et cetera. The fact that we literally just went into the country and took up, basically kidnapped the leader,
or escorted the leader, whatever the nice terms you want to use. For with what we have done, is that what we want to support, and or even tolerate, even if not support? I think my answer to that, based on what I'm hearing here, and largely in the media as well, is that yes, we do support that, we do tolerate that. The fact that it's really not a legitimate way of accomplishing certain goals, whether it's supporting democracy or getting rid of a dictator, that seems to be not on the minds of people nowadays, which I think is really a concern. From what I have heard, even from Barbie, that reminds me that the Venezuelan people may not think today they're better off than yesterday, assuming yesterday was the day that Maduro was still in power. Again, another analogy I can think of is cancer. Sometimes cancer treatment, such as chemo, could be even worse than the cancer itself. And this is why I go through personally with relatives going in and out of hospitals. Some of the cancer, for example, prostate or thyroid or whatever, it's better left as a sort of treatment without attacking the patient's cancer with strong chemotherapy. I think the analogy for this is that the means and the ways that we are trying to accomplish supposedly a noble goal of helping the Venezuelan people, whether that is even worse than had we not otherwise done that. Obviously, that's the assumption that this action was, Trump wanted to help the Venezuelan people to save democracy, to get rid of dictator. I don't think there's a universal agreement on that. I think many people have said that the motive may not be that. It may be more of a selfish reason from the U.S. perspective. From that perspective, from that vantage point, I recall, Gary, what you said about the congressman's accusation that Trump did not get permission from Congress to execute this action. I'm not going to call it a war. Obviously, the law requires the president to declare to have a Congress declare a war before he or she can engage in war. So let's assume it's not a war. But even this military action, we were surprised that perhaps Trump had consulted the oil executives before consulting congressional individuals. Well, I would say if the congressman thinks that way, then that congressman did not really understand or appreciate fully how Trump runs the government. It is clear to me for the past 9 months or so, since January or February, maybe January, that Trump definitely thinks that his third of the branches of the branch of the government is definitely the dominant one. It's not an equal third, in my estimation. Basically, he has Congress pretty much, if not kowtowing to his wishes, but not really objecting too much of it. Perhaps largely because the Republicans were in power, number-wise, in Congress. And the courts, namely the Supreme Court, really hasn't been that active in pushing back, even in the face of some clearly unconstitutional actions that the executive branch / the president's actions have demonstrated. So with that in mind, I think if anyone is still hoping that Trump would follow this checks and balance structure of our government and do things properly, consulting Congress, respecting the Supreme Court, like Gary, what you're saying that, even the president, we're discussing the speaking terms. If the court rules it's something the president has to follow, not necessarily. If you think about the immigrants,
well, maybe not necessarily for the president, but for you all, it's necessarily has to be followed by when it comes from the moderator, because the moderator has the ability to remove you from the stage.
Gary,
I have greater power than the United States Supreme Court.
No, Gary, you just said that you actually you're in a much better position. You're doing much better than the president, actually, or even the Supreme Court. So all kidding is well, not kidding. I don't know whether that was humorous or something, but this is actually reality, Gary. When you're asking after Maduro, what next? I think a logical conclusion would be to answer that question would be, I don't know, maybe Greenland, maybe Canada, maybe Mexico. Who knows? You know what this demonstrates to people is this. It used to be for many, many years, at least for the past 100 years or so, U.S. has been a powerful nation in the international stage, but a huge part of that, maybe not the biggest part of that, a huge part of that is the moral authority, the sense that the U.S. has been doing things that are right and wrong. Of course, it doesn't hurt that the U.S. has always had nuclear bombs, Navy, Air Force, military power. I think what Trump is doing these days is really amplifying the second factor, a lot bigger than the moral authority, if you will, the shining city beacon on a hill, whatever that Reagan terms. Basically, it is telling the world that might is power. And to be frank, when we're discussing, what a wonderful example of this is to demonstrate that we still have abilities of takeover, of doing things that are powerful, of taking over basically the country. So people are patting on their back saying, oh God, Afghanistan is terrible, it's a shame. Venezuela, yeah, we're so powerful. Is that something we should be so happy and proud of seeing that? For one thing,
I think people make a distinction, and it's a fair distinction, that even if you disagree with the action, if our military acts in a successful manner, such as Iran and such as Venezuela, even if you disagree with what we did in Iran and what we did in Venezuela, you can acknowledge the prowess of the military, and that is, as Anson pointed out, a contrast to what happened in Afghanistan.
Let me just comment on that briefly. Venezuela, being a great country, oil-rich country, and very powerful, respected, isn't exactly the same as Russia, maybe even China, maybe even Germany. It's almost like having Mike Tyson fight me, if you will, versus Mike Tyson fighting these other heavyweight champions, if you will. So I think we shouldn't really using this as an example to say, you know what, we can do whatever the hell we can do to any country, Cuba, Canada, Germany.
Right, but as I said, I'm not suggesting that it was a good move on the part of the president. I'm not suggesting really that it was not, although maybe some of my comments would lead you to believe I am suggesting that. But my point is, if the military conducts itself in a successful manner, we just acknowledge that it did. And in this case, it did. They followed the orders, and they successfully carried out the mission, which was planned along with the CIA for, I think, almost 2 years. It was a long period of time. I forget how many months they said it was. But it was a long period of time that this was in place.
You in charge of
And they carried
children's
it out
education is a
very
disaster.
effectively. And that's
You must be
what's
removed as soon as
acknowledgement. I
possible
gotta
and
admit,
arrested.
I
Put up
will
on
say,
charges
as
before
you
you
departed the
investigate
stage,
fraud.
you were thinking Voltaire, but it wasn't. We've had to clear this up several times on this stage or in our previous iteration. The quote is widely attributed to Voltaire, but it was really written in 1906 by an English writer, Evelyn Beatrice Hall, who wrote a book called The Friends of Voltaire, and the quote was meant as a summary of Voltaire's belief. And her exact wording was, I disapprove of what you say, but I would defend to the death your right to say it. Okay, David G. followed by Black White.
Hey, Gary, great room today. I appreciate the comments. So I've heard some analysis with regards to the capture of Maduro and how it kind of occurred without any response by the Venezuelan military, which some analysts seem to believe that there might have been a negotiation beforehand to turn him over, because there's already a lot of pushback here, as we know, by the MAGA faithful and the America First, which is really powerful. described our horrific exodus out of Afghanistan, which was a 19-20-year campaign. And quite frankly, Venezuela was well poised to mount a response, given the arms and support by Cuba, Russia, providing the regime with military grade type level of drones and support that could have easily taken out one of our planes.
But you know what, David, take into consideration this. Take into consideration that what we just saw, really, if you want to be honest about it and really analyze it, was a coup by the vice president to wrestle control of the country away from the president with the assistance of the United States, even though the United States may have been the catalyst for it. Let's not mince words about this, and it's not being widely discussed, but where was his presidential protection detail? Where were the military that's supposed to protect the president of Venezuela? Did they fall down on the job? Were they sleeping? Did they go out for a smoke break? Or does he not have any protection? Come on. This was a coup.
Okay, well, I mean, we have examples of failed military operations of these levels. Recall in 1993, the Somalia Black Hawk Down campaign, where 18 of our forces were shot down by warlords over there, trying to wrest control of the peacekeeping operation and, trying to feed their people. And that was a big blow to the administration, to the Clinton administration with regard to that. And America was souring on these types of campaigns. So imagine if a couple of our planes were taken out and we lost some of these Delta Force soldiers. I mean, it would have been a horrific, regardless if we would have got Maduro or not, would have been worth a loss of life. So the fact that no U.S. lives were lost is interesting to me, and I think to others. I'm glad we got it without anybody dying, but what's next? I mean, that's the operative question. But 33 civilians died. Some of those are also being tied to the Castro or Cuban government. Cuba has had an outsized influence on supporting regimes throughout the world. They were credited by Nelson Mandela for helping with the liberation of the apartheid regime, along with Angola and Namibia's independence. So Cuba does have an influence that we would like to necessarily try to eviscerate here. And I think whether or not it lands on their doorstep next, I think that will be the test of whether or not we're willing to lose lives, because Cuba, I don't think, is going to go quietly. They got the ability to do stuff to Guantanamo Bay. So how much of stuff we going to risk, other than trying to make sure these oil deals go through? And let's face it, there's big winners here on the oil front. And if the administration that is now in charge of Venezuela wants to move forward without any more provocation, then I think these deals are going to get cut. Let's hope that they take care of the Venezuelan people. But this is a history, Gary, of United States obviously flexing its muscle. There's also the response to who Venezuela was doing business with, China being one of them. As soon as you start closing up to our adversaries and affecting our region, then it appears we're going to take the gloves off and come after you. And I think this is also putting Mexico on notice. I think China has reversed a history that they've been China somehow reversed a history that they were impacted by, and that being our ability to dump opium on their markets through the British during the Opium Wars of the 1800s. And when they said, hey, we don't want you selling your opium anymore, we went in and took our navies and pretty much destroyed China and forced them to heel. So this history, Gary, is one of interesting response by the enemies we've created along the way here. And I think
Americans don't like, as I said in my opening salvo, to look in the mirror. And
to look in the mirror and say, well, it's horrible what China is doing, infesting our country with fentanyl without any understanding, and not to support what they're doing, but without any understanding of the opium crisis that the West visited upon China. It's like tit for tat.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we don't talk about this, and it wasn't just, Hawaii is another country, another sovereign nation that we took. There was a whole host of destabilizations that we did. We more or less bribed Puerto Rico to not turn into a communist version of Cuba. We took assets from Spain, and we orchestrated wars in the region. So, I think ultimately you got to ask yourself, at the end of the day, just the highfalutin, discussions of democracy and nation building and all of that, it really just comes down to Trump is the perfect example of doing business in the Middle East with oil dictators who are you might say, are benevolent dictators, but nonetheless they're not democratic. We never forced Saudi Arabia to be democratic after Roosevelt met with the king and cut that oil deal there. We allowed them to be run as a theocracy. So, I mean, what are we talking about here in terms of what we're going for here? I will say this. That at the end of the day, there are people hurt on both sides of the fence. We do have a refugee crisis because of the failed attempts at these economic experiments. Cuba being one of them, Venezuela the other. So we don't care that these countries take care of their people until such time as they decide, hey, well, we're tired of the West dictating our economic policies, and so we're going to go it alone and try to distribute the wealth the way we see fit. And then that runs into the face of the shareholders and the corporations and the oil companies who have billions of dollars on the line. So I heard it argued we like to do business with the 5%, not necessarily the 95%. And we don't care if the 95% get taken care of, as long as the 5% give us what we want and they get what they want. It's business as usual. So I think we got to awaken ourselves to those guys as to why these regimes exist in the first place. Why haven't they been able to
I'm about to reveal a snoring fix that most men over 40 don't know. This is what your throat looks like when you're...
So, anyway, those are my comments. Let's go.
Hey, Gary.
Peaceful resolution. Let's hope other nations aren't impacted. And let's hope no future wars are going to be ongoing to the extent we've had them in the past.
So when you alluded to the possibility of the United States invading Cuba, you didn't use those exact words, but you alluded to it. It made me think maybe if that happens, we will have a greater understanding how somebody who was so demeaned by getting the label Little Marco now is the Secretary of State for that same president who put him down so horribly during the campaign. The president says, well, because horrible things are said during campaign, tough things are said during campaigns. Campaigns are tough. So that's the president's explanation. But if in fact he sees this as a way to influence from his position as Secretary of State our national agenda toward Cuba in a more hawkish manner, then we'll have a greater understanding of why he is no longer in the Senate and is now the Secretary of State of the United States. That's just a theory that I have. Black, white, followed by Dave Lintz.
Hey, Gary. Just 3 points. One is the news cycle and the focus and concentration of the news cycle and how even you do it yourself every day, have a new topic which distracts us from what I would consider priorities. Second, if there's 30 million Venezuelans and they got 20 trillion in oil, that's 670,000 per Venezuelan. That's supposedly if it goes to the people. And secondly, this type of military adventurism is, to me, nobody died, but the point is, over 25 years, we spent 25 trillion on our war machine, 60,000 casualties, 10,000 dead. I'd say that's a pretty big price for America to pay, Gary.
When you say nobody
died, you said no Americans died, right? Is your point?
Exactly, Gary.
Black, white. When you said nobody died, I presume you are referring to Americans. No Americans died. Is that what you meant? 100%. Okay. By the way, I'm going to pick one topic a day, and it's going to be my choice on what that topic each day is. But here's the great thing about Clubhouse. You can open up your room in which you discuss what you believe is the more important topic each day if you don't like the one that I happen to choose. And
Yeah, I like your topics, Gary. I appreciate your topics. I'm just saying that psychologically we can pick and choose priorities, but they're not priorities. So, dog wagging tail, fake news, hypnosis, propaganda, and I'm just saying I appreciate you, Gary, and I pray for you. I hope everybody here has a great new year. God bless you all. L'chaim and Mazel Tov.
oh boy, I wonder who that really is. But I will say this much. I'm on a photography forum, as many of you know I'm a photographer, and on one of them, the guy wrote, are there any other black and white photographers here? Meaning that he's not a color photographer, he's a monochrome photographer. And my response was, well, what about Latin and Asian photographers? Dave Lynch followed by Chris. Did you get that one, Dave? Did you get that joke?
Well,
I think that fell absolutely flat here. But it got a lot of hilarity in the forum. They got it. They got what I meant, Dave. Anyways.
No, Gary, I spend enough time with Jews. I always complain I don't laugh at their jokes. They always say you are not Jewish. So it's normal for non-Jews not to laugh at Jewish jokes.
What?
Okay.
What the hell is that? That is the dumbest thing that may have ever been said on this stage.
He's gone.
Chris, followed by Daryl.
Well, damn, 2 jokes that weren't funny. That's crazy.
That's cool.
I'll make this quick. Let's get to the topic.
I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt. My joke wasn't funny, he says. Oh my goodness.
Right. Maduro captured. What's next? I didn't really come on the stage to talk about the actual topic, which obviously nobody knows what's next, probably not even our administration, to the level of giving some type of insight to the American people that would benefit the American people. So they're probably just going to keep us in the woods, as they've done so many times.
So it was definitely like, I don't think it was ever somebody. It had a tick. I saw a tick by its eye, and I'm like, how the fuck am I going to get this off of this cat?
Familiar with how women look at and near my age, particularly to my junior.
It's her filler. It's her
I get what I'm
filler.
saying. It's the fucking filler. It's the fucking Olivia. It's like it gives an artificial look that I associate with older women.
Is there a Mr. Mama?
Of course.
Of course.
He's 41, of course. And kids, 2 kids.
I mean, she's stunning though. She's beautiful.
She's
It's
only
not
19.
yeah, maybe I like.
Wow.
Yeah.
They immigrated in the 1980s.
She's always pissed. Whenever she's giving Jakob watch one of her speeches, like YouTube one, she's always pissed. She's
Wait a
definitely.
minute, is her current husband Jewish?
I don't know.
She's married to someone named Greg Rubin. She divorced Matthew Ant.
She worked at Marc Jacobs.
She's a lawyer.
Based on enrollment. Programs now under investigation in Minnesota. HHS says the new rule.
She worked as Trump's attorney.
That's right.
Didn't know that. She worked at Trump National
Yeah,
House.
she is.
She was his like main spokeswoman when he was going through that trial. And she was always talking about how, the murdered and subjected, because, you know, the way they handled that trial was sus. And she was pretty powerful. Like, she comes out and she's just like fucking ragging on the judicial system and how they're overstepping. And they were, at the time they were. And it was just, you know, she was epic. She was an inspiration. I swear. Pissed. All the time. It's really cute. I didn't know that when did she get divorced, Jeff?
1 year before she got remarried. She got divorced in 2019 and remarried in 2020. Seems a little quick.
Ruben?
Yeah, Ruben.
Oh no, but here it's spelled R-E-U-B-E-N-T.
Stating there have been 11 billion cases of no, that's not where it's spelled anywhere else.
Oh, this is on Wikipedia.
I see. So this Jewish guy stole her away from her husband.
I think maybe he bought her from her husband.
Oh, it's so strange. They have it spelled one place with an X with a T and one place without the T. So yeah, it must be Ruben. I think it's a
What do
typo.
you mean by that? She fell in love with him, obviously.
I don't know.
She had an affair. Those Chaldeans.
You mean those Jews who steal away the Chaldean girls from their fucking husband? What are you doing? She's a married
She
woman.
was part of the Catholic Church. She was part of the Catholic
Leave
Church.
her alone. Why couldn't he leave her alone?
Yeah. I don't know what you're. I think you're seeing this backwards, bro.
No, you're seeing it backwards. You're assuming she pursued him, which is obviously.
Well, she shouldn't have said anything. She should have said, I'm married to a nice guy. I'm married in the Catholic Church. I do not believe in divorce.
The of these Jewish men when they want a woman. You don't know.
Or you do?
You have no idea what they'll do. You've never been on the other end.
You have?
What they'll do.
You have?
You're crazy about women. Crazy.
Crazy.
They want a woman, that's it. You cannot stop them.
You're speaking from
You also
experience.
don't understand how easy it is to pull a married Chaldean because the husbands are jerks.
How dare you?
It's so easy, Pearl.
And I have confirmed he is Jewish.
Where you looked him up in the central database?
I didn't know about this.
Where did you look him up?
I got a central database.
I can't believe this. Are you sure Ruben can be a Christian name too?
No,
Barely,
Jewish.
like less than 1% of the time. Bro, who is that in your PTR?
I'll see Adler before, but now it's me. I'm an anime character.
Oh, there you are. Okay, no, I didn't refresh.
I'll see Adler showing how her face is like the Joker because it's Philip. We were talking about it.
Yeah.
There's a pitfall over there. No. Which is why Jeff thought Lena Hubbell was 45 or 49.
She described herself as Arab American. Would you describe yourself as Arab American?
I would describe myself as whatever would be politically correct.
Okay, I asked you, how would you describe yourself?
I mean, you do yell at people when they call you Arab.
Right, that's what I thought.
But technically we're from an Arab country.
Right, but you're not, but they oppressed you, right? Don't you always like to...
I know, but the problem is they stole our culture, and now that's Arabic culture, but it was always ours. You understand?
Yeah, I get it, but I thought you don't want to be associated with them.
No, I mean, it depends. On the larger stage, you can't say you're Chaldean. No one knows what the fuck we are.
Alina quickly married. Hey, Alina quickly married Greg Rubin almost immediately after her divorce. Many suspected she started seeing Rubin during her separation time from Matthew Hayes before the
Okay, she was
divorce.
separated. Big deal.
I mean, sure.
She was separated. It's not like they were cheating. what these men can be like, Jeff. Never met anyone like this. No one on Clubhouse like this.
As Alina admittedly posted a photo revealed that her first date medicines, that there was an overlap in a relationship.
There was an overlap?
Ooh.
No. You just made that up.
No, I read it.
Where?
Someone wrote it.
On ChatGPT? Must be true.
No, a publication.
Sure. There was no overlap. How dare you? You could never prove it.
Okay, let's see if we can get actual dates.
Yakov, why did you go down, Rio?
Because you're intimidating.
So the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York is going to prosecute Maduro. He's pleading not guilty to drug trafficking charges. Another headline, Trump says they must extract every resource in Venezuela to, quote, stabilize or rebuild the country. That's what he said. He was on the lake.
I mean, it would go a long way to stabilize that country if they had the resources being monetized, at a response.
What was he doing with it? Wasn't he selling his oil?
His oil production went down by 70% over the course of the last.
And why?
Because they haven't actually invested and maintained it properly.
What clowns?
What do you want from communists?
They're what?
What do you want from communists?
I mean, they got to sustain their country somehow.
I mean, their production is objectively down 70%.
That's a lot.
Uh-huh. It's what, like, I actually looked at the remittances. Like, all they got to do is get the production back up to double, and that will actually increase the remittances.
Right.
Based on the formula that they used previously, which was 50-50. So the government will actually take more money and partner with U.S. or British or whatever petroleum companies, and they're able to double the production.
Yeah,
better for the
Venezuelan people. I mean, maybe. We'll see.
Can't believe one of yours married a Jew. Wow.
I can't believe you're gonna not let this go. I think you blindsided me. Blindsided.
How do you think I feel? I was hoping she was single. Especially now that I know she's 41.
No, she just married a Jewish millionaire. Billionaire? Millionaire.
No, not millionaire.
What does he do?
I'm not intimidated by that. He owns parking lots in New York.
They're very profitable.
Sure.
We have a group of Chaldeans that do that here too. Yeah, but he's in New York City. I mean, you can't even compare. He also went to Harvard Business School.
And he's Jewish, of course.
They don't all go to Harvard Business School.
That's like going to county college.
No. It's Harvard Business School on Clubhouse.
Me.
No. I mean, so just any Jew. Like I said, cream of the crop Jew, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. Cream of the crop.
I mean, if to cheat on your husband, make sure he's a millionaire too.
Who went to Harvard? Yeah. Sure. I mean, why not?
I mean, this transition happened in the middle of COVID too, with Pearl.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right? She divorced him in 2019.
Okay, that's fair. You know, COVID ruined a lot of marriages, by the way.
No, but she was divorced in 2019. It was final in 2019. That's before she was locked up with her husband. But she somehow met this great guy while not going out in 2020 and married him in 2020.
When no one
Something
was
fishy.
married.
Something fishy.
How dare you? No. No, she probably knew him and whatever. Why couldn't he just leave her alone? He could have just left her alone, yeah?
I think you want to focus on him because you're anti-Semitic.
No. It just can be hard to resist. He's never been on that end.
And she also had a private wedding because it was not something she wanted to promote.
I'm sure there was like 5 people there probably.
Mm-hmm.
I love that for her. No, why? I know some older ladies who married some Jewish guys. It happens. It's usually the Chaldean woman marrying the Jewish guy, though. It's not usually like a Chaldean guy marrying a Jewish girl.
That is interesting.
Yeah, never. Almost never. I've never even seen it or heard of it. But Chaldean women do sometimes. Rarely still. Very rarely. Well, you know, she's not around us. She's like, you know, she's over there in Washington, and she grew up somewhere else, and she grew up around.
She's in New Jersey.
People. Yeah, she grew up in New Jersey, so like, you know, she's more like a Jersey girl than anything else. You see the way she talks? She talks like a Jersey girl too.
Okay, now I can find this.
That's why you think she's hot. She's from your city, dude.
Where is she from? I didn't even look.
I don't know, but she's a New Jerseyan, like she's one of yous.
You know, I had that with one of the bartenders at the club. Like, yeah, I just always found her to be very charming. Yeah. And I was talking to her on New Year's Eve, young black girl, and like, yeah, it turns out like she's from New Jersey, and she also had no idea I was from New Jersey.
You see, you're just attracted to New Jersey girls. You can't explain it.
Because you know the interaction between me and like it's not a very heavy interaction, so you never realized.
Maybe
she grew up about 15 minutes away from where I grew up.
New Jersey girls have like a bitchy edge to their voice sometimes.
New Jersey.
Alina Hutler does when she talks. She sounds like she wants to like cut you down with her words.
It's gonna make me register in order to look this up. Fuck, I hate when stupid shit.
What are you looking up?
When she got divorced.
I told you it was you said a million times 2019.
I want to find the month.
Why? So you could see exactly how much time it was. You're trying to oust her.
Correct.
Leave her alone. He stole her away.
I mean, a Chaldean woman shouldn't be stealable.
Listen, of course you shouldn't be stealable, but sometimes it's hard, like I said.
I bet it was really hard, Pearl. You know how these successful Jewish men are. Hello, Brian. Exactly.
Hey, Brian.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. We're just trying to figure out if one of my favorite Chaldean women is
Damn
a woman.
it, she was divorced December 2019.
How, you found that pretty quickly.
Damn you.
And all the reports are that she immediately married the other guy, so probably, I think it was actually February of 2020.
You're joking.
You know, that is file? The other question is, when did she file?
No, it ended, and it was done December 2019. And that's when it was done. So I'm sure it was in the work, because it's in the works for a while before it ends.
Yeah, that's why I said the question is, when did she file? But anyway, she remarried incredibly fast.
Not really.
Oh, actually, Brandon, you probably know exactly who we're talking about.
And I'm sure she was separated for at least a year. So it was like a year and 9 months later.
I mean, we're making a lot of assumptions here.
I mean, Jeff, they divorced that day. You know how long it takes to get divorced? Pain in the ass.
Yes, I've been divorced. Have you?
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
I'm from New Jersey. Are you?
Okay, how long were you separated before you got divorced and finalized it?
My entire process took a little under a year.
Okay, so a little under a year. Exactly. So you get a year and 9 months. It's reasonable.
I mean, it's made up, but if you want to believe that fairy tale, that's fine.
What do you mean it's made up?
Like you're not
married in September.
You don't know when they separated. You don't know when she filed.
100% fucking that other person while she was still married, and probably before filing for separation. Like that timeline does not line up with you waited until you were separated to start dating.
After her divorce.
Especially considering she got remarried in the middle of the COVID lockdown run.
Yeah, that was intentional, so no one comes.
Yeah, that does not line up with she met somebody or started a romantic relationship after her separation.
Pearl, don't argue with the gay federal judge who probably personally knows her.
Wait, do you though? That would be amazing. She's like my hero. She's always pissed. Do you know what I'm talking about, Bren? He knows. She's always mad, and I'm here for it. She's one of mine.
He's also smart enough not to say that he knows her, because then he can't talk about her anymore.
Anyways, so.
But we can infer, based on what he does, that there are conferences, and he knows her angry face in real life.
And you think she's hot too, Jeff?
I think she's incredibly hot. I think she looks older than she is because of the work she's had done. But I do think she's incredibly good looking.
Men are just.
Hey, Brad, if you had to go straight again, is she good looking enough for you?
She's pretty. She's pretty.
She's pretty. I'm sure she's prettier in real life.
By the way, Pearl, if you were paying attention, we just tacitly got an acknowledgement he does know her. You see how I did that? I'm so manipulative. Not necessarily, but tacitly.
Maybe not.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Oh. What's going on, Brad? What's keeping you busy? Who are you deporting today?
I'm just walking, Oliver. I had an infusion and some doctor's appointments today, so Ollie and I are out walking, and it finally stopped fucking raining here, so,
Finally? Oh my God.
Finally, we had 4 whole days of rain, Jeff. What is that bullshit?
I hate that shit.
That means we're gonna have a lot of fires, Brian. No,
bottom line, we're already going to have a lot of fun. Like, the thing about Southern California is regardless why the weather is how it is, the weather is how it is. And we have a fuck ton of fires every year now, and we're going to continue to have a fuck ton of fires every year now. Like, that's not going anywhere. And it really...
you could clean the brush. You really could. You could fill your
I blame the Democrats.
With water. You could have water, maybe.
Well, you have to remember, like, a chunk of the fires, especially down here in San Diego, are caused by lightning strikes. So they're not even caused by assholes being idiots. And the dumb bit, like, LA gets those dumbass fires where you get the women who want to go take a pretty Insta thing in the field of flowers and they bring fucking candles with them. Like, if you look at the cause of a majority of the fires in LA County, dumb fucking people bringing shit they shouldn't be bringing into nature. San Diego, it's the fucking thunder strikes we get all summer.
Huh.
that sets the fires off the Tijuana borders and then up in the mountains. Because if you go about an hour and 20 minutes north of San Diego, you're on the ridge line, and it's hot as fuck up there. And even if they've had a great winter, it's still the lightning's gonna catch that shit on fire. It's a different conversation than like the Palisades Pasadena fire. That was straight up negligence, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, but the point is all this water means a lot of vegetation that's then gonna dry out and be like tinder for fire. That's what's gonna happen.
I think all things being even, you prefer more rain than less if you're avoiding fire.
Well, and the thing in California is we need to just fucking roll back our environmental nonsense. We dump back most of the fucking rainwater and the snow long before it hits Southern California. That shit is dumped back into the ocean to protect stupid fucking fish. It's retarded. Most of the rain and snow melt gets dumped back in north of San Francisco. And it gets dumped right back in to avoid river flooding, which really has nothing to do with the rivers. It has to do with two stupid fish, including the dumbass smeltfish, that doesn't matter for anything, but our dumbass governor thinks it does. So, if they would pull back the environmental nonsense a little bit, we would actually be okay. Also, if they would stop letting fucking Arrowhead and Dasani bottle a third of the water from the spring reservoirs in the northern part of the state, then we could actually let states like fucking Colorado and Arizona and Nevada have their fair share of the water out of the damn river. Like, we waste fucking water in this state. So don't ever feel bad when Californians go, we have no water. We're flushing it back into the fucking ocean.
To save those little fucking fish?
Yep, and not even any sort of beautiful fish or ecologically useful fish, dumb-ass smeltfish that we have like 50 varieties of. Let one of the varieties die. It's fine. Let it die. It's fine. I think the world will survive.
I mean, it's either that or humans at this point. You don't have any water in your fucking fire hydrant. You're embarrassing.
Well, that's a different issue.
That's the 100-year-old away valve system that fills itself north of Pasadena. Again, because of the environment, we are the only coastal city on the West Coast. Well, LA is. Now I'm in San Diego, where this is not true. That doesn't have the ability to suck water in from the ocean to the hydrants. So, like in San Diego, if they were to run short on water, they can go down to the marina, and there's two huge valves that they switch on that switch it to sucking the water in from the ocean. And then you would be sucking in salt water from the ocean and have an endless supply of water.
Right.
San Francisco has it, Monterey has it, every major coastal city, but Santa Monica and Los Angeles, because they decided the little smeltfish would be overly saline with the salt.
Oh.
Literally every bad decision they made, other than putting that DEI fire chief in, which that's its own conversation, but like, the planning was stupid because they were more worried about dumbass fish than they were people. Which is why I moved my ass down to a red, at worst, purple county, where at least we have less nonsense. Because it's still California, but San Diego doesn't buy into most of the nonsense, so it's a little bit better.
Enough with the nonsense.
The nonsense in California is endless. Endless. From their homeless population to their water problem. It's absurd issues. Absurd.
Dude, at this point, with the amount of money that the state, not even the federal grant money, but the amount of money that the state has put into homeless, they could have just bought them all brand new homes. They literally could have bought them a $1,000
home. Because that's how much they spend a year on each homeless person. Could have bought them all, and then the next year they would have another 900,000 because it's annual. So
Brad, are you saying they could have bought each smeltfish their own home?
They care more about the smeltfish than the homeless, so probably. But that might have actually gotten approved.
No, but only
so like you would have had a bunch of liberal lesbians blowing glass homes for smeltfish. That would have been approved. Our state assembly would have been like, yes, employ Willow the lesbian to blow glass shelter for smoke.
Love it. You know they love it.
That's what I was going for.
You're not going out tonight? Oh, it's so early. 7. Wow, I'm so tired. I'm stumbling around my apartment like it's 2 a.m. It's unbelievable.
It's all the drugs you've been doing.
No, I didn't give it.
Well, I'm on my way to my class, which will be great again.
Why? Did you have a good class last time?
Classes usually are whatever.
Huh.
Predictable. Basic.
Nothing like riveting?
No. It's like Torah Parsha of the week for singles. And no part of it is riveting, but it's socialization. It's networking.
That's good.
Over time, you'll be some connectivity to people. Although I have to say my depth of socialization has really improved, in my new network here.
Good.
So
Through this
definitely making progress.
Through this class or in general?
I mean, it's same people, different touches, different places. I mean, it's not all the same people, but obviously people go all over. So.
Right. They're like you, they hop around.
Oh, Brad, we started talking about me. I assumed you left intentionally.
Well, I did leave intentionally, but only because I clicked out to check my messages, and then it got all muted, quiet volume, and I couldn't hear you. So I left to get the volume back to normal.
No worries. Anyhow. So yeah, this Elena Alba is quite hot, I have to say. I'm a fan.
We're trying to find a girl at your class that looks like her. Good luck.
Yeah, I live in South Florida. I think it's time to start stalking Shakira. She's single at least. She hasn't found her rich Jew yet, so it might be my time.
Who do you want to stalk?
Shakira. It's time to throw.
Shakira.
It's time to throw a shade on that Lebanese beauty. She'd look great in a wig, Pearl, don't you think?
No.
Yeah, me neither. I love her hair.
Her hair is epic. And her hips don't lie.
I think her hips lie.
What do you mean?
I've been with a few Latinas and a few Muslims. I think her hips lie.
What are you saying? She's fake? She's not fake.
She seems very real, which is a good sign that she's fake.
What do you mean? How about Haifa? Next thing you're going to tell me Haifa Wahbi is fake.
I know I looked her up once. What's her name? Haifa what?
She voted the most beautiful woman in the world by Forbes magazine.
She doesn't do it for me.
I know, because they're filler.
She was woman of... Really?
Yeah, by Forbes.
Forbes is getting lazy, though. Forbes
No, but this was back in 2008 or 9 or something.
Oh, okay.
I will tell you this, at least the pictures I'm seeing, she actually looks, and it's because she's 49. She looks great. She doesn't look older. She looks probably a little younger than her age, but she's my age. It's an appropriate time for a woman maybe to have some of this work done.
Yeah,
How about it's just a little young for it, so it makes her look older.
She looks Jewish too.
Who?
Ooh.
Haifa.
He looks Jewish? it's true. Like the Iraqi Jews look Arab. Fuck. More Arab than me. True, but I mean,
I mean, we've already discussed this, and this is because you aspire to be a white woman.
that's because I am a white girl.
There you go.
Yeah.
Really? I would not confuse this woman. I would not initially think this woman was Jewish. I mean, unless now, on the other side of this is if I saw her at my class tonight, I would not assume she wasn't Jewish. Like, I would just assume she was like Syrian or Iraqi or Egyptian Jew.
Why would you say she looks Jewish, Conti?
Because of her, like, I don't know, something about her eyes and nose,
She
black
has an
eyes.
Arab fuck.
Oh, I know why. The surgeon who did her rhinoplasty is Jewish.
Probably, yeah.
Because that is definitely not her natural nose.
No.
He put his mark in there.
The funny thing is, maybe she looks more Jewish if she had a real nose. Yeah, it's definitely not her real nose. I think it's tiny. She's cute. I think you pointed her out to me before, and I was similarly not that impressed.
Whatever, you're never impressed.
I think Alina Habba is absolutely gorgeous. What are you talking about? Don't never say never. It's not
Alina
true.
Habba is prettier than Aifa Wefi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Without a doubt, but okay.
And okay, we can even ignore the fact that Haifa's gotten a little zoftic.
What do you mean soft?
I mean a little chubby.
She looks chubby to you by American standards, but she's not chubby.
Whatever. You can ignoring that. Just like the face, the whole thing. Like Alina Habba's hot. She's a hottie. Sorry. I know you have an aversion to saying Chaldean women are beautiful, but she's a beautiful woman.
Why would I have an aversion to them? One of them, of course, they're beautiful. What else would they be?
Exactly.
Yeah, but
No, I mean, I think Ren being mostly homosexual agreed with me wholeheartedly that she's hotter, so take that for what it. If Habba is hotter, Habba, she's hot.
Hubba.
Haifa's like, she gives me like try-hard vibes. Like if I saw her without makeup, I'd be like, you're a 6.
No. Yeah, I've seen her without makeup. Her very, very green blue eyes. Are you serious?
I mean, most people are not putting makeup inside of their eyes.
Why did you do it 18
And your pretty eyes don't necessarily save you from everything else. Like, people seem to think, I think it's because for women, y'all will ignore like a straight up 5 on a man if he has pretty eyes. Men acknowledge pretty eyes, but it does not negate everything else.
I don't understand. I think you just said, what? Say it again?
I understood what you said.
I speak gay. I can translate.
Okay, PTR.
Pretty eyes aren't enough to convince a man that she's hot.
Nobody go away.
Who's in the picture of Sparkles?
Look at my picture. Prettier than this girl. This is Haifa.
I mean, look, that's the best picture she ever took.
This is what she really looks like.
Okay, so first of all, the way she did her eye makeup makes her look like a drag queen. Second of all, my point you're putting this picture up to respond to is she looks like a tryhard, and if I woke up next to her where she wasn't wearing makeup, she'd be a 6. Like that's the vibe I get from her. Without makeup, she's not that cute. Alina Habba without makeup, she's still beautiful.
How do you know you've never seen her without makeup?
Because I'm a man. I do this professionally, honey.
I think there's one that looks more beautiful than this. Perla, I don't know if you know Halima Boland.
I don't know who that is.
H-A-L-E.
like Aaron married a white guy.
Okay, this is Haifa without makeup.
I mean, this Halima Boland looks like Haifa.
Oh, it's all right.
Like the same.
No, come on. They look different.
They look very similar. Although this one looks. Why does this one look Persian?
Yeah. She is Kuwaiti. Probably she has a little bit of Iranian origin.
The Persian lip implants that I hate.
Okay, this is Haifa again without makeup.
Yeah, she looks average fucking pretty. Like, I could walk up to La Jolla right now and go fucking look at the sea lions and see 7 of her.
Oh God, yes. And those lips are so overfilled. Like I would run.
Very small.
Yeah. Like she's not. It hasn't been good work. Like I'm dead on. Like she's not that cute. Maybe she's a 6.5, but like the lips are terrible.
Oh, who is that?
I feel Westby. You guys are so harsh.
No, you do what women do, and you come out and you.
Yeah.
And then men will look at her, and we're expecting someone who's beautiful, right? This is like when women say their husband or their boyfriend has a big dick, and then they show the gay men the picture, and we go, because you're using a different metric. You're using a different standard.
Okay, big is much bigger than hetero big.
You know, it's not just like any beautiful girl. You know what I mean?
No, she's just like any averagely okay-looking woman.
No.
Wait, that's your definition of a 6.5, Jeff?
I mean, Ren, you should know Haifa Westby's reputation.
Well, you can know her reputation all day, and that doesn't change her face. Like, you could be a fantastic human with amazing accomplishments and still have a 7 as a face.
I mean, Yaakov, I don't even know what to do with the number because based on that last picture without the makeup, I find her to be deformed.
I'm still trying to get. I'm sorry, my hearing's off. Who is this person?
Some Arab star that has got her entire self-worth invested in convincing me that she's beautiful. But literally, like I said, she posted a bunch of pictures.
You're prettier than this chick, Pearl.
I posted a bunch of. Yes, I guess I wasn't explaining. I posted a bunch of pictures, or she posted a bunch of pictures of her in makeup. I said, that sort of makes me think that without the makeup, I would run for fear of my life, and she'd be very average. And once Pearl posted the picture of her without makeup, it is confirmed I would run, and she looks deformed. Like she looks like the much you remember it's awful. It's terrible. She looks like she had some sort of industrial accident.
I don't know if deformed is the word I'd use.
She looks like your ugly ass white wife with the skinny ass anorexic body, Jeff.
Exactly.
She looks like a typical Jewish bitch from Israel.
Exactly.
You got the words resistance. Now you got it after all these years.
They don't shave their fucking underarm just like a typical Jewish woman from Israel.
No, that's like a French woman.
No, it's like a Jew. I know many of them over here. Many Jews over here don't shave their legs.
We are talking about an Arab in this place, alhamdulillah.
Yes, but the Arab women, even the red, they're much better looking than those dirty ass Jewish white women.
We're talking about an Arab.
And most of the Arab women are descended from Jews, so they're
no, they're not. No,
yes,
they are. This is an Arab girl.
Only the lucky ones. Only the lucky
ones. The ugly ass Jew. Nobody wants.
Oh.
Sucked. Okay.
Now that's a very good picture. Is that the same woman?
This is the same picture I showed you without makeup.
Wow. Wait, hold on. Candy's picture is the same as Pearl's picture?
Yeah.
No, this is a different woman.
So here's the thing, Pearl. At this point, I'm just declaring witchcraft because that's not the same woman.
Well, that's the same girl. It's her without makeup.
That's the same picture. There is makeup there. Lots of
she's
makeup.
not wearing any makeup.
That is, you think her cheeks are that color naturally?
The girl in the car?
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
No, that is, there is.
Jeff's
there
right.
is makeup and there is probably a filter. Pearl, I do this to save my life, not just to figure out what's wrong with me.
And professionally, guys look at women on a full-time basis. Look at her lips; they're colored. That's not a natural hue.
Yeah, so we don't use that term anymore.
Okay, whatever. We look at women all the time.
Racist. You can't call the lips colored.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant professional.
So I just found my new favorite addiction. Well, there's this YouTube channel where this guy has exploding packages for.
Oh, I love that shit.
But this one's even better. There's a YouTube video where somebody calls the cops to report the guy about his exploding packages. It's the most hilarious thing ever, and it's real. It's absolutely real. But the emotions of people getting upset when their packages explode is really interesting.
Well, that's AI. Come on, you think the cops
This
are?
is not AI. This is real for sure.
I mean, some of those exploding packages are assault. I mean, they go beyond confetti. They gallons of paint are coming out of them. I think. Come on, gallons, literally, they're entirely.
Defending the actual.
No, I am not defending them. I am just saying I think that there's a fine line between, Mark Rober, the former NASA engineer who started this trend, who built confetti bombs that would just shoot confetti at. Now people.
Bombs too. Don't forget about that.
He does the squirrel maze and everything. He's a mechanical genius. But now these people, if you believe them, and I'm not sure I do, it looks like 2.5 gallons of paint explodes in their car, which is destroying property, and B all over them.
But hold on fast. You think there should be limits to this?
Well, first of all, I don't think the cops would be like, well, you stole the packages, so therefore he can do whatever he wants. It just begs.
It's anything wrong. If you're literally going on somebody's property and taking something that's not yours, the ramification, what happens next, is really not on the person.
It's not standard. There's no standard ground for packages.
I didn't say standard ground. I just said at the end of the day,
you kind of implied that.
Well, I mean,
Stop arguing. It's upsetting me.
Okay.
I'm surprised you so emphatically are against people doing this.
No. I think it's AI. First of all, it's just.
This one is definitely not AI. The police officer asking these questions is not AI.
Yeah, and the lady in Pearl's PTR is not wearing makeup either.
Put the link in the chat if you don't mind. I want to see if we're talking about the same person. This is the woman in pink.
So my rule of thumb is that whatever picture looks the worst is usually the closest to the real thing. It's like Occam's razor for looking at women's pictures online. That's all. The most negative answer is the most truthful. We should call that Jeff's razor.
Should put that into Urban Dictionary.
I'm sure something already exists to name that.
Okay, this is a particularly bad picture of her. Recently.
She looks Latina in this picture.
Her face is falling apart.
She looks Mexican.
Yo.
The only one that comes Jeff, the only one that comes close is filter fraud. I like that one.
Yes, this picture, I'm not impressed with this woman. I would not even walk up to this woman.
Picture of her, really bad picture.
Hey, Raph.
I mean, I hate to say it, in that picture too, she looks a little deformed.
She does. It's a bad picture.
You change the picture.
Make her worst picture. not true. Is it true, Rocky? No.
What? This
I
is.
still look better in person than you do in pictures.
I look better in person than in pictures. I'm not photogenic.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it look like you got Botox to the max in this picture?
It's Haifa.
I don't know. This picture looks very Botoxy to me.
Are you talking about my anime picture? Or
Yeah.
Haifa?
Oh no, the one that I just came in prior to your enemy. Something in the car you were sitting, like it looked like there was a picture in the car.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't me, it was Haifa. It's still there, Rocky. You could look at it.
I don't know who that is.
And that's a particularly good picture of that woman. Like, I actually find her cute in that picture.
Really?
It's the only one I've seen of her that actually I find cute.
This picture?
And Rafi, just to clarify, when you say Botox to the max, do you mean that as a positive thing or a negative thing?
Like, this is already overdone. Like, for me, I don't like it when it looks too fake. I want it, like, to, like, you can do it carefully, that would, like, have a natural look to it. Like, you can fix yourself.
Yeah.
But then there's people that surpass the natural look and they make that artificial look.
Yeah.
There's ways you can do everything carefully. But some people just, they think the more the better kind of thing.
See, that's a great picture with perfect makeup and perfect lighting.
No, not by the face. It looks like it's been pushed up everywhere.
Also, it's probably filtered.
Could be. She looks a little fat too, I think.
She is a little fat.
I can tell she's a little chubby there. She has a little bit more than just baby fat.
Yep.
Just a little more. You can tell me.
Not bad. She's voluptuous.
Yeah, voluptuous.
Boy, don't tell us what word.
She's a little fatty.
Men are very unforgiving.
It's not true. It's just that we're gonna be less forgiving the more she's a tryhard. This girl's a tryhard.
Yeah.
If she did nothing to her face, we would probably be a hell of a lot more forgiving. Probably find her more attractive.
Doubt it.
I doubt it too, Jeff.
You
never know.
News network going.
There's nothing happening. Did we attack yet or no? I had no time to look in that chat.
Are you really gonna play? I thought you were the other.
And it's on DNC, it's DCN, okay? Get your fucking
DCN.
Oh, did you say DCN? My bad, then. You have to make sure you get your.
You're the DCN.
What are you guys talking about?
No Cut Network. Yo, I'm the original sponsorship of that network, okay?
You're the sponsor, you're the editor.
Honestly. You know how long it took me to get this position?
He's the correspondent, that's all.
Oh.
Can I be the face?
You want to break the internet?
I have one of those faces that you just want to break.
Well, I'll be honest with you, your face would look better with makeup.
Fuck you. Fucking dog.
I deserve that.
Wow, Hilton Hotel stock is already down
I've been waiting to get the FU from Brent.
0.45% today.
Do you have a friend request from some person named Julie Yaka?
Do I what?
Do you have a friend request from somebody named Julie on this app?
Truly?
Yeah.
Where, on Instagram?
No, on this app, on Clubhouse.
Where do you see friend requests?
Oh, you don't really invite it.
What? Like, where?
I get it. If you have your profile marked as private, like for people to be friends with you on this app, you have to actually accept them.
Oh, wow. Who is Julie? Julie.
Some really weird Muslim.
has a man's voice?
Yes.
He just came into this room a little bit ago.
He was there this morning. I may not have seen him.
But why did you?
It was like him and Jeff in the room. It was one-on-one, and it was the weirdest. Like, it was weird.
And by extension, am I included in this?
Well, I was wondering, like, I was wondering if he got everybody, like, he just friended everybody. Like, somehow I had a friend request from him, and I was like, well, who is this person? And all of a sudden I was like, so it's always weird to be like, there's all these, like, fake females that ask you to be a friend of this app, which is kind of weird. But the weird thing is that they, this one I was like, this is just weird. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, that person just asked me a friend. And then they started speaking, and I was like, that's a male. That's a Muslim male. It's very weird.
Probably drinks too.
What's that?
I have a lot of, I feel really bad for all these billionaires stuck on St. Bart's.
What are we talking about? Why are they stuck on St. Bart's?
I don't know, like the airspace closing really had a ripple effect.
My brother's right now on Aruba. His plane was delayed. So what happened was, remember I told you, Jeff, the situation with my brother?
Yeah.
So my brother finally arrived yesterday. So at that resort, it's a complete shit show. So people that were supposed to leave,
Yeah, exactly.
they got stuck there. So they came. Their rooms are basically occupied by other people that didn't have time to leave. And a lot of people, before this shit happened on January 1st, they extended their stays. So my brother's like, I've never seen this organization, like, from hotels. What the fuck is happening there? And on top of that, one of the most expensive hotels in Aruba, that's like $1,000 a night or something. Some fucking dumb cunt jumped off the balcony, missed the pool, and he killed himself. And there's like a whole situation with that hotel. They couldn't even get rooms while there's an investigation.
Philip, I put the air charter and commercial airline story in the chat.
Vacation from hell.
Well, can you just make fun of your brother since he's your brother?
Well, that's unfortunate, Rafi. Why'd your brother throw the guy off the balcony? That wasn't good planning.
No, this happened before he came, so they couldn't blame him. He has a tight stamp in his passport. It happened before he came, just in case. He has an alibi. Just timing-wise, it doesn't work out. Fuck, where can I put?
Where is he, Aruba?
Yeah, he's in Aruba.
Why doesn't he take a flight to, like, Puerto Rico?
I didn't think about that.
Because the hotel, everything's been already prepaid for the Aruba.
Well, they don't have a room for him.
They have friends there that have condos, villas. So they did get a room. They were supposed to have a villa, but they got a regular room for now until they sort this shit out. But like, you already guys missed the day. Okay, you're gonna stay in this fucking regular room for the next 2-3 days until they figure out you're gonna get a fucking room villa for like the last 2-3 days or something. Bullshit like that.
Oh, this is so funny.
Did you read this article?
It's a shit show.
Yeah, I didn't think about the runway lengths. I was thinking, like, what's the issue here?
Yeah, the issue is the runway length.
The issue is all the runway lengths. So funny.
But like, so this guy spent $75 grand to go from St. Martin to Puerto Rico, only to take that's an hour-long flight that usually costs $10,000. Then he'll fly commercial back to New York. God.
That's so funny.
I had another friend.
Easily solved just by getting the right jet. And then I was thinking, oh, that's not true at all, actually.
I had another friend about a few years back.
That's funny. Somebody paying $10 grand to get off a fucking island. Jesus.
Well, it's not What's that? You want to play more fuck up?
Exactly what you just said is why it's funny. You're angry about it?
So my friend, I forgot the Caribbean islands. He went with his whole family. He has younger children, and they were hit by a storm. And they were warning people if they can get out, get the fuck out early. So when they went, all the planes were booked. Everything was booked. He had no choice. He found a chartered company that was flying out private, and with another family, they got on a chartered plane. It was a stupid amount of money he had to spend just to get it because his wife was tripping out because they have little kids with them. Like, if there is going to be floods, we have the little kids. We're going to carry them on our hands. He paid a stupid amount of money, and he flew out not even to Toronto. The flight was from wherever the Caribbean islands to New York, and then from New York he had to make his way back to Toronto.
Greyhound.
Like, Greyhound? No, these people don't take Greyhound.
I'm just kidding.
He spent, again, stupid amount just for the safety of the family.
Well, this is funny.
What?
This whole situation just makes me laugh.
I'll talk to you're talking up with your pilot buddies tomorrow.
It's funny, I've never actually, I do a whole bunch of charters, but I've never done charters that direction just because it's a whole issue. I never thought about why.
I think it would be helpful, I hate to engage it this way, but could you explain to us what's funny? Because clearly there's parts where...
The biggest issue of this whole thing is that, the type of airplane that needs to get in and out of that airport is not a normal jet, or it would be very simple to solve this. It's literally, there's just not enough assets to get people in and out of there when these things happen. So, the runway length is very, very small. Have you ever seen that, picture with the runway where they go down this hillside and they try to land?
Isn't it St. Bart's?
Yeah, St. Bart's, yeah. I was asking Jeff if he's ever seen, those, videos where they aggressively go down and pitch, right next to the hillside where it almost, takes people's heads off and stuff.
Yeah, kind of like the opposite of Aspen.
Yeah, Aspen's a little bit different, but yes, exactly. Well, the issue is you're just not going to get a jet in there because a jet can't make that type of approach. So there's probably a local charter that takes them from there to a different area, but they're backed up now because of all the that's going on. So it's just a matter of logistics and having the type of equipment to get people in and out of there. So all these rich people are regular people, or all of a sudden it doesn't matter how much money they have. They're just on a waiting list. So the runway is 2,100 feet. That's, and the size of jets, most jets need about a 5,000 foot runway just to actually probably make operational sense. You're not going to go to a lot of places where less than a 4,000 foot runway where you don't have issues with it. So 2,100 feet is nothing for a runway.
So the planes that they fly there generally are going to be very specialized?
Just more drag turboprops, turboprops caravans and turboprops that are just not very fast airplanes, just draggy. I mean, we have caravans all over the place, but they're usually used in Alaska and stuff like
They
that.
have Twin Otters too down there.
Yeah, Twin Otter can make it in there, but that's kind of the same plane. I just never, you don't think of this shit until it happens, and all of a sudden it happens. You're like, oh man. But I can see everybody being really angry right now. There's all these fucking rich fucks that are.
Well, they think money can buy their way out of something.
Yeah.
I think that's what you thought was funny, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have the right asset at the right time, and this airplane's not going to just fly there from Florida or something like that. It's definitely an airplane that's stationed in the Caribbean. So there's only so many assets that move people in and out of that area. What I don't understand though is you can get to St. Bart's by boat as well. Why wouldn't you just get on a boat and go to the bigger island?
Oh, we're talking about St. Bart's? I thought we were talking about Curacao.
I think we were talking about St. Bart's, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
St. Bart's is where the most wealthy people are screwed.
That's the
Well, I
building.
think those crew, that's far away.
It's because of the little plane syndrome that Philip was talking about.
Yeah, but why is that being affected by Venezuela? It's pretty far from
They closed the airspace for like a really large,
They closed
huge,
the airspace over them, yeah. So
huge metric airspace.
I'm in hell.
Said one Poochie Clan.
It's such a. I'm in hell. What Poochie Clan woman was overheard voting at Shell Beach. I'm in hell.
That's like the place to go to. I haven't been there, but that's apparently the place to be. Seen that.
So good. I wish they had a video of her saying that. The move created a massive backlog of flyers. It was usually the busiest time of posh St. Mark's.
Well, this is a very high demand season for now.
This is my Sunday evening. The divide between those who owned and those who merely chartered private planes was on full display. I'm just a petty person over here with my charter.
The fractional share people.
Yeah. I've only got a tenth of this.
Hey, anybody have any Taylor Swift to play?
Trump probably has been playing a lot of Taylor Swift. He's having
No. Green, are you here?
Hey, what is
that?
Taylor Swift?
I'll deal with it in a second.
It's absolutely Taylor Swift time.
Hold
Wait,
on.
how do we go from private
I'll
airplanes to
tell you how
Taylor
easy
Swift?
it is done.
Okay, just letting you know.
Then just 1 second.
Elaine, what do you think about this whole thing?
I'm very confused.
I wasn't really listening to that. So.
What do you think about this whole arrest of Maduro?
I'm not speaking right now because we're being streamed by asshole.
Oh, please.
Thank you.
Watch it.
Taylor Swift, Seth, that does it.
Just play it in the background so we can speak and listen.
Wow. Well, no, just for a minute louder too.
I got this. Taylor Swift.
Do you want me to play this in the background?
No, this is what I think of him right now.
Keep that on speed dial, okay?
Oh, it's there. It's there.
Good. All right, everybody liked it. Anyways, that's all I got for you. I'm gonna delete my note in the chat which says asshole screaming because I don't need to post it anymore. So. Today.
Not precisely.
But I just wrote a note because they have town hall tomorrow, by the way. And I sent them a note on my stupid BTR, right? Because that's driving me crazy. But if you want to talk about him again, you write an email. You tell us, youtellus@clubhouse.com. That's supposedly for tomorrow with questions, so you can ask, what do we need to do to probably eliminate Kitover and deal with the anonymous people recording? That would be a real good town hall question.
Why are they even allowing people that aren't wanted in rooms that they're giving them permission or giving them a bypass to get
Because they get money. They're charging money to those
so
people
they're
for
getting
that
first
privilege.
money? That's kind of creepy.
But we need to get them, we need everybody to write a letter. You know, if they get only one, they're gonna think, well, for their town hall, and one person asked about that, right, the anon? They're gonna say it's not a priority, people aren't complaining, so you need to, today and tonight, get every single person, I'm gonna put the address in the chat, so you can remember, you tell us at clubhouse.com, email, okay? That's, and if they get enough of those, maybe they will offer the admins the opportunity to remove somebody. So we're getting punished for not paying.
Yeah, but if you pay, what's the difference? You can go be a creep. You want to pay to be a creep? Is that what you want to pay for?
Right.
Yeah.
Weird.
You're moving on. What are you doing, Rafi? You're making a lot of noise.
I'm looking for things that I can't find, and I'm getting really angry.
Don't get angry.
My
I
booty
don't
wants
like it when I can't find
to
shit.
totally eliminate me.
Elena, I was actually going to ask you though, like, what's your thoughts on this whole, like, kidnapping thing?
Well, it's a catch-22 for me.
Yeah.
Because I have no love for the Donald, as you, as many know. Okay, I have no love for him, and it's still not he did not go about it in the way that I think is legal or proper. Number two, he just set another guy in Honduras free, who was this drug lord or whatever. So it's contradictory, and he's trying to distract everybody from the other elephants in the room. That's my opinion. Now, that being said, I understand those people that have been tormented by Chavez and that this gentleman are happy. I get it, but at the expense of us humoring Trump and letting him set his own rules, and that's a problem I have. I don't have a problem with somebody getting their just, you know what I'm saying, a criminal, but I'm just not big on how it was done and why he went and let this other criminal disappear, you know. So that's just it. That's my feelings in a nutshell. It's got some good points and some bad points.
Listen, all I know is finally have a president that's doing things in power.
Doing things illegally and doing things.
Who's gonna
Rafi,
stop him?
Rafi, why did he let the big drug lord Honduras go?
I don't know which drug lord you're talking about.
Exactly. So when you say that he did all good.
But which drug lord are you talking
We're
about?
literally talking about the one in Honduras. Like, Honduras,
Yes.
nobody really understands why he pardoned this guy. It's like he,
Right.
literally a guy that killed Americans and has been in American jails for a long time. Nothing Elaine is actually saying is wrong here. I actually tend to agree with you. I was just curious what you think.
You know what they do, Philip, sometimes? They let the criminal back into its wild habitat so they can capture a bigger criminal.
Yeah, but this was a bigger criminal. This was
Well, somebody had to take over his operation, so maybe they're going for the person that took over his operation now. Don't forget, when they arrest one, doesn't mean that everything's up. There's always.
You don't even. You just told me you have no clue what this is all about, and you're giving.
But Elena,
Okay.
criminals work.
Go to the research. Come back with research. That you looked this up. I read everything on
Was there a replacement for El Chapo? Yes, there's always going to be a replacement for El Chapo, or whoever replaced El Chapo is going to be replaced for him.
You're missing Elaine's point. I think you're just.
Thank you.
I don't think it's worth it. Like, no offense, but this one was I think we just met.
Nobody knows what he does. He's playing fucking chess while everybody's playing checkers. He knows what he's doing. Trust me.
The guy he released was sentenced to 45 years in prison for allowing massive amounts of cocaine into the United States. Okay, and he was. I mean, it'd be different had he served, 5-6 years maybe, and you want to do that, fine. It was 2024, and it's, so that's just my thing. Anyways, that's my story, Philip. I don't want to argue with Rafi about it because it's not going to work. So.
No. I don't need you to say anything more.
Okay.
You answered the question pretty well.
Thank you. So, it's a yes and a no. I have friends that are tickled because they lost people, right?
Sure.
But, so I get it. But, yeah.
Two things can be true at the same time, I what you're saying.
All right, now let me see what's cooking here. Hold on. Yeah. Right.
I will say, it wasn't what I was expecting to wake up for on Saturday. I didn't think I'd read that many.
Well, I'm done because asshole's here again, okay? Don't you have a garden to tend out your door there, asshole?
He's a loser, guys.
This is deranged.
Oh my God.
At least if he would have spent some money, got a buck around this shit, but he's spending money on
He thinks he's funny. He thinks he's
spending
funny.
on fucking some jerking off. That's fine.
Listen, this was at a political event and they're talking about him. He's a comedy, he's a joke. Okay? They were laughing. So,
He's a Congress.
He thinks he's a performer and he's not. He thinks he's a politician, he's not. He's somebody who spends 24/7 sitting in his little office recording people.
Jesus, these people really just can't take it. It's a free conference call, lady.
I've watched, like they replayed it in cinemas, theaters, and watching Top Gun on big screen was a different experience. You know, being able to see, actually, there's like, I remember noticing things which I never noticed before, like in the reflection of, there's one scene where they're on the pans, we would call, right, when they're walking away from the jets, and you can see something in the reflection of his aviator glasses. It was just like, you could never see that even on just like a normal 50-inch screen.
That's why I regret not going to see the whole bloody affair of Kill Bill that was just released last month.
I need to rewatch Kill Bill.
It's a 4-hour cut. It's the movie he intended to make from the original that Harvey Weinstein forced him to cut into 2 movies.
We have this magnificent brand.
Chinatown. Oh, it also colorizes the fight at the Crazy 88.
I thought that was black and white as an artistic choice, was it not?
No, it was to not get an X rating.
All I know is that I was impressed with.
Yeah, interesting. That would have been too far. I feel like nowadays you see stuff that's like way crazier than that.
So you said you saw every Tarantino movie, but technically this is another Tarantino movie because there's extra scenes in it too.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the whole bloody affair. But also, you know, like I've seen basically all of the like classic horror movies. I'm like a big horror movie person. I've seen all the big ones from the 70s and 80s. I've seen some more obscure ones. So maybe it's like I don't really gravitate towards like action blockbusters. Not really my thing.
Have you seen Nosferatu?
The new one or the original?
The original, but yeah, and the new one. Tell me if you.
Wait, the one from the 70s or the Werner Herzog one?
Include that one too. The Werner Herzog.
No, I haven't seen the original. I saw the Robert Eggers one and I didn't like it. Thought it was pretty bad, honestly. I don't know why that movie was getting hyped up so much.
I went to see The Witch with my parents, and it was a pretty wild experience.
Oh, what did they think? What did they think?
I rarely go to. They thought it was trash.
They didn't like the Witch.
It was a great movie.
I showed my friends, some of my friends, last house on the left, and one of them liked it, and the other hated it. But I don't know if they knew what they were getting into. Like, I think they heard 70s John Carpenter, 70s Wes Craven, and I think they thought it was going to be like a campy, silly movie, and it's actually a very serious, upsetting movie. But I think it's really good. Not like a 10 out of 10. It's very like amateurish. I mean, it was made for like no fucking money, and it's not a perfect movie, but.
And you've seen all of the Evil Dead movies, right?
I saw seen Ash versus the Evil Dead. I think I did watch Evil Dead at some point. It was a long time ago. I definitely did see it. I haven't seen Evil Dead 2 for sure, which I know that's a lot of people's favorite. But I saw the 2013 one, and I saw the one that came out more recently. But I recently watched Black Christmas. I don't know if you know that one. From the 70s. It's from like 74. But I'm not.
So sorry, you cut out, by the way. You said you saw the original Evil Dead?
A while ago. I don't really remember it much. But I've seen the third one. I've seen Ash vs. the Evil Dead a few times. Or Army of Darkness.
The Evil Dead 2 is a remake of Evil Dead, so, but it's with the tone of Army of Darkness.
You seen In the Mouth of Madness?
No.
Seen Jacob's Ladder?
I have seen Jacob's Ladder. I saw it as a kid. I just remember it disturbed me tremendously.
I think if you love films like Poltergeist.
You love scary movies, bro. Bottom line,
I like horror movies. I mean, I've seen like the most fucked up, crazy, scary movies you could think of.
From that era, from like the 90s.
Poltergeist from the 90s. I like Poltergeist. It's not like the best one ever, but
I think I'm trying to get my mind's eye like to use something more like that. It's not because Diego's like not classical music, right? Like no big movie scores. No, hey, he's a Jew that doesn't like Hans Zimmer. Amazing. But I don't know. It's actually kind of the opposite of. It's the antithesis of like what I like.
Quiero que tengas
Yeah, you're missing out on a lot of great, actually, Jewish movie scores. Like, anything with Jerry Goldsmith is probably usually like. Actually, wait a second. Who did RoboCop's theme song? I think that's Jerry Goldsmith. Correct me if I'm wrong.
RoboCop.
Like, who did the score for RoboCop? It's somewhat cool.
Jonathan Dunn.
Okay, my bad. But
RoboCop theme song was composed by Basil Poledouris.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Honestly. People say this neighborhood restaurant serves up the best French food in all of Chicago. This is Le Bichon, a traditional French food show that has been serving the neighborhood Bucktown since 1993. The traditional
Troopers, which is
small
the same
dining
director
room
as
transports
RoboCop.
you right to Paris. People say this
Starship Troopers, have you seen that? Evan?
Yeah, I want to watch that though.
Dude, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen Triumph of the Will by Lenny Riefenstahl?
No.
It's a documentary about Hitler by like a really hot blonde hair, blue-eyed supermodel in the 1930s. It's like pretty much like all the famous epic propaganda, like Dutch angles and stuff, are established in that movie. You know when you know how like when Nick Fuentes went up Piers Morgan and he said, "Why do you like Hitler?" and he said the edits are epic or whatever.
No, not. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm sure you've seen at least one time on X or somewhere. You've seen these like mega Nazi, very cool edits where it's just like a lot of basically testosterone filled, we are men thing, right?
Yeah, I think sure. Yeah, I think so. Probably.
Well, all of that stuff, all of that footage is from this one movie called Track of the Will.
Yeah.
It was shot by a woman, yeah, which is like kind of surprising because she was if I could describe her as with a modern flair, like an actress, she was like the Angelina Jolie of her time, and she made like a really culturally significant, historically significant movie. Okay. Am I in the Matrix?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Bro, you need to watch Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers is the ultimate military critique.
Yeah, no, I definitely need to watch that movie. Like I'm familiar.
It's the same. It's what RoboCop does, but for the military.
That's definitely a must watch.
Do you think RoboCop was visionary in the way it critiqued the media and stuff?
Oh yeah. It felt super prescient.
Yeah.
What do you think of Demolition Man?
What?
Have you watched Demolition Man?
No, I haven't.
I have the 4K for that, but I haven't watched it yet either.
You've never watched Demolition Man, or just not the 4K?
I just haven't watched the 4K, so I haven't watched the movie in like 20 years. No, of course I watched Demolition Man. I pretty much I've watched like all the important movies.
I do, but that's what I mean. Like anybody who's like a self-professed, film fan to not watch stuff.
So I started really getting into movies like a few years ago. Like I wasn't like watching tons and tons of movies. I mean, I liked some movies, but now it's like we're actually like every week sitting down watching like a handful.
But basically,
of movies.
you're like anti-Michael Bay.
Yeah, I don't think those movies.
No, but you know what's very interesting about
Well, Quentin Tarantino had something to do with The Rock, which is a fucking I think he rewrote it or something, or there's something to do with the brain.
But Tim, maybe this is not relevant, or maybe it's completely relevant. If you notice his taste in directors, he likes non-Jewish. He likes goy produced films. And the goyer, the better for him. Notice.
Well, I don't like. I like movies that really subvert expectations and show you things you're not expecting to see, or play with the audience in some way.
I guess in a sense you can say that that's what we offer.
Yeah, like movies that are different and weird. Like I don't know. In the last few years, I've watched David Lynch's movies. Most of them I've seen like 3, 4, 5 times.
Is Wes Anderson a Jew?
No, not a huge. I haven't seen that much Wes Anderson. It's hard. I mean, there's so many movies to watch.
No, this guy likes kind of. I hate to say it, but you like German expressionism.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite Haneke. He's Austrian. He's like my absolute favorite director. Have you ever seen any of his movies?
No, I haven't.
You gotta watch one of his movies, because then you can understand where I'm coming from and the kind of movies that I like.
Well, I told you I saw, I've seen a few Fassbender films.
The actor, Michael Fassbender?
No, the director, the German director from the 70s. And so, when you say Haneke, I'm like, okay, it's like a Fassbender thing. Lee Fears the Soul, which is about a 70-year-old, a Nazi woman who gets in a religion.
Yeah, you're the one who told me about that. Somebody told me about that. I have it written down on my list. I do want to see that movie. To me, that sounds interesting. That sounds like something I want to see.
Yeah, it's exactly up your alley, dude. It's that perverse, expectation-breaking.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is this movie going?
But that's what I like.
What do you think of films which I find very hard to categorize, like In Bruges? Have you ever seen In Bruges?
How you watch that?
Oh my god. No, I always find those two films very hard. Like they're fucking hilarious, right? They're like dark comedies or something. I don't know what they call it. But also kind of not meant to be. Well, Born After Reading is probably meant to be comedic, but theoretically, in Bruges is not. But it's fucking hilarious. I don't know. But no, you've never seen either of those ones.
No. Maybe Bruges looks good.
Oh, it is. Yeah, like I don't know how. I can't describe it. You just have to watch it. Just look at the cast.
Yeah, quite a cast.
Right. And then just trust.
Got Colin Farrell. Oh, and Ralph Fiennes.
That's right. Brendan Gleeson.
Con marido.
It's like very hard. It's very hard for me to step into your shoes then and understand. I couldn't make up. I haven't successfully made a single recommendation that like I think you would like, or you either said you don't like or you haven't seen it, which is an indication that you're not interested in that.
I just have so many movies that I need to watch.
I know, but there's no overlap. That's the point. Right? It's like you're from a fucking different planet.
Yeah.
Where like
when I talk to other
there's a ton of films Deagle's watched probably a greater volume of films than mine.
Listen, if you're really from
there's a huge
Chicago,
overlap, like, of the films that we have watched, or certainly of the films that I have watched. The Venn diagram mostly encompasses everything I've watched now.
because the culture I live in is derivative of you, or like it comes from your, it stems from your culture. So
it's not even necessarily. I just mean like we grew up.
Okay, Diego, you gotta order this Blu-ray. Okay, there's only one left in stock. All right, you gotta order it.
You know what, Evan likes to watch movies. I think this is what it really is. Check this out, Tim. Evan likes to watch movies by Germans who are like coping with being defeated in World War II.
No.
That's what it is. Like he likes to have because Germans used to do hero worship too, but they're all like broken inside. So now they make these like deranged films, and he likes to like revel in their misery. Because in reality, like the Jews were the ones that won World War II and they defeated the Germans.
Hell yeah.
You don't know.
180 countries. How many of them are still around?
It's very interesting. I couldn't even name a quote German director by name. Like I don't know, maybe I'd recognize one, but.
Look at the Blu-ray I just sent you. Telegram.
Okay, hang on, because I'm just getting home right now, putting down my bags. All right, so you sent it to my Telegram?
Yeah. There's one left in stock of this Blu-ray. It's so good. I mean, I like the Piano Teacher is my favorite. So if you want to add something to your Criterion collection, then you can get the Piano Teacher. But I think you might like this. I have a feeling you like Cachet more, unless you want.
Alright. It's
like,
on the...
Unless the Piano Teacher is about this.
I'm ordering that right now on Amazon, and this book called Entitled: The Rise and Fall of the House of York, because I was just informed that there's a section in there that says that Jeffrey Epstein had sex with Melania a year before Trump.
You know what? You should also get the Piano Teacher. That's my favorite. You should get the Piano Teacher, and you should get Cachet. Those are definitely his two best movies.
The Piano Teacher sounds sexual.
It's very sexual. It's extremely sexual. It's about this
Is this a German book?
Yeah. It's about this like middle-aged, like 40s a woman who's like a very uptight, strict, like a piano teacher at the Vienna Conservatory, and there's this young guy. He's probably in his 20s, and he's like kind of a very pocky protege, or not protege, prodigy kind of kid. And he wants to get enrolled in her school, and he kind of becomes infatuated with her, and kind of starts chasing her. But turns out she's a sexually degenerate freak. She is absolutely off the freak end. I mean, so the relationship follows this really interesting arc. It has a lot to do with power dynamics and these kinds of things, where he's chasing her, and then she eventually gets into it, and then he's like, oh my god, what the fuck did I get myself into? And then it's very I'm not a huge romance fan in movies, but the arc of this relationship is just so enthralling. But if you don't want something that is overtly sexual, then I would go with Cachet. They're both 10 out. To me, they're both 10 out of 10s though. They're both. I think they're both perfect.
Are these actually German films? Or German directors?
They're non-English films. I think
you have this affinity for some European feeling films.
Yeah, I think. Well, it's funny. So I think the piano teacher is. I want to say it's in French, and then the I'm actually not sure what languages there are. They're either French or whatever. I think a lot of his movies are French speaking. Some of them are Austrian.
So what about not an American blockbuster? Well, I suppose it maybe would be, but I'm thinking of it's the equivalent of watching James Bond instead of Mission Impossible, right? You're gonna more like the James Bond franchise because it's more European.
Yeah, I think I tend to like movies that are more serious, and in my mind.
Have you ever watched Bloomington?
No.
No,
that's something
I fully get.
So something that I really like about European movies is I was getting into horror movies, and I started watching a few.
It's entirely fun.
Some people, I'm not saying it's true, but some people say I'm very
And
smart.
I started getting into some European horror, and I love that sometimes everybody just dies and there's no final girl. To me, when I'm watching those movies, the stakes are so much higher because I actually think the director might just do it. There's actually a chance that nobody survives this. Whereas when you're watching an American horror movie, 99% of the time, at least somebody survives, and it kind of lowers the stakes for me. And I feel there's a sense of realism in European cinema where it's just I truly don't know what is going to happen. It's less predictable. You know how I've even heard Tim. I've heard you complain about how you feel everything's been done before, and it's you start watching a movie and you know exactly how the beats are going to go and how it's going to.
Especially when there's I think the last. God, what was the name of the movie? There was the last time I watched. What's the fucking film with Casey Affleck? Casey Affleck.
Oh, Manchester by the Sea.
With Ed Harris in it, and Ed Harris is too heavyweight an actor to be in the film to play in the early stage of the film. There's just this random little small scene with him, and you're you understand if you understand how films are made that's they're planting a seed for that to become more relevant later, right? So yeah, you're watching films and you're that's too obvious, right? It's very rare to get completely, which is amazing. It's an art to do so, to completely blindside someone, right? Making who it is, right? Who is Kaiser Soze, or who is, well, it's both Kevin Spacey, right? It's in Seven.
Seven's really good.
Evan, there's this movie. This won't mean anything to you because you're younger, but there's this movie, right?
Oh, how are you, El Normo? Happy Monday.
I've never heard Anderson talk normally. He's always such a nasty, bloodthirsty, conspiratorial psychopath. Jew hater.
Kevin?
Well, that sounds like that's Tim Anderson.
Oh, Tim. Yeah. Yeah, he's great. He's not,
I think Kevin is Tim.
No, you'd have to go in the room. There's a Jewish kid in there named Kevin right now.
I was there before. Maybe I'm confusing the voices and the pictures.
Yeah. Anderson goes by the Matrix character, Neo. Kevin goes by this character from this horrific film, that 30 Days in Somme or whatever, about the fascists murdering people in that mansion.
By Pasolini.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100 Days of Fallow. That's a very freaky gay thing.
Yeah, that movie is disgusting.
Yeah, it's got scatology in it.
Yeah. I watched it just because Kevin recommended it, and I was just like, it took me probably 2 days to clear that from my consciousness. It was like reappearing. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, it could give you intrusive thoughts. Yeah, it's like a masterpiece of negative, gay, etc.
Yeah, Kevin loves it. He's just like, it's the greatest film ever made.
Well, he must be a gay guy.
Yeah, I guess he's bisexual. But he's a girlfriend, you know. These young people.
They swing both ways.
Yeah, I have a room for you to listen to. It might be in my profile here. Might get a kick in it. Nora versus Buttercup. They chatted today, and I recorded them. And they knew I was in the room, but at the end, they kicked me. But finally, Nora apologized to Buttercup. Took her a long time, but finally Nora broke down and profusely apologized for saying that all Jews are backstabbers and liars, and Kevin is a liar and a backstabber, and Buttercup is a backstabber and a liar, because they're all talking behind her back about her mental health, and her brothers locked her up in the psych ward in 2019, and she just went on and on and on. She did her whole story about how she got raped by this guy, and how she had this second marriage in a Muslim way with this other guy who had Lou Gehrig's disease in California, and how she had 25,000.
Half of the stuff, is pure fantasy.
Well, I told her in the chat, I didn't even want to come up and disturb their conversation, but I told her in the chat, to listen to my replay and do a summary of your story, because she repeats herself, nonstop. And so then I gave her this.
How do you find this? I want to hear this. Where is it?
Click my profile, music, my profile here, and scroll down, and then look for Nora versus Buttercup debates. You can fast.
Okay, I say politically correct. Patty Coat, low IQ convos. No, it's not in there. Unless it's no, it's January 4th. Is that today?
January 5th.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it's at the top, near the top. Nora versus Buttercup debates.
Near the top. Sorry, let's see here. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I went in the wrong direction.
Yeah, you might have to fast forward through it, or go to a different part to see where I captured them. But it's pretty honestly a funny debate, because they're so opposite. But it was kind of an intimate little conversation, and Nora, I think, had a breakthrough little moment, but that poor girl just she can't stop repeating herself. She just runs the same story through her head. She's just not taking responsibility. And so then, anyways, I also read the Tao Te Ching today. But I also gave Nora this cognitive distortion checklist from this book called The Feeling Good Handbook. It's a cognitive behavioral therapy book. So I told her in chat to compare and contrast all of the summary topics of the conversation with this checklist. But I'm sure she won't take my advice or do anything. She's a lazy bum. So at least I did my part, because I get the feeling that she uses me to record her drama. And so at least I was responsible and helped her with what I thought would be, excellent therapeutic advice from the Feeling Good Handbook.
The originator of cognitive behavioral therapy was, I believe his name was what? Albert Ellis?
I don't know.
And he was around. Is it John Ellis? No, I think it was Albert Ellis. Anyway, he was around in New York a couple of decades ago, and I have some friends who went for therapy
keep back in the back of our minds the cognitive behavioral therapy thing. I'm going to listen to this Nora versus Buttercup.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Well, I just haven't seen that yet. I've seen Blowout. I've seen Body Double. I've seen the guy's made a zillion movies. Like
I know, but that like is that not his like most.
Well, the next one I gotta see. I have the 4K
You know what?
of Carlito's Way. I need to watch Carlito's Way.
Oh my God! What? That's my favorite movie of all time.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's gonna inspire. Okay, you know what? I'll make sure that. Okay, sometime in the. Okay, well, how about this, Diego? To make it fair. Okay, you give me a movie to watch in the next month, and I give you Cachet. You'll watch Cachet. I'll watch this on it. Whatever you want me to watch. I have if you want to pick something that I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen Tombstone. I haven't seen Carlito's Way.
I get chills just thinking about Carlito's Way. You have to watch Carlito's Way.
Is that the one you want me to watch?
Yeah.
Okay, I will watch it sometime in the next month. Let me know when you think you're gonna watch Cachet, and around that time I'll also watch Carlito's Way.
But you know what? De Palma's most commercial film of all time is a masterpiece itself.
Mission Impossible.
The first Mission Impossible.
I would totally watch that. Like I'm really like even if it's not what I always gravitate towards, I feel like I can really appreciate any movie that excels in its respective genre and intent. Like if you check my letterbox, dude, I give all kinds of movies like 4s and 5s that you would not expect me to give, just because I think they're so good within their genre. You know what I mean? Like I don't. Like not every movie needs to be some like depressing like artsy European movie. Like that's a particular type of movie, and it's a type of movie I enjoy. But I don't think that's like the end all be all. But you said like the French extremity stuff, and you mentioned Irreversible. But
No, I have never watched Irreversible.
have you seen like any of the have you seen High Tension or Inside? Have you seen Inside? Oh my God, dude, Inside is.
I have to tell this to Tim because he has to understand. Tim, I have one person in my whole life that is willing to go watch strange movies with me in theaters, and he happens to be Jewish.
Of course he is.
Like, because they're not available. Like, it's not like it probably won't happen. Like, we're not gonna end up watching the movie, so I skip a lot of movies.
Can you not? Are you willing to see like kind of?
I don't like to do it because then I can't share the moment with anybody.
It's nice to share the moment. I haven't seen it.
Restaurant on your own, like it definitely sucks, right?
It's kind of nice. You know what I saw in theaters recently? I saw a double feature. I saw Gremlins 1 and Gremlins 2.
Oh yeah. The first one's not bad, but
The second one's amazing. The second one's better than the first.
But here's the thing.
Films I'll never
Tim, I think we've had this conversation about all the good movies stopped like in 2012. As a younger man, I could do that. I could go to the theaters by myself.
God, in contrast to humanity, is not a sinner.
Okay, that's a good example. If American Gangster had come out right, if American Gangster came out, even if no one wanted to go, I would still go because I would find it a necessary thing to see a really stuff movie in the theater. Just like a Tarantino movie, I have to watch it in the theater. So if nobody wants to go, I'm gonna go anyway.
Not willing to do that.
You know what I mean?
And I don't think it's for everyone, but for some people, then it's just not going to be feasible. I can get over a lot of things or certain things, and there's other things for me that I'm one and done. But I can't say it for everyone, but I think that I would love for there to be conservative spaces again, because I find those rooms that you guys go into with the others to be insufferable. Like I can last for about 10 minutes or so, and then I have to leave. Plus I prefer the perspective of the right, or at the very least that we can have balanced conversations here. So, but I mean,
Well, I think the people, essentially it's the people more than just the ideas, right? They're just there's just miserable people on that side, you know?
It's the miserable issues, but it's also, to me, sometimes it's just the obnoxiousness. Like the other day, listening in on, I believe it was this topic, and people are asserting what they know what Trump was thinking. They know what Trump knows and he doesn't know. He's so stupid. He probably doesn't know X, Y, and Z. Like, fill in the blank. He's the fucking president of the United States. But you're some asshole, like myself. I'm just an asshole on an app. And but I get to stand here and say that I know for certain. Don't ding that bell. I get to stand here and say that I know what Donald Trump knows and what he doesn't know. It's just that silliness. It's just, yeah, but they are a lot of miserable people. And I'm going to say there are miserable people on this side as well. And sometimes I'm miserable, but stop agreeing with every negative thing I say.
What?
But,
Guess I'm supposed to fight back a little bit, aren't I? Just know that we're
yeah, say no, not you. It's just, it would be, I think it would just be a lot more satisfying if there were balanced conversations, I don't think that they should go away because that's not the thing at all. But I mean, you guys in particular who really have the ability to have the conversations and challenge them, you guys don't get to go and speak. I mean, I don't know how many times I would see you guys say, I got thrown out. You just walked in the room and you're already thrown out. So, that's
I'm like not I'm no longer on the right. You know that, right? But I'm still friends with the people on the right, but I'm no longer on the right.
Well, I have to say, based on some of the answers to the questions that I was asking you, I thought you were probably more independent versus just being on the left.
Yeah, that's a good assessment. Yeah, so, but we were just talking about.
You see people like you and Marshall who are just like kind of welcomed in those other spaces, then I kind of get the feeling that maybe your ideology has shifted.
I'll be honest with you. I think they were letting me in prior. But it's because I stopped fighting. Like I don't come to argue or try to push a point. Like if someone doesn't agree, I'm not gonna sit back and have like a full on argument with them.
Yeah, those people are unhinged. There's no point to go on stage and I'm there to laugh and mock.
I know you mocked me today. He said, Beaver, what'd you say? You gonna take that? You just trying to go to.
Oh yeah, they were doing you dirty. I just said,
I just ignore it, man. Call balls and strikes. We do it. We just ignore it. Ignore any personal attacks and just stick to the subject. The thing is, but Thunder's right though. Like we have on our side, we have, as we all know, we've had our little tips and what have you, if you want to call them that. We probably will never, reconcile, so to speak, with. And that's just the way it is. So it's like I'm not saying that we're perfect either. I'm not that's just not realistic either. But I'm just saying, this seems like we can have a conversation and it's normal, like we're doing now. And of course, somebody will come up and screw it all up a little bit, but we can do it. That's the point. I don't know if the other side can do that right now.
they're unhinged. Not all of them, but some of them are just. Think about how many times they're arguing and yelling and cursing out people, and there's a bigger problem. I think that just is mind fuck them. They're in psychosis.
And to Thunder's point, why do people think that they know more than Trump? I just started really thinking about that, and I'm like, do you not know? Like, he probably has access to so much more stuff and knows so much more stuff, but for some reason, we have 30 experts that know more than Trump and can literally play the game of I know more than you if you bring up something different. It's just a weird experience. I don't know. I'm just like, and I don't. The other part of it, I mean, Clubhouse is trending along with just how politics is going in America in general. Like, people are having conversations conversations outside either, even with their own families or whatever, you know. So I'm not surprised that we're at this point where we can't have a conversation. I'm not saying that. Like, I don't want to force the conversation. Some people I don't even want to talk to, obviously, too. But I'm just pointing out, like, if we do have conversations, we are the people that will have it. That's just all I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm surprised. I thought right after he was reelected, like I was excited for the fallout and the crash and the gnashing of teeth, but it was way calmer and somber. And now looking back, I think they were just in shock and disbelief. And now that it's sunk in, and he's doing all these things, now's the time for celebration and fun. Watching them just go mentally insane.
It's been really entertaining. I mean, like I said, I think Beaver, the thing is, we are going to deal with people of our own side that are, you know, we have been seeing that have, you know, and you obviously, you know, you've given displeasure to some things that Trump has done. And I guess that's the next phase of this. Is that how this goes? Is that what you're thinking too, Beaver, or no?
Yeah, I mean, he's not perfect. He will make mistakes. He made mistakes before. I don't agree with. The Epstein shit is. If you say you're gonna do something and you campaign on it, then you fucking do it. You don't just all of a sudden pull a 180. Like, why are you asking me about Jeffrey Epstein? Where the hoax? No, you do what you say you're gonna do. I don't like that stuff. But I mean, of course, yeah, I give him an A-, but so far.
But check this out. You give
an A-.
Are you serious? Hold on, we'll get there in a second. I just want to point out something really quick, though. I know, we'll get there in 1 second. We can go around and give our grades, but I just wanted to say, like, we were able to critique Trump there. Have you ever heard the other side critique anything on the other side? I mean, it's just crazy. I never hear anybody talk about Biden and all his faults and all the shit he did. Anyway, I just want to point that out real quick, but go ahead. Yeah, criticize Beaver first.
Oh, with Beaver, A-. I would say D, at least a D. Foreign policy, I would say that's the one thing that I felt that he's been at least good on. But I'm more of a domestic policy hawk. But to go back to the point, I do hear the other side. Like, I've been in rooms where they have criticized, like, the Biden administration, Kamala Harris. I mean, Matt Barron, who is MAGA GOAT, he gave them a recommendation.
No, he's the only one.
He's the only one.
And it's only because we kept holding him accountable.
Haitian. I don't care about that. I've heard Haitian. I've heard Lisa. I see Tiandra down there. Tiandra is a Democrat, but she's critiqued the Democrats. PhD has. Patty.
You're lying, brother. You said you wasn't gonna call
you just probably not
on this app no more, and you're in here bone-faced lying for these people.
He knows what he's talking about.
No,
He knows. Hold on. He knows what he's talking about because did you not hear all the whining during the government shutdown about the Democrats ain't doing enough? The Democrats are dumb. Why are the Democrats so horrible? From Democrats. Y'all didn't hear that? Y'all missed that?
There's a little bit.
Took so long.
Yeah, DT's correct.
Point. That's
DT, he's totally correct.
We had to beat them into submission to make them even.
Exactly.
They were arguing with us down as if, why you bringing up Biden? We talking about Trump. We talking about Trump. I'm like,
what about this?
Yeah. Like, it was so bad that they wouldn't even giving us a voice to speak, bro. And this is just over here. This is every app. And he just named Patty and Lisa, who cut me out and threw me down and blocked me for trying to hold them accountable and say, well, what about this and that? It's just not true, brother. They were so butthurt for so long that they wouldn't even admit why. And that's what I was telling them. I said, y'all caused this. This is your fault. So you need to be mad at yourselves and be mad at your party for giving such a terrible, piss-poor nominee. And they threw me down and cut me out. It's not true, Brandon.
That's exactly correct.
And not only that, but it was even worse because they were unwilling. They even went as far to say that we hate black women. Just to even try to deflect as if it would have been somebody else we would have voted for. It was the worst option they could have put forward.
I think Trump loses if they pick anybody, just about anybody besides Harris. Trump loses, and she was so bad, worst modern history candidate. She was so bad she couldn't answer a simple fucking question, and there were so many people in those focus groups that said, I really don't want to have to vote for Trump, but I'm going to hold my nose and vote for Trump because she just, I heard that so many times over and over. On Mark Halpern's show, he would have these people on, and it was just evident that.
But by the way, I just gotta push back on that one thing. Like, looking back at this now, there's no candidate that the Democrats were talking about putting up that would have won.
As much as I hate Newsom, they would have had a better chance than her.
Yeah, they would have had a better chance. You know, you won a primary and you would have had a candidate. I'm talking about after the Biden. I'm talking about in August, right? I'm talking about like anyone you put up there in August would have had a chance.
I disagree.
Oh, okay. Who would have won? Name a person.
Who were the people that were running before? If someone agreed, some of them probably didn't want to waste their opportunity and strike now. But if you had somebody like Whitmer somebody that, and then somebody once they get a week or two into it and they're going around and they're getting asked questions and they can give an answer that's coherent and not word salad. So many people would have voted for them because they hate Trump.
I think the only people who would have really wanted it were Newsom, maybe Whitmer. I don't know who else.
The only person that fit that bill was Marianne Williamson, who was an author, and no one cared for Marianne Williamson. The reason why no one cared for Marianne Williamson is because that voter base, they're smelling themselves. The Democratic voter base is just so unusual. I can't really put my finger on it, but to answer your question, Marianne Williamson, gave direct answers, even though her answers were loony, in my opinion.
Right. But Kamala, we all saw it was a shit show, guys. It was.
Yeah, but Kamala.
And they would not admit that until last month. They're just now admitting.
And that's
they were saying we hate black women. Y'all know the most pro-black motherfucker on this app. They said I hate black women. You're sexist. This and that. And they were just windmilling.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
And by the way, that's the point. But real quick, that's the point. Like, if you expect us to criticize Trump, then you gotta criticize yours too. Otherwise, you're not gonna get anything from us. That's the whole point. And BJ is completely correct. Everything came way after the fact. It didn't come before. It didn't come in the middle. It came way after the fact, after they got caught. With all the stuff that we all know now. Come on, let's get real.
She was like 1% in 2020. She got 1%. Her in the primary, they didn't like her.
I'm going to the gym. Let me just say this, guys. I know y'all want to talk. So, and that's my thing. It was so bad that when I brought that point up, because that was the best point we had. I was like, if I hate black women, then why did none of y'all vote for her in 2020, 2019? All she did, there was no response except cussing me out and throwing me to the audience. And I don't even just mean on this app. I mean on every app. TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, any app. You can go live and say that they would not respond. They would cuss me out and throw me to the audience.
I'll do you one better. I had a group chat with some friends. Some of them were on the app. Some of them you may not know. And we were just, for years, ragging on Joe Biden because we talk about geopolitics. We talk about everything. And, one of the dudes just came out of the closet politically and was like, you know what, I'm all in for Vice President Harris. And it's like, well first of all, good for you in being politically engaged. But secondly, on what ground, what is it about her? And he was not able to articulate, and this is an educated brother, not really able to articulate any policies. It seemed like his support for her came from a disdain from Trump.
Yes.
But however, he didn't really disdain President Trump. He knew in the social circles that he runs in with some well-to-do black folk, that's just what everyone was doing. he's not going to be outside of the club on that. So I get that, but I would respect it if he let off with that instead of trying to build a plane while it was in the sky. Because I know this dude had no political theoretical thoughts. If he did, when we were ragging on policies from the Biden administration, he would have spoke up. And even in her candidacy, he would have offered some sort of policy-oriented defense of her campaign. He had nothing other than, oh, you know, she's an AKA. You could never fuck an AKA. Excuse me, sir. My ex-girlfriend was an AKA. They're not all that special. Trust me, Dad. Like, you know,
it got really weird, bro. It got really.
Say again, ma'am?
I said, what did the AKAs have to do with it?
That's a very good question. He brought them into it.
It's called minimally, DeAndre.
Well, so the AKAs were the vehicle that she was using in the 2020 Democratic caucuses.
Yes.
So that was number one. And then BT
can't get mad at her for that because the first thing you're supposed to do is tap into your network. That's a network.
BT, the whole reason why she did not even, or why they so-called didn't vote for her was because she dropped out before the Iowa caucus actually started. That's right. So she took herself out of the running because she knew she was going to get crushed, even though she would have had a certain amount of black women voting for her in various states, you know, especially the question though. What else? I'm not done. So she knew that, and then you had the fact that in those southern states, starting with South Carolina, they promised those black women in the Democratic Party in South Carolina that she would be the nominee in 2024. So when they made that promise or they made that pact or agreement, she just said, well, I'll just bow out and they're just going to hand me and anoint me in 2024. I won't even have to go through a primary process. And so she automatically assumed that when she was anointed as the DNC 2024 nominee without going through a primary or caucus process, that she would get all of these votes, sweeping votes, across all the battleground states and even the battleground counties, Fulton County, Gwinnett County, Cobb County, Wayne County, Philadelphia County, Milwaukee County, all of Clark County and Las Vegas, Maricopa County. She thought that she was going to sweep through all the battleground states without doing the work, and she got crushed. Now I'm done.
So, good evening, everyone. What are like the potential outlooks for 2028 for the Republicans and the Democrats? We have, J.D. Vance, and then also Marco Rubio is shaping up as well from what I've been seeing. But for the Democrats, is it like Gavin Newsom?
Well, first, Omari, have you been following Laura Loomer lately? Omari?
No, I haven't been following her.
Okay, so she is essentially endorsed Marco Rubio. She keeps doing tweets about him being the future president and the first lady. So a lot of people are thinking it's a foregone solution that is J.D. Vance. I'm not convinced. In fact, there was a CNN poll that only said like 29% of Republicans want him to be the nominee. So I think the Republicans are going to be wide open. The Democrats and the conventional wisdom right now is that it's going to be Gavin Newsom. AOC is currently polling second. And then Shapiro, I think, will bubble up. So probably one of the three of them. I would put my money on Newsom.
So I want to just go back before you change the subject. Please, I do a little research on that because my kid is, I'm really all these black circles, and I remember like it was yesterday when they said, because everybody was so sad when Biden in that debate when Trump destroyed him, and everybody just saw he goes, no way. And I'll never forget the night they selected. And everybody else was like, oh, we gotta go hard. That's it. That's what we're going. And I was like, all right, y'all see these right now. He was like, I think when he was like, this is what we have, this is what we're doing. I was like, y'all, this isn't gonna end well. And they didn't care. They just thought everyone was gonna follow suit to Christian's point. And as we all see, it was a shit show.
But honestly, a lot of people.
That was not the original plan.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people didn't think that. A lot of people thought she was going to lose, and it just was what it was. So not everyone. A lot of people didn't think she was going to win BT.
That was the plan. I mean, that they followed through on that plan. That's the whole reason why. But one second. That's the whole reason why all of a sudden Joe Biden felt like he couldn't run out of nowhere because they knew that he wasn't going to survive going through 2 terms. So they opted to make it look like what they made it look like. And that's why they were so fast at anointing her to be the nominee, because they were prepared to do it.
They were actually not. When they had the intervention, Pelosi, Obama, and Schumer went and said, hey, we don't really like her. We can't really anoint her. So what we should do at the convention is each of us introduce a candidate, which a lot of people argue that Obama was going to basically put his hat behind Gretchen Whitmore. And each of them could promote who they wanted. Biden was really in his feelings and said, you know what? I'm going to endorse Kamala. And at that point, they just had to roll with it. But they didn't want her. Nancy Pelosi said she didn't want her. Like, we know this.
I mean, I will say Christian has a point in the sense that it wasn't a mistake you had that debate in June. When's the last time a presidential debate was in June?
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's been decades that that's happened. So they did that because they said either A, he's going to look horrible, we think he's going to look horrible, and it'll be time to move on, or B, maybe by some miracle he pulls it off, and then, okay, we'll have a chance. But, yeah, they were calculating that he wasn't going to perform well.
They just wanted to announce it. Yeah.
Well, that begs the question: how much did they know, CEO, about his situation? I mean, was it a year before that all this, with all his situation that's going on, they knew, or was it just at that moment? I think those 3 months or so that they knew. Like, what is your take on that part?
Well, which day are you talking about? There's a lot of days here.
I get it. The Democratic Party is what I'm referring to.
Well, but even within the Democratic Party, there's a lot of things, right? I mean, because apparently they shielded Biden a lot in meetings, so it's possible that, like, if you were the Secretary of Energy, you didn't know, because maybe you only saw him on the days that he was at his best, right? Because, I mean, there were moments where he was on it, right? So they created, like, this very curated experience. So other than, like, the chief of staff, his wife, and a couple of aides, I don't know who knew outside of that circle.
I mean, that's really hard to get.
No, CEO, they knew. Everybody knew. But here's the thing. I actually went
What's up, TC?
What's going on, guys? I actually went and campaigned with Biden. Not only that, but I also attended as a part of his advance team for some events in Pennsylvania. They actually recruited me to be one of the drivers in their an entourage. So they all knew. Biden tripped up the stairs at almost every event. That's not a joke. Like, I attended a few events. He would trip up the stairs on a regular basis.
I never forget, I was attending one of the events. My job was, don't laugh at me, my job was to put signs on the walls. This is not a joke, guys. This is God honest truth, swear to God. Put signs on the walls. Because nobody can really walk in front of the president. So the president had to be the first one walking, and the press would be staged at certain areas where he would walk. We had to tape paper signs on the walls that said, turn left, right, stop here, and smile. God is true, guys. And he had to walk around this paper, it was a paper factory. And I got a chance to see where the phones were and all that good stuff. That was pretty cool. And I'll never forget it. I just thought to myself, like, there was an entire advanced team whose job it was to make sure the arrow signs were taped to the curtains properly so that he knew where to walk, where he was headed. It couldn't just be like, follow the curtains. The arrows were pointing where he needed to walk, and this was a part of the advanced team's directives to make sure that when he was going through this tour, that he knew where to stop and stuff. I'm not saying that there's other advanced teams that don't direct the president on what to do, but this was like every step he needed to be coordinated on where he needed to go. So
TC, I got one piece of pushback on that though. What we know about Obama and Pelosi not wanting Harris to end up being the nominee, why weren't they up and down screaming back in February and March and the previous year for there to be a primary? If they knew he was in that bad of a shape, then why weren't they more vocal about a primary occurring?
Because how do you tell a sitting president, a first-term president, that he can't run for re-election?
The same way they did at the end.
Barack Obama told him not to run and not to do it the first time, and then he ran the second time, and he won and blew everybody's mind. I get your point.
Yeah, they bullied the hell out of him at the end.
Yeah, I get your point. Like, they didn't want him to run, but the fact of the matter is, if he won the first time, you got a sitting president, he's entitled to run a second time. You know, to push back against a guy like that and him to run in the first place, you create more enemies. I just don't see how you can viably do that. You have to be giving Republican talking points to do that, CEO. And that's anathema to the Democratic Party, no matter who it is, no matter how bad of a shape he's in. If you're carrying Republican talking points, you are.
But you leak them. You just leak them.
Yeah, but even still, who do you link them to? And you leak them to the press. Oh, Barack Obama is suggesting that Joe Biden is not fit to run for president, and he's comparing the same talking points as the Republican Party. It was a no-win situation. I mean, there's just nothing you can do about that.
They set themselves up to be in a horrible position in 2020. What was it, South Carolina, where Biden all of a sudden became the front runner? If you remember, like,
I was literally campaigning for Bloomberg during that, and I remember that exactly.
So
exactly.
They didn't do the math. Like, he's already showing signs. Like, they really put themselves in a box.
Yeah, but this is a little bit of a misconception. Before South Carolina, no black people had voted, right? And so that's why Bernie Sanders was winning. So South Carolina was the beginning of black people voting, and black people did not support Bernie Sanders. They didn't support him in 2016. They didn't support him in 2020. So once it got to the black vote, that's when Bernie started losing.
I think you're getting your elections mixed up. I don't think Bernie ran against.
He ran against Hillary Clinton in 2016. What are you talking about?
We're not talking about in 2016. We're talking about.
He ran in 2016 and 2020. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He ran both times. Yes.
He ran in 2020.
He was winning. He won the first 3 primaries. What are you doing? He won Iowa and New Hampshire. What are you doing, TC?
And I was thinking, like, the signs, don't they, like, clear a path? They want to make make sure that you're working on a designated path. Like, I don't know.
Here's the bottom line, okay? When the DNC gets to the presidential election, they go to the black committeemen, which are the delegates of the party, to determine who the black churches and the rest of the black vote is going to get behind, and that's who the nominee is going to be. That is how that works.
Ironically, there's only one time it didn't work that way. Can you state the year?
Probably. I'm thinking it's got to be the year that Obama took it.
Yes. The black community was behind Hillary at first. Yes.
Yeah.
It was him winning Iowa, and then he won every of the whitest states, ironically. But you remember, Hillary won California and Texas and New York and Florida and all this and that. That was so ironic.
Did she win? What happened to those southern states? Who won?
He did pretty well. He ended up doing well in the South after he won Iowa. So basically, what ended up happening was like the black community. Even my dad, my dad founded the Urban League of Long Island. He just didn't think a black candidate could win. But then when Obama won Iowa, then black people were okay. And then so he started doing better in South Carolina and some of the southern states after that.
Well, I mean, Obama is, a former CIA employee backed by the Crown family. It's not like he rose by his own independent success and genius. He was given his positions.
He did have a lot. Honestly, in fairness, after Dr. King, he's probably the best award. And then, he's either Dr. King, you can make a case for JFK and RFK, right? But after that, he's the best orator of the last 100 years. I mean, his
really, bro? Because he likes to talk slow? You think his speeches are intelligent? He's a liar.
Yeah, so the Democrat leader at the time, I forgot his name, CEO, I forgot. The guy with the glasses, he brought Obama into his office and said, I want to make you president, right? What is that? I think he was the Democrat leader at that time. Slim guy. Barack Obama.
Harry Reid?
Harry Reid, yeah, exactly. He pushed behind closed doors. He pushed Barack Obama, shaped and molded that guy. I'm not taking away from his talent, but everybody got talent. I mean, let's be honest, man. A lot of people have talent. This stop. So man. Barack Obama was a masterful. He was like the best hustler. He would hustle the shit out of people. He was like, I'm going to make healthcare affordable. Oh my, here's a hustle. If somebody's selling you a 300 pair of Jordans, right? And they're like, you know what? I'm gonna give it to you at a discounted rate. I'll make it affordable for you. And you say, you okay? You support that person. And then he priced the product at $2.95. $5 cheap. You got played. Like Laban Gandhi right now. He first up by New York City saying that the bus rates have went up. The fares have went up to $3 now. So what do you say is funny, bro?
Yeah, let me put it like this. I think we've seen 3 truly great political athletes in our lifetime. Clinton, Trump, and Obama. The 3 of them, Bill Clinton, obviously, the 3 of them have been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we got...
So for a lot of us, we weren't that old when Reagan was president, so that's why I didn't include him.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would say probably... I wish I was around when JFK was around. I would love to see JFK speak. That would have been super dope.
I did a Grok query on Bernie Sanders, how much he raised in 25 years through political donations. He has raised $735 million. What has that old pickle farmer done for we the people other than complain, give us Mamdani, give us AOC, field and fund all these radical Marxist, communist, socialist, terrorists? Accountability for Bernie Sanders. First of all, he gave the election to Hillary. But the fact that he has raised $735 million, he's a unicorn. An effing unicorn. And what do we get for it? The guy's a fucking fraud, a fake. He did nothing. He's just giving us domestic terrorists. Fuck Bernie Sanders. Ugh.
Bernie he did F over his supporters and just funneled his supporters right into Hillary, like right into Biden, which was, it's kind of sick that he did it. He was like, Hillary's my friend. She's my, man, you're on a campaign fighting against Hillary. You talk about, she said all kind of crazy stuff against Bernie, and.
Well, that's politics, man. That's politics.
I mean, I don't know if that's politics, because that's horrible politics, CEO. If your opponent is saying that you're misogynistic against women, all this type of stuff on the live debate stage, then you're like, well, she's my, I don't know, man. I guess he's a bad politician.
Didn't McCain do the same thing with George W. Bush in 2000?
This way back, man. I can't remember.
They're all on the same team. McCain gave it to Obama at the debates. They are all on the same team. They don't really give a fuck who the president is as long as that they're on their team. And Trump is not on these people's teams.
Yeah, who was the lady that was passing off the questions to
Brazil.
ABC. Was it the ABC?
Yeah, you can't get who's the lady in Florida, that curly hair lady guy. I can't get it right now.
Yeah, she's like a Jewish woman in Florida.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, but that lady is already.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Sheila Schultz.
She's have power in the Democrat Party. It's crazy.
Hey, TC, what's up? Hey, so what? We was giving out grades. What grade are you giving the administration?
Trump administration?
Yeah, right now. I mean, from
you gotta break that down. Economics, it's like about social policy.
Just overall, if you just take that, if you take everything all in.
You can break it down if you want to.
You can break it down so
policy, give a grade, and then. No, let's get an overall grade. Don't let him get out of it.
Don't want to split up.
If I'm gonna be, you want me to be honest, or you want me to be like?
Of course,
honest, man. Honest, bro. Like, it's all good.
This guy he gets a C minus.
See, you're right.
Same one. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm being honest. He's a deep loss. He did pass the big beautiful bill, but he dropped the ball with tariffs. It's so disjointed and discombobulated, so schizophrenic. I mean, he can't make a play for America first with what he's doing in Venezuela. I mean, are we going in a second time? Are we not going in a second time? If we are going in a second time, what are we doing about? Like, it's just like it's a sugar chaotic. Now I understand that he's unpredictable and that helps him with like foreign policy and other players. It helps him to be like unpredictable. It's fine and dandy, but you gotta be able to see. You gotta be able to see the genius of the chaos here, and it's just like it's hard to see that. And then of course, what you have with just.
What type of genius are you looking for, TC? What kind of genius could Trump do that would satisfy you to bring you up to a B minus at least?
Well, again, foreign policy will probably be one of his better. I would give him a better grade on foreign policy. I think where he's really suffering the most is just his tariff policy. That tariff policy is horrible. That hurts the farmers. It hurts just imports in general. Everybody's suffering from that. You've got originally he had tariffs that he had on Italian pasta, and then he lifted that. Like it's just like there's no fucking.
TC, you do realize that is like a whataboutism. That's a meaningless nothingness.
TC, if I'm the border, how's he doing?
You might say it's a meaningless nothing, but to the people that live in.
Yeah, if you love pasta, maybe that's a problem for you, especially that thin wheat pasta.
Like the soy farm farmers, like, it's not good. And he's doing these bailouts and stuff it's against his messaging as relates to like economic. So you don't want to be bailing out farmers.
About the border, TC, about the border. Where do you feel about that right now?
He's doing good on the border, but he's also doing really poorly when it comes to deportations. Like he said, we're going to deport the criminal element, and he's deporting, hardworking people that are here that didn't commit any crimes. And so now he's getting it together with some deportation. He should have did that shit at the beginning.
Wait, if you're here illegally, aren't you by definition committing crime?
Hey, well, no, you sound like a fucking liberal. Dude, they are illegal, okay? They're criminals. They're here illegally.
Fuck that.
Yeah, so they're supposed you're talking about hard criminals supposed to be rape and murder. Now, fuck that. If you find somebody that's legal, you got a list, get them the fuck out of here. There was like a third leading issue here that was concerning the country. So fuck this whole let's pick through the litter. No, get rid of all of them. If you didn't come the right way, you don't have a right to say how you get to leave.
Well, that might be your opinion. I'm sorry, but that's not my opinion. That's not the reason why I voted for him. So you can say I sound like a liberal all you want to. I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And what I think and what I believe and the reason why I voted for him is that he was going to prioritize the criminal element. And what I'm seeing today is not a prioritization of the criminal element. If you want to give him a green, you go ahead and
If they're here illegally, sorry to cut you off. We all respect TC. I do apologize. But, because I'm not trying to be hostile towards you, but I want to be real with you. They are here illegally, and that implies they are criminal. You're trying to pick what crimes should be prioritized, and all of them, and for my opinion, should be treated the same.
All of them are not. Wait a second.
All the illegal immigrants are here illegally.
Wait a second. A lot of the people that are being deported are not here illegally. A degree of the people that are here went for asylum, had their asylum claims heard. The government dropped the cases against them and then detained them for deportation. Okay. Excuse me, I'm a little those people are not here illegally. Okay. So and a large degree of those people that are here that were waiting for their cases to be heard, that kept getting pushed back and kept getting pushed back and kept getting pushed back. A lot of those people are here and they're holding their end of the deal. Some of them, unfortunately, just got through the cracks, and that should happen.
TC, these Democrat judges. Who's speaking?
Let Adrian go. Go ahead.
The Remain in Mexico plan was for asylum seekers to make their asylum claims from Mexico, not from the United States.
Wake it up, Adrian. Wake it up. TC, you hear that? You hear that? You should take care of your legal affairs outside of the country before you come decide to just live here illegally.
When did stay in Remain in Mexico end, Adrian?
I'm telling you what it is.
I know what it is. You don't have to tell me what it is and what it was for. I supported the policy.
Clearly, people keep bringing up these people are having their asylum claims while they're already here already. It defeats the purpose. The whole point was to get here into the country, and now that they're in the country, it doesn't make any sense.
Do you know when it ended?
Listen, TC, don't do the questions. You can Google that type of stuff, TC. The point is the Democrats let hundreds of thousands, millions of illegal aliens invade this country so they can vote Democrat, control the political industrial complex, and you are in denial, Dr. TC. I'm sorry, sir. Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. TC is confused.
I want to say something at some point, Matt.
All right, you got it. You take the floor. Go for it.
I mean, I think it's an interest. So I don't know where TC's political ideology sits, so I don't really care about that. But the one thing I did want to kind of mention is, like, we have the economic realities of the United States. When Trump got a little too aggressive with deportations, what did the hospitality lobbies do? Tell him to stop deporting non-criminals because they need the labor and can have a place with domestic Americans today. So we can have this ideological debate on Clubhouse, but everyone fucking knows we need them to do the shit jobs in this country. We just need some of them to go away, but not all of them. Finding that balance is very difficult. And yes, you can have all of them are illegal. We got to deport them. It would fuck our economy if we did that. So let's just be realistic here.
together and have an honest conversation. Unless we can find a domestic workforce, aka Black Americans, who want to go work in the fields again.
Sorry, mother, it's not going to fuck the economy. 40% of the economy is artificial, printed by the Federal Reserve. Get rid of them. The economy's fake anyways. Bye-bye. You don't belong here. You're an illegal alien. In Russia or India, they will put you in jail for 10 years. Here we give them Social Security benefits for life. Hello? I am breathing. Hello?
It's just the reason we're serious conversations. That's why they have. There's a reason they're still here.
Okay. So the reason why we don't need them is number one, we subsidize companies or Fortune 500 or Fortune 1000 companies with tax breaks for many different things that actually relate to the work visas themselves. Then we give them different tax. Then they get tax breaks locally at the city level and at the state level for a certain number of people who are inside the building, et cetera, So no, they don't. We do not need to have a large swath of our workforce to be coming from outside the United States. And anytime there is a roundup of people who are illegally working jobs, what happens? Those people get apprehended, taken into custody by ICE or some faction of DHS, and then the company puts out a wanted ad, and all of a sudden they're hiring U.S. citizens. So at the end of the day, as long as we are granting work visas and then giving tax breaks to the companies for hiring these types of workers, and then we're not only that, money coming directly out of our W-2, W-9, and 1099 income for all the things that they get when they come across the border or come across the port of entry for housing, food, and college tuition, all that. We do not need to bring any more people. Stephen Miller has said this. The executive director of the Center for Immigration Studies has said this. They both have said we have 250 million people living in the United States. We do not need any immigration. There are so many studies that show that any time you increase the number of work visas, you put downward pressure on low-wage workers. And the folks who are impacted the most by immigration are mostly black people, black U.S. citizens who would otherwise have these jobs instead of foreigners. Then you have the problem with student visas. So we're giving people visas to come and get a college degree, pay for their college degree so that they can enter the workforce and take jobs from college U.S. citizens who need those jobs. And then we want to make sure. I'm almost done. One last thing. Then we want to complain about the cost of living and then complain that there's no good paying jobs available. It is totally backwards. I'm done.
I don't know if you were responding to me. I'm not going to presume. I don't think that helps the conversation to be presumptuous. But I just want to restate and reiterate my point. No one, at least not I was not arguing for amnesty. I was arguing for fair treatment of people that have claimed asylum in this country. And what I said was, the people like me who voted for Trump, okay, we voted for him to prioritize and kick out the bad people, not the people that are here claiming asylum under legitimate claims. You have a problem with that, and you have a problem with our immigration laws. And we can talk about addressing those immigration laws and being less lenient on legitimate asylum claims. The people that are here that have legitimate asylum claims under our laws, they should be entitled to a fair hearing, not for the Justice Department to drop the case and then deport them.
TC, what percentage of the ones that are actually, I mean, and I don't know, I'm asking if anybody knows
actually legitimate, like you say, under our laws. We have a lot that skipped borders to get here, and that's not how asylum works. So we're getting forced into a lot of asylum claims, and that's what a lot of these people are standing up and outraged about. But they're not.
Trump fired like he's not bringing in more judges.
Listen, I'm asking a simple question. What percentage of them are actually legitimate asylum claims? You know,
I think the denial rate's at 60%. 60 or 70% the denial rate's at.
So I wanted to say real quick the Christian's statement, right? So our great leader, the great Donald, right? So this is a direct
Put some respect on that name.
people. The hotel and leisure business have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good long-time workers away from them, with those jobs being almost impossible to replace, wrote Donald Trump, who owns a number of U.S. hotels. This has been a known fact that has been talked about over and over and over and over and over and over again. That unless we find a replacement for these people, it is damaging to the U.S. economy. Put them all up and get rid of them. And I think.
Yeah, you should caveat that with "in your opinion, mother." In your opinion.
Don't get triggered. The whole stage is triggered. Your own dear leader has acknowledged this. Industry leaders have acknowledged this. You guys can have whatever emotional opinions you want to call this. It does not correlate with the economic reality.
Stop telling us about our emotions. We're talking about facts here, mother.
If you talk about an economic reality, it is if you pay the wages for the job that people will do. That's just the nature of the economy. So pay a fair wage. We want to complain and gripe about it, but then we say, well, we'll let them come across and do it for a lesser wage. Here's the problem. Do you happen to work in a trade? If you don't understand what's been happening, because we're seeing people who've had a career in their trade now being ousted 20, 25 years into their craft and being told, you have no other skills. Go into the job market. You can't, because these people are coming in. They're willing to work sun up to sundown for a much lesser wage, but yet we have everybody still fighting. We want a mandatory minimum, this, and this, right? That forces everything up. Look at how much it is for groceries now. Look at fast food places. When we keep bumping this up, it's the nature of the beast. We're okay to do that. We'll do it for the same thing. Make them pay $20, $25. I don't give a shit if your apples and your oranges and your pineapples start going up in price. That's the nature of the beast of the economy. So then let the nature be that way. We run people out of a trade, and they're in their 50s, and all of a sudden they got nowhere to go, but down to ground zero to try to start again. That's a tough pill to swallow, because we decided we want to let the borders open. And if people are going to try to say that that's not the case, you have no idea what's happening in the trade industry across the country.
No questions. No questions. See, what the Democrats like Mother and TC don't like about that statement is the fact.
Hold on, put the mic around.
Yeah, Omar, go ahead. You got it. You took it. Go ahead.
I would say the Trump administration, even this weekend, and if you are someone who believes that the border should be closed and only America first, you had Christine on TV saying that they're going to bring back TIA status for Venezuelans. After you sent them back home, you're going to bring that back. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is not, again, this is why TC and others and people say they're not consistent on the way that they are governing when it comes to the border policies.
Are you sure that's not fake news, Amari? You really think that's true? I know you just repeated it, but you probably didn't fully investigate it, let alone you think they're actually going to do that for the good people at the back. Omari, it's targeted. We no longer have radical liberal Democrats running clown world. We now have normal people. We've stripped the DEI, communist, socialist Democrats out of the system, Omari. They're not in the know anymore because they're not in charge anymore.
All right, let's open up the floor a little bit to new voice. Let's get new voice. Anybody else want to step in?
Can we hear from Vagina? Can we hear from one of the vaginas on stage? What compliment has
20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds.
You got Nathan. I can go for it. Yeah.
Let me say this really fast, really brief.
Of course Nathan will go when I said vagina.
Yeah, it's a horrible timing.
It was that time.
Step right into it. Yeah, but look, people forget, like, AI and things like that. All these CEOs been warning about it. It's going to take jobs, and we're seeing some type of effects from it. So it doesn't make any sense what we should increase the population, import more people, when the job market is actually shrinking.
Exactly.
I was screaming to everybody, like, in the last 4 years, what the hell are you doing? We don't need to increase our population, have more people on welfare take programs when this AI thing is happening. It is.
Nathan, people keep warning about AI, but AI is not a problem, Nathan.
Yeah, so if you're working at your job, right, and you get laid from AI, whatever you want to call it, I would take it. I would do anything to keep a roof over my head, my family fed. Like that's what. Do people remember Dirty Jobs? He used to come on Discovery Channel. That famous guy who did these American Dirty Jobs. It's so these Democrats, man, the left, they so disrespectful when they say, "Oh, you don't want to do these jobs." Why did Americans do the most hardest jobs on God's great earth? Like working on oil rigs and stuff like that. That's cutting grass is not the hardest job. To be honest, it's not. So those jobs are hard. We would do the job. We get paid fairly and get treated properly. We would do it. I live with that.
I say this shit all the time, Nathan. Americans are the hardest working people on the planet. It's not even close. Of all the metrics that you use, right? Work, innovation in fields, any type of metric you want to use, Americans are the hardest working people on the planet. It's not even close. It's like people think that like you gotta come home smelly and sweaty to be a hard worker. Like it's crazy. But also, we have people to work these jobs. And it's not just the farms. Everybody uses the farms as an example, but I mean, the illegals, they work construction jobs, roofing jobs, they're doing all kinds of shit, restaurant work, right? They're doing all kinds of jobs that Americans should be having. But we got prisoners to do the farm jobs. No, I'm talking about lifers. I'm talking about people that have like a 5, 6, 10 or 10-year sentence. You gotta go work the farm, man. Sorry. And you're gonna get paid less than what an illegal would get paid. And you don't get to touch any of the money. You can put it to your look, either send it to whoever you want to send it to, or when you get out in 6, 7 years, you'll have like $10,000, $15,000 that you've been working for in prison. And you gotta go out 5 hours a day and you gotta go pick fucking fruit, man. That's your job now. Sorry. You don't like it, don't get arrested, don't go to prison. We got prisoners to work these jobs, and you can pay them less than the illegals. So the farm jobs are no problem. The construction jobs are an issue. Roofing jobs, fucking people are, I mean, these people that build these houses, they'll throw up like 50 houses in a week. I mean, they'll send a whole team of people in that shit and just start piecing together houses. Building, like, what are those, like, shopping centers, schools, shit like that. The illegals take all those jobs too. There's tons of construction workers out of business. Or out of work, I should say, not out of business.
Market would adjust if we afforded illegals. You would see short term, like it would suck for a while. It would adjust.
As it always does.
It always does. Yep.
Yeah, as it always does.
It'll adjust for who? For us, the commoners, or for the rich? You're talking about them.
If they really need housekeepers, they'll start paying more for housekeepers. If they need fruit, start offering more money to get people. And then the prices may have to go up, but I'd rather pay a higher price than have illegals here.
Point of order, moderator.
The average American is unwilling to spend more than $3 for a domestically produced product. They have studied this over and over again. You are an exception. You are not the common person. The common person is not willing to spend even more than $2 or $3 for a product made. We are a selfish country. People here don't give a fuck. Like, you guys are ideologically focused in this room and have different, but you are not the common person.
Did we see Americans paying $6 for a dozen of eggs just recently?
Yes.
We did. So the market, what they were saying,
Yeah, and people bitched and complained until I blamed it on Biden.
Yeah, but they still
complaining.
This is why.
Yeah, but here's
talking about $7 for strawberries. It's absurd.
Hold on. Here's the thing you're not talking about, right? Yes, we did pay $6. However, the farmers didn't get their cut. Okay, when these corporations bought these at large, they didn't buy it at the cost of farmers. The farmers got fucked. You get what I'm saying? And then they sold it to us because they knew something will buy it. The whole point of me telling this, right? There's two that we're forgetting. The real Americans are the rebellious type. This nation was built on rebellion. We didn't want to get touch we say fuck you, and then we started our own shit. And then the second thing too, this is a nation of immigrants, whether you like it or not.
No, so the thing with egg prices, you didn't quite understand all the way that works. Probably because I'm probably from the area where it's real heavy, like Iowa. They literally had to kill a hell of a lot of their chickens because of the bird flu, whatever the hell it was. I can't think it was the bird flu. So when that happens, you deplete the available resources, right? So that's one reason everything started to escalate. But what we did as a society is we paid what they asked. Hell, there's places
And we don't have to.
We don't have to, but when we always want to talk about paying people a fair wage, what happens? One thing that happens when you start to artificially force wages higher, guess what? It's the people at the bottom that suffer the most. You can go look and do the studies and see which specific demographic is most affected by that. And you'll be surprised because it hits the people at the bottom the hardest. Single mothers are one of the hardest hit. When they do that, they lose their jobs, they get their hours cut. When they get their hours cut, they lose their benefits. So stuff like this starts to happen. So there's a whole, and it's not a Biden or a Trump this is an ongoing thing that our government, all sides, have allowed to sit here and fester, and they keep pointing at the other side, but yet both of them just keep adding to the problem. A bigger government doesn't fix anything. It makes a hell of a lot more expensive. If we want to look back to 20 years ago, just look at the national debt and go look at the budget. And now go look at the budget today and go look at the national debt. And you're like, what's gotten better for us? To go from, I don't know, what is it, 7 or 8 trillion to 34 trillion in that amount of time? The budget from 4 trillion to now, what, 7 trillion? It doubled during COVID, and it hasn't gone back down. And it's never going to because they realize it's got to spend it.
It's bad business, bro. And you're right. When they raise minimum wage, the first thing that happens is people get fired. That's the first fucking thing that happens. Companies that got like 60 people, they're like, yeah, we can probably do this with like 35 people.
Yeah, but my question is, my question is this, though, right? Like, they know they can do this because we're not doing anything else. If I find out that my brother got fired, like, I'm not going to work, bro. Like, you have to find somebody else. There was a very famous clip. I don't know if you guys seen it. This was in a factory, and of course it was like, Latin Americans, and I don't want to say like their nationality. I think one person got fired, like unjustly. The whole factory just walked out. We need to be able to do that. Like, we need to be able to live in a society where it's like you can't function without us.
What happened with the factory?
If you look at Mexican worker got fired, and then the whole factory just up and left.
No, I'm saying what happened with the factory.
I don't know what happened to the factory.
I bet they just hired more people.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, right?
Your stock fell.
Something that you're not equating to the problem 0-0's automation or robotics and AI, the combination of it. When you look at China and we say, hey, why are we pulling out of China? Humans aren't doing jobs in China. They have dark factories, literally. This documentary's about it on YouTube for free from last week and so on. We don't need humans as much as we need them, as what you're talking about.
I get what you're saying, right? But my question to you is this, right?
Go ahead.
The products they're going to make it out of, who are they selling it to? Are they selling it to robots, and they're selling it to themselves? Who is buying those products?
America.
Exactly. We stop. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Oh, you want to replace the whole force with robots? Okay, good deal. Don't fucking go to Target. Target is fucked. Who else?
I never agree with you, brother. He's right.
Self-checkout's already a form of robotization and replacement. The self-checkout terminals.
That's what I'm saying. For example, I hate any stores that have robots. I kid you not. I always go to the human beings if I have an option. The stores that have robots, I don't fucking go. Self-checkout, I want to talk to a human being. Because you're like, if the person next door cannot work, how are they going to buy my fucking product? That is what I'm trying to get to you. Yes, they're replacing and you're still supporting. You're going to be, if you're a business owner, you're a business owner and you're selling tacos outside the street, and this man works at the factory store, and he comes to you to get your tacos, and you're like, oh shit, like they let him go because of robots. You're going to be out of business too. It's not just every so what are you going to do?
So let me let me explain a little bit better for you, right? There's a reason why you see all these EVs and Chinese cars all of a surplus because robots are making it. So if you know, I get what you're saying. I understand completely what you're saying, but you have
It's more than
players involved in it.
They found the hack around the sanctions that the European Union is putting. So they've affected their capability of building batteries. That's what happened. So they said, fuck all those sanctions, and they just went around it.
So I'm saying is this: we don't need China anymore for labor. That's the end game. What I'm trying to explain to you. We don't need China anymore for labor. We don't need a hot.
Give me, Nathan. Every single person is on a cell phone made by Chinese fingers, Nathan. That's the truth of the earth, Nathan. Not one cell phone.
Nathan, you get it, brother? We're literally less than what, 10, 12%
So
of the world
you get what I'm trying to say, right? I get everything is becoming. I get everything is becoming automized, but they're automating these products for who? They're not going to sell it to robots, right? Who are they going to sell it to? We have to buy it, right?
I don't understand your point. What's your
My whole point is this, right?
We are still in control.
Exactly. And we need to do things to make them know that we're in control. If we don't want them to have robots, we can impact that.
You're not going to ever stop a guy taking over, if that's what you're getting at.
Let me ask you a question. Who gave life to AI?
You're asking for a return.
AI did not become itself. We gave life to AI.
Isn't that life is created?
Well, you're okay. It's creating more jobs too, guys. So it's not eliminating them. It's going to create a lot of jobs as well. One thing we forget is that most people think of manufacturing as large scale. They're thinking car manufacturers. They're thinking things like that. The fact is, in America, 75%, I believe, is the number of manufacturing facilities. I think it's under 19. At least the money, I think it was under. They put it at 19 and under employees. And I think the number was like 93% of those employers give insurance to their employee. When we start thinking about bringing jobs back, people say we don't need that. That's where these jobs are used, because in this manufacturing stuff, we still have a lot of hands-on in the manufacturing process, and we will for a long time. I ran a manufacturing facility, and as much as we want to strategically in our head automate things, it's damn near impossible right now. In some aspects, there's going to be things, welding, CNCs, all that. That's a different story. But the hands-on effect for a lot of these things is still always going to be there. That's why we need these manufacturing jobs back. What I loved is when China went to Europe and said, hey, we want to start selling to you. And Europe said, get the hell out of here. And there's a reason Europe did that. Europe is very real about what it thinks. And when it says, hey, we're going to make these moves because of, let's just say, climate change, right? So, no, we're not going to buy the stuff from you who's dumping all the pollutants in the air. No, and that's the problem with America. We do everything about what China does is against what we do, but yet we'll buy it. And then we don't want to tariff them, but we'll tariff the hell out of a company here in America, because we learned, the Supreme Court said it, MSNBC, I was watching it, came out real proud to say tariffs are taxes. Great, I agree, and I've always agreed. But that also means that taxes are tariffs. And we keep talking about tariffing our own companies here in America. We want to charge more taxes. We want them to pay their fair share. Well, I can tell you right now, when you look at an employee's wage, at a minimum 25% to 35% higher than what they're making is what the company is paying, because of all the costs that go into that, having that employee there. So there's more there. They're doing employee match. They're doing a lot of things, right? But right now, we just don't want to have these jobs. And we're going to say automation is going to take everything. No, it's not. Get manufacturing back here, because there's a ton of people that don't want to do certain jobs, but they'll take a manufacturing job, and the proof is in the pudding. BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturing facility in the world. And they're going to move their transmissions here, it sounds like. Their chip plant is here, and they're looking at expanding it more. And guess what? There's droves of people trying to get into that place.
I hope they don't.
It's a damn good job.
Engines and transmissions made in America suck. They do.
Everything BMW makes is engineered, and actually most of their managers are all German. So it doesn't matter
But the engines and transmissions are still built in Germany.
Yes, but that's what I said. They're looking at bringing them here. They're looking at bringing them here. With their cars, how many BMW BMWs are on the road. I can tell you this, it was March of a year, one of the managers, I was at his house, they set the record for most pre-sold BMWs in the history of the company, and that was in March. That place is blowing it up.
Transmissions are still made in Germany. It comes over here.
The BMW here, the BMWs that you guys are buying, you ain't nobody bitching about them. They're still paying the money for them and driving them, and they're buying it.
But my point, Corey, is because we're paying an arm and a leg and appreciating the vehicle because the engine and transmission, similar to Toyota, is still made in Japan.
But when you're riding in the vehicle, and you're driving it, how it feels, how it sounds, when you shut the door, all those things, it's quality, right? That's why you pay $100,000 for it. It's an American-made car. It's made in a plant that is designed and operated by Germans. Done very well. As a matter of fact, took a tour of the place before they did their reno, and it was one of the nicest places I've ever seen. You could have dropped, they had a Zamboni constantly going around that place cleaning the floors. You'd have dropped your sandwich, you'd have ate it off the floors. And they were like, yeah, we're getting ready to shut down and do a complete renovation of this place. They're doing great, clearly. Otherwise, they would have said the operations are good. We can manufacture here, and the proof is if you look at all of the different manufacturers down in that area, they started pouring in, and there was a reason. It was profitable. It made sense, and that's what we've got to do. We've got to start taking things and saying, how can we do the same thing these other countries are doing when they're bringing it here and doing it? What are they doing, and let's start doing more of it. We can do it. We just got to put our minds to it, and we can't sit here because every time we want to tax a company, it goes to the bottom dollar. You and I are paying it. Tax them. I said tax them 1,000%. I really don't get 2 cents. Then I just have to adjust my budget to say I'm not going to buy that anymore. I got to go buy this, right? Tax them to the hilt. I don't give a fuck. At the end, every single thing we get taxed, every time you tax a business, it's coming down to you and I. And so we got to just get more jobs back here, and that just because people think big time manufacturing, it's not all automation. You know,
I agree with some of that. However, I mean, I think if we minimize the amount of money that we're giving to other countries, I think we'll do just fine.
I agree.
Americans can benefit. Fucking, we're giving all these fucking countries all these billions of dollars. Let's give that to America.
You're kind of heard about so I heard you said that like because of all the money that we're giving to other countries. Now, if I want to look at, I'm just going to be flat out here. We know that I am not very politically correct, but if we look at the hundreds of billions we spend on fucking low-class, uneducated Negroes here in the United States, which is like it's dumping money into a budget. Well, no, you guys take out way more for the system than you end up paying in. So no, I mean, in all reality, we're probably the money that gets sent to others. That for these strategical alliances that we have probably better served than pumping a bunch of money into a bunch of fucking ingrates that bitch and say, "Spend my money, spend your money on me." You do what? Why you giving it to them, master? It's because you dumb Negroes don't. What the fuck are you getting out of it? You guys just bitch and you guys don't accomplish shit.
No, so I guess what he's saying. No, I guess what he's saying in a nutshell is.
How do we work on Somali?
Hold on. I guess what he's saying is all those degenerates in places like Ukraine that are partying and wasting our fucking money.
No, they're fighting for their fucking country. They're like actual fucking men. What are you Negroes doing? Besides shooting each other.
Hold on. Listen, I know you probably have an appointment to fuck your sister later, but I'm speaking. Listen.
I'm gonna fuck your mom and you're gonna be my fucking stepson. I'm gonna give you a spanking and you're grounded, bitch. I'm taking away your phone.
I know you're used to your father touching you, but I'm speaking.
Yeah, but I touch your mother, Hope.
I know you guys, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day.
Dark it up a little bit. Go ahead.
I appreciate it, brother. At the end of the day, I'm saying all the money that we're fucking, just wasting to these degenerate countries, whether we're talking about Ukraine, whether we're talking about places like even in the Middle East, right? That shit isn't coming back to us. Let's give that money to Americans.
White Americans who pay into the tax dollars.
Hold on, Trailer Trash. Look, at the end of the day, people like Lindsey Graham just said the other day, if we need to give out biometric readings to get public assistance. There you go, Pepe. No more food stamps for you.
can wipe the jizz out of her vagina and give her.
Your father is
They
your
can
uncle.
give that DNA to the
Your
Medicare
father
office.
is your uncle.
In case I ever
You're
need it.
embarrassing.
All right, guys. Let's open up the discussion a little bit here. Anybody else want to jump in? I see Anthony jump in.
Yeah, I'm just second what that dude just not Pepe but Curry about the Ukrainians. Ukrainians are like the Mexico of Europe. They corrupt, actually polling people.
And you guys are the niggers of America.
Look what happened to Somalians. I mean, that your theory doesn't work out. They use a crazy amount of welfare more than any other group in America. So Ukrainians, they're actually being kicked out of Poland. Poland people can't stand these people. They don't work. They're using money. All this free money they're getting to party. And they're not really fighting, man. You gotta look at these videos and spank your ass, bro.
So there was a case in Ukraine where they having an issue with some of their infrastructure. They hired an American firm to come in. Everything got done, licensing done, ready to go. And they were told they had to give them $25 million cash. And this was the boxer, I'm drawing blank on his name,
famous boxer.
Yeah, the boxer that's the mayor of Kitover, whatever. He demanded $25 million. This is the way it operates there. They said, screw you, we're not giving you $25 million. For what? I know a guy whose family is connected over there, and he's here. And he was telling me, because I asked him, are you going to go back and fight? Because he's a big, strong, proud Ukrainian. And then he started telling me about the corruption, and he goes, we're sick of it. You know, this is why we are where we are. Then we see that the Ukrainian leaders, or, you know, they call them MPs, you know, whatever, but literally flee across the border with $25 million, I believe it was, when she got caught. Is that the first time she went? And then I don't remember how many millions in euros and other. But this is what they do. We literally hemorrhage cash to people and have no accountability. We did this in Minnesota, so it's not just overseas. We had billions going to people in our own states with no oversight. And this is why big government doesn't work. You know, there's a lot of other things. When you get any kind of a government a grant, all this other stuff, there's a lot of liability that starts to come with it. How are these billions and billions of dollars so wastefully spent? And it's just like people are okay with it when it gets exposed. They were mad about Doge exposing things. I would dig into it more. Dig into it more.
Yeah, I'm asking us to go revolt. The next time they say they sent $20 billion to a fucking country, can we all go into the Capitol and be like, nah, hell nah.
Yeah, well, you have no power.
You want that $20 million spent. The only problem I have with it is I listen to you on here wanting your reparations all the time. It's annoying.
Okay,
You guys aren't Americans. You guys only care about yourselves.
First of all, Pepe Le Pew.
You know what said on Rogan recently, maybe a few weeks back, that if he had full control, like God power, he could cut our deficit in half. If he could eliminate all this bullshit waste, he would cut it in half.
Well, there goes all the profit. 40% of the economy is borrowed. All these Fortune 500 companies can't even turn a profit without the tax credits. So we have created a moral hazard by borrowing and spending endlessly. We're $39 trillion in debt, $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. We have created a financial catastrophe, but it's not as bad as Venezuela. Look at the Venezuelan currency. Our U.S. dollar gets 400% more than it did 2 years ago. Our currency controls the world. And now that we have Maduro, that's $20 trillion in oil. And there's only 30 million people there. If they were to liquidate it and give it to all the citizens, they would get 666,000 apiece. But it's ours now.
It's theirs. It's theirs. And I think we really need.
It's just your opinion. It's just your opinion. Trump says it's ours. We went to war for it. It's ours. We won it by battle.
I don't think we can yet. It's theirs. Yeah. I mean, I don't agree with overtaxing. However, you know, roads have to be paved. Bridges have to be kept up.
Yeah, and teachers got to be paid for fake education. In Chicago, the Chicago Teachers Union and the Chicago Board of Education can borrow billions of dollars with no voter oversight. They're bankrupting us, and it's all fake education. The property tax is enslavement. It's not, you don't own shit, you're renting now. You're paying $1,000 a month for your house. It's a ripoff, and everybody's getting fucked over.
I would rather give fucking $40 million a year to Jews than a bunch of whiny, bitch, fucking African Americans who don't do anything. At least the Jews do something with the
This is the product of incest, right? You get Pepe's. You know, your father fucks his sister, and Pepe's born.
Yep, low IQ Negro comment. I love it.
Are you Aaron Berger, Dark?
No.
Are you sure?
No, it's not.
He has the same PTR, like same name. That's just weird.
Yeah, it was stolen from me.
Dark, that's not your real voice, though. You're, like, intentionally doing a voice, correct, sir?
It's a pretty interesting voice. Joe.
Yeah, I promise you I'm no Aaron Burger.
Well, you watch some kind of guy who's changing his voice.
Hey, Ron.
Doc, if you were president of the United States, what would your top 3 priorities be for we, the people?
We the people.
Niggas reparations.
Yeah.
Making sure that there's no vote devotions for the nigga hoes. I mean, you know, it's just usual nigga bullshit.
Hey man, Beaver, could you please remove this motherfucker, please? I mean, he's just so disrespectful.
I don't remove anybody. I'm good.
All right, I got you. You're co-signing it. All right, look. At the
Shut
end.
up, nigger. Don't try to fucking guilt them.
Yeah, no, I got you. Pepe, you'll be kicked out of many black rooms. You
can suck my dick.
trailer park piece of shit. You know. Anyway, you degenerate. So reparations is something that definitely is in order.
Okay, so that's your number 1 priority. What's your second and third priority, sir? We don't have all day to listen to. Can you speed it up? Thank you very much.
Yeah, fuck you too, AI.
More nigger battle coming through.
Yeah, fuck your parents. Oh, they're family members. Anyway,
Hold on, Dark, if you could just, I mean, I know everybody wants you to wrap up, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about this because I know what they say, like 4% of the U.S. population had slaves and you want everybody to pay. Who gets reparations? And
but
if my, hold on, just wait, let me finish. And if my great-great-grandfather got sold into the Civil War, then should I get reparations?
Yeah, so 90% of them rented. So 90% of the people that didn't own slaves rented them. So there goes that argument.
This is all about him wanting his check from the white man. Like, this is why
what was that? What did you say?
These people when he said Americans first. He just wants niggas to get a check. This is
the bottom line is reparations are a laughable thing to me because most of the population here is first or second generation, really, when you look at a large portion of it.
Corey, it is a giveaway.
So when you want to go back and you want to claim that people were here in their first or second generation, and yet, you know, America is one of the first places to get rid of it.
Generations.
Oh, but it's the government that owes us. It's the dick.
Corey, in Evanston, they've set up reparations. 300 people have gotten $30,000 apiece. Is it fair for 300 random people in your community to get $30,000 each? Hello, anybody? Is it okay for your neighbor to get $30,000, but it's not cool for you to get $30,000?
All right, Joe or Anthony, what is your grade of Trump so far? If you're there, I'll hear from both of you.
From me?
Yeah, what's your grade so far?
Well, so I don't compare Trump to some, mythical president. I mean, clearly he's the greatest president of our lifetime. You give him an A+.
I gave A-. What about you, Anthony? Omari gave him a D+, and he left.
Yeah. And why? Are you there by any chance?
Trump gets an A++++++ and an extra plus for just being a plus.
There we go.
Yeah, but why not?
I just want to say, I don't want to talk to any individuals in the
Hey, wow. And why?
You do have, okay, wow. Dark. Wow.
I'm surprised.
But when it comes to,
wow.
Yeah, wow. And so, when it comes to President Maduro, first of all, whether or not we should militarily intervene this was being discussed like 7 and 8 years ago even. And one of the criticisms of Trump was that he was not doing enough. And this was coming from the Democrats. And Chuck Schumer stood there in the Senate, criticizing Trump because he didn't oust him. But now he ousted him. Amazing. But in all reality, this is a guy who, I don't want to call him a socialist or a communist. He was literally he was a thug. It was a kleptocracy. He used very strong-arm tactics to abuse any dissenters that were in his country. He jailed or he killed the opposition.
Hey, can I place an order for a pickup?
Sure, what would you like?
Can I get a large cheese pizza with garlic?
Large cheese and garlic?
Yep, thin crust.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
And the name?
John.
John? Okay, John, and your phone number?
312-498-0517.
Okay, it'll be right in 15 minutes.
Okay, great. See you soon. Thanks.
All right. Okay, bye-bye.
What fucking regime change? He took out the bad actor. Okay, they are within 25 years or so of being an actual successful democracy, one of the wealthiest countries in Latin America. It's not something that's foreign to them, as opposed to like Iraq or Afghanistan, where they never had such a fucking thing. And I think this will be an easy transition.
So when the upcoming, we know that China is uprising, right? And they got 1.3 billion people, right? And if we go to war with China, guess who the people?
We're not going to war with China, Nathan. We're not going to war with China.
But stop crying. That's a hypothetical.
Yeah,
the same people that you spit on are the same people that you need to fight by your side. Which people? Well, the black people that you talk about, which is 42 million, you would need.
Well, they have no choice because they would be conquered too, just like us.
I mean.
Yeah, really.
I think I could move slide.
We know what to do when the time comes.
And to be realistic, the Chinese will let us white men marry their daughters. They look at you guys as disgusting filth. They're a lot more racist than white
Pepe,
people.
let me ask you a question, Pepe. If we were to give reparations to the African Americans, Pepe, how would you give reparations if you had to give reparations?
They don't get shit.
We do oil money. Anybody oppose the Maduro oil money?
The thing is, though, you get so many subversives. You get the people who just hate fucking Jews, that hate Israel, the people that are pro-black. In other words, they're like all about the reparations. You get all of these people who hijack these fucking conversations, and they all come with this quote-unquote America First tilt, which is absolute bullshit. They really have their own fucking objectives. And yes, I lashed out. It may have seemed like very aggressive, and I don't really give a shit. Yes, I am a racist.
Well,
Say fucking hell.
Dark, I wanted to say this.
Don't care.
Real quick, Dark.
Yeah, a point of order, moderators. If somebody comes on here and says Sig Heil and that they are a racist and uses the N-word, I would, as music, like to object to that type of communication.
So, Dark, I wanted to say that reparations would be the most harmful thing to happen to the black community. Right now, it'd be absolutely awful. Because you gotta understand
what's going to happen to the Jews.
Hold on. Because look, I work in logistics, right? I'm a logistics guy. So you gotta understand the logistics of this whole thing. So first and foremost,
logistical.
What's it that happened to the Jews?
Why are you talking about
Answer the
Jews?
question.
It's a different scenario.
Look,
Dark, it's
it is a different scenario.
Because
it only happened for 4 years or 14
14
years. Dark happened for centuries.
Dark.
No, Jews have been literally subjugated for 2,000 fucking years, you dumb faggot. They got kicked out of Rome, and then they were mistreated and subjugated to fucking pogroms and genocides, you fucking retard.
Are you pro reparations for Jews, Pepe?
No, I'm not pro reparations, not from the U.S. because we didn't do anything to the fucking Jews.
Reparations to Jews anyway.
We didn't in the U.S. No, we didn't.
Shut up. And Japanese people.
No, we did the Marshall Program just like we did our fucking enemies in Europe. That was not.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. Mute Tyler.
See, all the smooth brain Negro cares about is reparations. That's why he keeps on interrupting.
Dark. The difference was And like, if the reparations, the whole 40 acres and a mule fucking thing back in the day, if they would have done it back in the day, they would have done it without effect. Dark, calm down, lady. Listen, the Jews, well, you keep jumping in every sentence, just relax. The Jews and the Japanese people, like, whether you agree with reparations or not, the reparations were given to the people that were affected.
So do you agree with it?
Dark. Reparations now. That if they were to say tomorrow, hey, reparations are being given, right? Just the logistics. Forget right or wrong. Forget anything else. Logistics, right?
He's a logistics guy.
The first thing they're going to do is they're going to make every black person prove they're a descendant of a slave.
That's easy.
Dark.
No, Mike Allen, that is not what they do, Mike Allen. All you have to do is apply, Mike Allen. You don't even know how these programs are working.
Look, we're talking about Trump, and it is this black man ended up going to reparations, and it ended up going to Jews. Where do we get the money, motherfucker? Get my check, nigga. Like, let's just talk about Trump. Let's talk about Trump and Maduro.
Little dick energy, shut up.
I'm a Trump fan. I'm tired of talking about Trump every day, bro.
All right.
Dark, just hear me out, Dark.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Hear me out. Logistics-wise, right? They're going to make you prove you're a descendant of a slave. Fine. Dark. That's fine. But there's also going to be black Americans that can't do it. And then what's going to happen is that there's going to be black Americans that Dark. That's weird, Susan. Just relax. Listen. You can say what you want right after I'm done here. Dark, it's weird, though. Just listen, man. You can say whatever you want after.
Hello?
2 more sentences. Listen, they're going to make you prove you're a descendant of a slave, however you want to do it. Word of mouth's not going to work. But there's going to be black Americans that thought they were descendants of a slave, and there's going to be black Americans that didn't even know they were, and it turns out they ended up being descendants of a slave. But guess how you pay for it, Dark? There's only one way to do it. Governments don't have money. It's taxes. So there'd be a reparation tax. So what's going to happen, Dark, is there's going to be black Americans that were not descendants of slaves paying a reparation tax.
They can borrow from the Federal Reserve and skip the taxes.
Now there's going to be black Americans that are...
The Jews in Germany got reparations. Why did the slaves in America get the reparations?
You can't nationalize with it. The only is about his money.
They would get sued.
See, this is the difference between the blacks and a lot of other people. He's just begging for a handout, basically other people's money that was earned. Not to be given a fair chance to earn something, but just to be given a check. It's pathetic.
I'm sorry, Dark. What would be the money that you would get per person?
Just like J.G. Wentworth said, it's your money. Spend it when you need it.
Answer.
Yeah, so apparently there's economists that are much smarter than I am that can easily handle that, and they're working on that.
Give us an estimate, like the one that you like.
No. I let them do that, right? But in addition to that,
Which world-famous economics and economists are working on these problems since you know about the...
Yeah, you gotta come harder than that, Dark. Bro, give us today. What do you think? 30,000 a week?
Dude, I'll personally write you a check right now, bro.
No. Hey, where are you from, dude? You're not even American.
Dominican Republic, but I'm American born.
Exactly.
I'm American born, bro.
Exactly. Trump will get you out of here. Anyway.
No, he was American born. You know what's funny is a lot of the cops are like Mexicans and Mexicans. It's a lot of the people who have to put your black ass in prison. Yeah, they're Hispanic. Amazing.
All right.
I think he's Dominican, but he's Dominican born. But since he's black and an American, he get reparations too.
No, he's not a slave.
This is all right.
Oh wait, transatlantic.
Yeah. So to answer the question, yeah, I mean that's pretty easy for Black Americans. We know who we are. We know who we descend from. Yeah, there's that, and there's courtrooms for a reason, right? So that's easy.
You guys are familiar with that.
Shut up.
Pepe, give me 1 second. 1 second, y'all. Hey, I just got out the gym, y'all. I've been listening a little bit.
Hey, can I just land? Can I just land and then you can go?
No, it's dark.
I gotta leave.
No, you're Dark. I have a question for you before you leave.
I'll be back. All right, go ahead.
Here's what's up, Dark. The question is, if someone is phenotypically white, but they have some kind of black ancestry, damn, he left. Damn, let's see how he's gonna answer that.
Has to do with the ancestry, not your phenotype. Thank you very much. Appreciate you,
But
bro.
Trump, man, think about this.
Oh, I'm not black.
Nah, nothing Trump. I got no. Listen,
Come back.
despise. Oh, he's back. Cool. I despise reparations, but that's neither here nor there.
Wait, are you Black American?
No, I'm not
Oh,
black.
so it doesn't matter. All right, so
it's all good.
Back to the conversation.
Yo, hold on. Let Anthony say what he's gonna say, bro. Please.
He just wants a trauma dump on the whites.
Hold on, Anthony has a question.
No, wait a minute though. Before Dark has to go ask him what the dollar amount, what would per person.
Well, hold on, but Anthony had the question about the phenotype thing, and then he asked Dark, think about a fucking dollar amount, kid. Like, if you're gonna have the argument, think about.
Come on, dog. If you had somebody with a checkbook right now,
I thought that we did the Oppression Olympics already, like season 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 Clubhouse.
Hey, what's up, man?
We're still doing the Oppression Olympics, eh?
I love you.
Yeah, but this is why they
Let's them out.
We have to call them names.
I like where I think I know where Anthony's question going.
It's on Anthony. It's on Anthony, bro.
Yeah. So
it's on Anthony, bro.
Dark. 1 second.
We love you, bro.
One second.
According to low $40.
Dark, I'm gonna pass it right.
Yeah, Dark, you're gonna like the question, Dark. You're gonna like it.
All right.
So, Dark, I hope you're familiar with the concept of phenotypes. If you're not,
I just want to know if you guys are talking about anything in regards to the title of this room.
Oh, we were like,
I'm trying to. They're trying to sidetrack me.
And we might get to it. You know what I'm saying? Happy New Year, love. I hope all is well with you and yours. You know, we'll get
All right,
there.
can I?
Just let Anthony try to reason with this feral nigger, and maybe we'll actually get this.
Wait a second. Hold on a second, Pepe. I was not prepared for you to say that.
Yeah, listen.
All right.
So,
Little
everyone
Trump,
speaks for themselves on this stage. You know, listen. Everyone. I live in a free world. People can say what they say. I'm not easily offended. If someone says something, doesn't mean that I agree with it, but I will fight for their right to say what they think.
And we can say something back, right?
Can I ask something?
Can we please get to the Anthony question?
Thank you. So, Dark, here's what's up, man. Phenotypes, like, if you look at someone and they're white appearing, that's their phenotype. So, someone that's white appearing, would they be entitled to reparations under, your logic?
Hey, Anthony, I believe smarter people than me have come to a conclusion, right? So we know who we are as Black Americans, right? So that's easy, right? One. Number two, if you've claimed Black your entire life, you're Black. If you claim white your entire life, guess what? You're white. So if you
answer the question.
Hold on. Stop interrupting. If you can prove that, your ancestors descend or went through the harms of chattel slavery, then, it is what it is. You can prove it. So.
If you're white appearing, and, for all intents and purposes, you get white privilege.
It's about the harm, brother.
If white privilege really exists.
It's about the harm.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dark. This is beautiful, y'all. Yo.
What harm did slavery cause you, Dark?
What harm did Adolf cause Jews?
Yes, you're answering the question with the question.
Yeah, he caused Jews harm that had to experience the harm. Now, Jews that were never. Yeah, this is so fucking stupid. It's like what?
Anthony, it don't matter.
No, it does. It does fucking matter. No. This is why I would rather give Israel money than to dump it on you fucking retards. In America, you fellow Americans, you literally take out more in taxes than you fucking put in. But that is a goddamn fact. Do you know how many hundreds of billions of dollars in excess gets spent on African Americans? Okay.
All right, can we get back to Dark? What's a dollar amount that you would be happy with?
I'll let the economists discuss.
No, you personally. No. You personally. We're not going to shame your answer. We're not going to shame your answer.
Hey, Beaver, are you aware that Europe gave, or Britain specifically gave, reparations to slave-holding families from 1833 to 2015?
Who gives a fuck?
Oh, wait.
Hold on.
Almost 200 years ago.
So they paid it already. All right.
2015. That's over 183 years. So Beaver, are you aware of that? That they got.
No, I'm not that well versed in that type of.
Oh, so y'all good then, bro? We good.
I'm talking about white people.
Oh.
So you're talking about like, would 100K, would 100K be a slap in the face, or would that be a good starting point?
Listen.
Okay, but Dark, what we do realize is that yes, white people did do that. Hold on, white people did do that. But you know who ended up ending slavery before the blacks, before the Arabs, before everybody else? It was white people. They actually used their navies and their militaries to enforce. It depends on winds. Every year it changed. So Britain ended up. So they ended up before. I don't have the exact goddamn year.
Who sold the slaves to the whites?
We can look at that.
Who sold the slaves to the whites?
Some Jews.
Oh.
Wait, they have black Jews in Africa now?
No, there were some Portuguese Jews.
No, there's definitely some black Jews though. The Portuguese were in Africa. They were in Portugal. You need a map.
No, they traveled. They traveled to Africa.
No, we gotta get you a map. So wait, so I thought they were from the interior of Africa.
Slavery first. It was Europeans.
Can we do it?
End up enforcing it. But even
All right, 30 seconds on Pepe, then you can speak to him.
Pepe always crying like a fag.
yeah, shut up, nigger. But
Oh, come on. Yo, Pepe, please. I'm trying to have my phone on speaker.
okay.
Oh, no, he didn't.
I love you, brother. Now, when it comes to, okay, who ended slavery first? I mean, first of all, we can look at the Arabs, we can look at the North Africans, we can look at the Ottomans. They were practicing slavery within, I think, even in the last.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Literally.
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's just dumb.
This is
The incest in his brain is rotting.
Europeans ended slavery forcefully.
What year?
Through the use of might.
What year?
Pepe,
Okay, 30 seconds on the.
which one of the bitches in your PTR is you?
Hold on, Norma's going.
Is that his like arch nemesis or something? I have a question. So when are they going to end slavery in Africa? I'm asking for a friend. It seems like it's time, right? When are they going to do that?
When the Jews stop paying for it.
Well, it's in Mauritania. There aren't any Jews in Mauritania. So you want to try
There's
again?
Jews buying them.
If you want, we can do a
When
GoFundMe
are they
and
going
do
to
a map.
stop slavery in Israel?
I need a date.
When are they going to stop slavery?
I heard it's doing you buy now, you buy, and you pay later, man.
Okay, so you asked Dark a question. Dark can answer.
Well, I guess dark in Africa. Wait, still having
Yes,
Mauritania.
there's slavery still going on in Israel.
Dark, does reparations have to be in money? Slavery in Israel. We're talking about Libya and Mauritania specifically. Anybody want to tell me what's going to be slavery?
Jews are buying them.
No, actually there's no Jews there at all.
Just like it was earlier on.
Yeah, but the reparations are getting paid. Adam 22 is letting black men to smash his wife, so I'm pretty sure everything is going.
Hey, pretty Trump, you're Dominican, right?
Dark, yes sir.
$40 I can buy a bill.
Pepe, you are muffled. No one can hear you.
Why would you say that, Beaver?
For the record, are you refusing to end slavery in Africa? If so.
Hey, Norma, you might be able to answer this. When Liberia was given to the freed slaves, did they not, the freed slaves, didn't they enact slavery in Liberia?
I have no
Oh,
information.
shit.
Yeah, dig into it.
Oh, my God, I'm going to look that up. Oh,
Well, I don't know the answer. Why don't you tell me?
They did.
That's actually good that we can't hear you.
Pepe, you're muffled.
That's a good thing.
No. Let him say it.
I ended up.
There we go.
Okay, took my headphones out. The headphones aren't working.
No, it's slavery.
Actually, we can't hear you right now. Can you do exactly how it was?
All right.
Slavery now.
You gotta go back to how it was.
Sure. So when it comes to Liberia, what's really funny is that they instituted Christianity, they instituted English, they instituted slavery, and so these blackies in Africa had to be their fucking slaves. They were no better than the masters they had back at home. So, Dark, I want to ask you, Dark, does reparations in your mind have to be a dollar amount, or could it be could reparations come in some other form?
So, Mike,
could it be every black guy can get a free house, or free college?
It's a combination of a bunch of things, right? So, again, there's smarter people than me on this issue, and I'll leave it to them.
That's a low bar, though.
Okay, Matt, I called it out as soon as I entered your room. And this is why I use such racist fucking language. Why are you letting he's not a racist, dude. This guy's not pro-American. He's literally pro getting reparations. Fucking hates white people. He hates modern Jews. He hates everybody else. But he's not pro-American. It's all about censoring African Americans. This is not somebody you want to fucking center. It's so fucking retarded. Why can't we talk about what happened with Maduro? Because you keep on fucking trying to use the conversation and make it all about African Americans. It's fucking retarded.
You're a racist douchebag.
Yes, I'm a racist. Fuck you.
Who was even talking about? All right, y'all, listen up. Let's just not don't ask me any more questions. Let's move off this a little bit. You know?
Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah. Let's move on.
What do you think about the trial in New York? What are your thoughts about it?
Well, I think.
No, I didn't ask you, Dark. I was asking Matt, actually, the question. I wasn't talking to you either. Matt, what do you think about the trial? The lawyer that
Hold on, Dark. Hold on, chill. I don't think it's
racist.
Barry Pollock took his representations, the same guy that represented Assange.
Yeah, I don't think it's a sealed deal on that. I think it could go any way. It could go any way at this point. I really don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. It's interesting. The judge has not ruled favorably in two matters with Trump. He's a 92-year-old, senior judge, which is crazy. But they're gonna, they're gonna have to present. I mean, I think they have enough evidence to present. It's just a question. This lawyer is very good, and he's gotten people off before. In not just the Assange, there was another case. I'm blanking on it now. I'll have to look it up.
So if he gets off, then what the hell would happen to him?
That's
where would he go?
Where would he go? Right?
He'll have to pay him reparations, and he'll go back to Venezuela.
Can we just muzzle this dude for a second? So that's a really good question. Does he?
Piece of shit.
Am I still racist, by the way?
Who said that?
Dark, you're really hurting those reparations right now.
Yeah. And
Matt.
Anyway, so it's interesting. But just look at it that he just took representation of him.
What's that, Dark?
Norm, where do you think he would end up? I mean, they probably can't go back to Venezuela.
In the Central Max in Colorado?
Yeah.
He'll be right back in Venezuela.
He's going to be convicted. He's got too many charges, man.
If he goes back to Venezuela, they might jump him.
Yeah.
No, they won't.
I don't want him back.
I think he gets convicted. Or do you think he does a plea deal? Think he'll end up with a plea deal?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Does the wife have her own charges too?
You know who's going to
Yeah, the wife has charges too.
Oh, come on. Because she's married to him, she didn't do anything.
No, he's not I'm not a days.
The wife is innocent, bro.
One at a time.
No, the wife
So the wife is not innocent?
No, she was actually very intelligent, doing a lot of the behind the scenes.
Well, I think she's involved in other stuff besides the drug.
Getting at the president and his wife.
You guys are being really fucking rude to Abby.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Fuck you, and
Yeah, you shut the fuck up, you faggot.
I'm sorry, Abby.
You fucking low IQ.
It's okay. This dude's just he's just really stupid, and you're like, get the conversation going.
The wife's charges, Abby.
So yeah, I think the wife's charges are legitimate. I mean, she was part of the enterprise. Yeah. But isn't the son also? The son was orchestrating a lot of it as well.
It says here she's facing drug trafficking and other related offenses, is what I'm reading here now.
They can't prove it.
So she's like the queen of the South.
Do you
think that Trump would have been ultimately
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Ann?
Oh, I said, so I think it's just see, like, what are the potential charges that they're being charged with?
Hold on, let me read the
All
indictment.
kinds of narco-terrorism.
They're gonna probably try to get each one.
What they're really finding a lot of, and if you look at what they took out in Venezuela, other than just capturing him, is the connection with Hezbollah and the drug trafficking, as well as.
Gosh.
Can someone please, like, they were able to find a drone factory, as well as
They have the right to
they were bringing in these.
Have the right to bring them to justice.
Yeah, they were bringing in the terrorists through Venezuela.
Question for Abby: is it legal for us? What are the hurdles legally for us to go kidnap a sitting president?
I mean,
He's an illegitimate president. We didn't kidnap him. We arrested him.
They arrested him on charges in the United States.
Yeah, the FBI.
We've arrested people.
It was illegal then too.
But I'm saying
Osama bin Laden.
But I'm saying that's the legal argument that his defense is going to use, right? Or something along those lines.
They take out Bibi, don't cry.
Oh no, have you heard about the Nuremberg trials? They put people on trial before, bro. Noriega, my friend, he's still
I
in
can
jail.
lend clarity to this one. There's an act in Congress, it was in 1970, that they can go in if there's a warrant out for them or quote unquote bounty. Remember, Biden put a $25 million fucking bounty on this dude. It was not like Trump's the only one doing this. Biden had the bounty on him, on Maduro. So Trump executes the bounty. Now Trump's was $50 million, but they execute the bounty. There's the Congress law. You can go look it up. Some act. They can go into there. They got 60 days. Once they remove the guy, they got 60 days to plan an exit. And once the exit's planned, it's 30 days from that. So basically a total of like 90 days they can technically be there. Who knows how long they're going to be there? But this is not, it's not illegal in U.S. war. An international war can you can wipe your ass with international war.
Israeli Scott Eichmann, when did they, Norm, what was that, early 60s when they picked up Eichmann?
There's a great movie about it too.
Don't cry when that shit comes back around.
Netanyahu's getting a Nobel Prize, bro. Don't cry when he gets a Peace Prize. Don't cry when he gets a Peace Prize.
Well, anyway, to answer your question, yes, they can go in and take it, but it will, Beaver, they'll use it as a defense. I mean, I still think he's going to have a plea deal of some kind.
He'll be
Obama made him an enemy of the state, did he not?
Hey, Dark, let me tell you
Well, it
something,
does makes him an enemy because of the terrorist connection.
His charges were related to the drug trafficking and how he would acquire weapons. These are the ones that I saw.
Yeah.
And if you look at, there's a lot of people that are wanted. People that are that were part of his cabinet for the last like 10 years or so that have been wanted because they individually were linked to trafficking drugs. There's one I forget his name, the Arab guy. There's was it Dios something? His first name is Vladimir. Like one of the generals.
Wasn't Maduro picked as VP because he was seen as weak and he wouldn't be a formidable, he wouldn't be a threat to the sitting president? And then when he went to get elected, it was like so fucking close, like 50-point-something%. So he's really not that bright of a guy, right?
No, he's not that bright of a guy. Here's the problem with him is that anybody that's really followed it, God, you fucking monkey, shut the fuck up. All you do is sit there and...
Can I add something when the police are done sword fighting?
Sure, but I would say this. So what did happen is during the capture of Maduro, you did have 32 Cubans that were killed. It's long been known that his security apparatus was Cuban. Cuba, now, I don't really look
His home military intelligence is a huge failure for Cuban intelligence.
Yes.
They ran his CIA, his intelligence agency run by Cuba.
Yes, they did. Yes, absolutely. And so, a lot of people think, he's a socialist, he's this, he's that. Tucker Carlson being a fucking retard saying, socially conservative. No, he's just a thug. He's looting the goddamn place. He uses brute force.
So is Trump.
And when it comes to Cuba,
Come and get Trump.
Okay, sure.
That fucking works out for you.
Okay, sure. So
Yeah,
David,
Juan Epstein.
Shut up.
okay,
You think our
the Cuban.
would allow fucking President
Oh my God.
Let me finish so others can speak, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get through really quickly.
Let KK go in a second. Yeah.
It's about to get
So,
Dark and
One mic on KK.
and you're not gonna like it. You're gonna love it.
No, I basically said no.
goddamn
Hey, Donald Trump, the baddest bitch in the country's
Here
working.
we go. So more buffoonery. So if we look at, so if we look at, a lot of people have been questioning, and this is for years, is it, I was like autistically obsessed with Venezuela up until like, I don't know, 6 years ago. We all knew that the security apparatus in Cuba was, or excuse me, Venezuela was Cuban. And what the debate has been for years, of course, I don't know this information, but was whether or not Maduro was really even somebody who was acting his own volition.
What are you saying?
It's like, will you shut the fuck up?
You won't understand what he's saying, bro. You're not smart enough to understand. Okay, let the smart people talk. Let the smart people talk, okay?
So there was a lot of question. You have this former bus driver, Maduro, okay, who he had the Cuban security apparatus around him. Yes, they did basically act as their intelligence officers. They were looting the country more than any other fucking group, including the fucking leadership. And it was, the question is, how much it was like really him actually, autonomously, doing what he was doing. I don't know. The guy is a fucking
Breaking news on this. It looks like there's an attempted coup in Venezuela right now as we're discussing this.
But I looked that up. The gunfire at Miraflores Palace. Apparently, what happened was. Apparently, what ended up happening is that there were drones that they suspected might be like armed drones, and the guards at the Miraflores, the presidential palace, they ended up opening fire on them. But I haven't seen anything since that. Yeah.
What happened the
Excuse me. Your name is not KK.
No, let's go to KK. No, I have nothing to say.
There's
So
a
I will
drone
take-
attack and massive
Excuse me.
gunfire.
Excuse me. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I just wanted to, I came up to let you guys know when you're talking about Maduro's wife, she's not some frail little senorita. She was very loyal to Chavez. She was his defense lawyer, and her brother is actually currently head of the government legislative there.
Like she's in.
Wait, so she's guilty because her.
She is the brains behind the partnership. She's the brains. She's gonna.
All right, let KK finish.
Every judge in Venezuela should take.
Lord Jesus. So with Chavez, he propped her up to make sure that his legacy would kind of go forward. So between her and her brother, who is currently head legislator in the country, they picked this guy, Maduro, because they know that they could manipulate him. They played off his ego to make sure Chavez's legacy kind of goes forward. So that's the important part. But she also, during the 1992, the one that helped secure his release. So that's what made her popular with Chavez and then going forward. That's the reason why she's important, as is her family. Okay, I'm done speaking.
Norm, does you want to go?
Well, she's a major player, as KK suggests. She's been in control of the Justice Department for about 30 years. And again, as KK suggests, she's a proponent of this weird kind of communism called Chavismo. And it seems to me she's actually the brains behind the operation.
Well,
Is there a Colombian
communism?
Is there a Venezuelan
All they're doing
anywhere in
not
this
creating
region?
anyway.
Like, does Venezuela have an army? I guess we got the first question.
So
there's
people out there, hey, Corey, I guess we're about to find out, right?
Well, then why does the Venezuelan army overthrow?
They will.
8 million people have left Venezuela. It's the biggest biggest emigration ever. It's the 8 million people who left during these two.
Well, that's been over
Mike, the reason why the Cubans are important is because
in the Western Hemisphere.
You don't sound good.
Alright, Dorothy, 30 seconds. Don't interrupt, and then after this, please don't interrupt anybody.
Appreciate it, brother. Listen, just the notion that...
White trash, you are the worst scumbag in the room.
Yeah, look, the very notion that because people are leaving, therefore, what? So many Jews in Israel, they're fucking partying in Ukraine right now. Fucking weird shit. Right, that means at the end of the day, people are getting right.
The hard thing is they didn't have basic fucking medication.
Shut up.
You know, it's the biggest aliyah we've ever had going to Israel ever. Like, I mean, millions.
Yeah, I've been kicked out of
I don't get it. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is what I was trying to tell you guys earlier with this fucking...
reputation procedure.
Do you have this low IQ, retarded piece of shit?
It's because Duke
Himself, in reparations, he wants to blame Jews. He wants to do whatever. He's a fucking retard. He's not about what's good for America. He's about his own stupid fucking special interests. He's a fucking retard.
Darks. So I want to let KK, because I think KK's going to answer the whole Venezuela army thing. Dark, I want to say this. What you just said just shows that you have no idea what's been going on in Venezuela for the last like 15 years. But KK, I'm aware of this shit for you to say like
I was trying to
these weren't even fucking Jews. These were more Catholic fucking people that were being starved. The women in the prison trying to prostitute themselves for fucking food. You're so disgusting.
We have charges that agree with his recordings of his medical reviews saying that they were at war with America. So when you say you're with America, guess what you just said? You put yourself up in the same. Yes, recordings that got me in jail for 17 and 18 years. So I don't know what you have to the leader. You've got recordings of them doing
Biden pardoned them like his last year in office.
Yeah.
We said some horrible shit about different countries.
Who's Dark? Hey, Dark, what law school did you graduate from? Just curious, Dark. No, Dark. Listen, Duke got kicked out of Duke. You don't even know
So, are we talking about the little states here? Are we talking about the little states?
I'm waiting for them to...
Why is it? Don't forget,
Listen,
God fucking damn it. Okay, everybody, let KK
I was trying to type it in, and I'll let you guys get back to it. So the Cuban side is very important. So when Maduro, someone said it earlier, that there were a lot of Cubans killed around Maduro. So they were assigned for his detail because
you can't go out and do other things. You take care of your shit at home. Like, you guys all watch me. That's what I do. Like, you see, I didn't just get these cows. I have thought this way that we had no hope for 20 fucking years. That's why I'm out here in the middle of fuck off nowhere raising my own fucking food. Because I haven't trusted these motherfuckers long before 2020 came around. Like... And so you have to be the change you want to be. Like, I was so optimistic because we saw the action right up front. And it started to dwindle off after Elon got fucking pushed out, and the CIA and Israel took full control after they killed Charlie. Like, you have to admit reality of what you are seeing. Like, that's just the fact of the matter. And like, if they can go arrest that dude, then they could arrest anybody anywhere on the planet, and it's all by choice. And they could do it right now today. Because if they wanted a fucking warrant to go arrest Pelosi, they could have it in 5 fucking seconds, because they can get a warrant fucking any way they want. And I don't need people say like, oh, but they got corrupt judges. They got corrupt judges both ways, dude.
Like, that's why you're going to see no opposition to the arrest of Maduro. Because it's not Trump's plan, it's the fucking deep state's fucking plan, it's fucking Israel's plan. Like, their attack, Israel wanting Iran gone, look at what they fucking write about wanting Iran gone. They also said in there they wanted Venezuela gone. Like, this is just, it's fucking madness to even argue, like, and I think, like, what I see from facts on the ground, like, there is things to be optimistic about. Yeah, the tariffs, what Trump's doing, and it almost feels like they told Trump, you know what, with this thing with tariffs and what you want to do with the economy, we'll let you do that. But don't think for a fucking second you're going to arrest anybody, because he hasn't said fucking shit. Pam Bondi answers to him and does what he wants to do. If he wanted her to go arrest motherfuckers, he wouldn't be tweeting some bullshit. He'd fucking walk down, slap her in the face with his fucking dick and be like, bitch, go arrest some motherfuckers. And then they go do that. That's how fucking all the J6ers got arrested. And it goes both ways for the people. Bush arrested, an Obama fucking drone strike. And fucking, like, they can do whatever they fucking want. It's what they choose. And he is choosing not to fucking arrest anybody or hold anybody accountable or disrupt this system.
That's it. Like, you just have to see. The system is what it does. You can see what a system does, and then you can say what it is because of that. So that's that. If you want a biblical answer for it, it's you'll know it by its fruit. The fruit is there are no arrests. This is real clear. I want to let John in because he's had his hand up and comment after that. That's cool, y'all. Let's do it in that order.
Yeah, this is candidate John. I'm a write-in candidate now because they kicked me off the ballot. This is my second time running, and I just want people to know that election fraud starts at the ballot. Lawyers and judges in every state election board controls who the candidates are on your ballot. Write-in candidates don't have a shot, and I have observed this. I have fought it. I have done pro se legal work. It's a major problem I don't think a lot of people know about. But I'm wishing everybody a happy new year. Thank God nobody died, no Americans died in this, Maduro capture. I think it's like the grace of God. I mean, Trump seems to be like a lucky cat with a lot of lives and nothing's touching him. I mean, I hope just there's no disaster. But I think we have the higher level intelligence, in my opinion, in Trump than obviously Kamala and Waltz. If you don't think we wouldn't be at the gates of Moscow or Kamala would have dropped a nuke bomb, those people are the real fucking Satanist, demon, Babylonian worshipping, domestic terrorist, evil scum that we have to be careful of. Say what you want to say about Trump and his relationship with Epstein. I know there's a lot of people that, have a lot of really wild conspiracy theories. But welcome to James Bond world, But my biggest complaint is the clown world that we live in. That Seattle elects an open Marxist, communist mayor, Mamdani, all these people. There has to be some type of name for how we get such low IQ, incompetent people, because a lot of this comes down to economic philosophy and how to run a fucking business. None of these cocksuckers have ever started a business or ran a fucking business. They don't understand economics, business theory, trades, nothing. So we live with clown world actors and performers and AOC's content. It's all hypnosis, brainwash propaganda. Bernie Sanders is a unicorn politician who has brought in $735 million in political donations since 2000. So we live in clown world, and it's unfortunate. I feel like philosophically not arresting people, maybe it's philosophical, but I'm saying that we have to essentially know how to run a pizza shop at a profit. We're $39 trillion in debt, $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities, and we are flying into Venezuela. Like, this is like that movie Escape from New York where, Snake Plissken got into Moscow and saved the day. Like, we're living in Hollywood clown world now, but thank God Trump is our president. And, whoever Michael Crooks was fucking talking to, whoever planned Trump's assassination, that is what I would really like to see Trump do, is arrest at least somebody. Maybe Pam Bondi, who's got all those photos.
Unfortunately, Dan Bongino looked into that, and he acted alone, so we got that going for us.
Hey, Cal, can I speak up now that you're away for a while? It has to do with, obviously, Dan Von Fivehead, who sucks at life, the biggest, most narcissistic piece of crap to ever hold, the FBI #2 office. And then Kash Patel, the guy from Valhalla, who's,
the curry god, whatever. They were both saying all kinds of crap for how many years, man, in the run up to the election about, okay, here's where all these bad actors are, here's all these things that have been done, and then when they are at the number 1 and number 2 positions for the premier investigative agency in the entire United States, an actual intel agency, like you pointed out, we know that's what it is. They did not find a single thing with the election, the people that were assassinating, trying to assassinate Trump. Nothing, not a single thing. All Cash did was get, good flights and go watch his girlfriend with her tens of fans go sing the national anthem somewhere else. That's all he did. Dan Bongino, all he did was sacrifice everything, not his millions though, and not his podcast, not everything else. He just sacrificed a few weekends to go be in D.C. Not even, dude, my one deployment, I'm not even the longest deployment I ever did, but one deployment, I freaking lasted longer than Dan Bongino's stupid ass, and I went to Afghanistan. And I couldn't go back home every weekend. I couldn't see my family and stuff, but he wants to act like he sacrificed freaking everything, and he did jack and shit. He did nothing. And I wanted to point out that the whole January 6th thing, right? All the bad actors, people talking about it being a trap and everything like that, because, we didn't know there was, a setup. There was people that wanted to make MAGA look terrible. They wanted to, set people up to take a fall and, all this other stuff. But anyway, when they used all kinds of radio shows, all kinds of talk shows, interviews, everything like that to promote all this bad stuff they said were going on, and yet they were in a position to investigate, arrest some people. Who did they jam up? Some brony disabled guy, as if he's Jason Bourne of the pipe bomb. I'm betting anything they ever try and do, they're going to dig at the bottom of their Patsy file, because that's where the brony had to fall into. The next person, I'm betting that they end up trying to jam up and it's going to be a disabled person who's also a midget. And it's going to be a DEI midget of some sort. It's probably like a transgender lesbian.
Jesse's going to take umbrage with the midget comment.
Up the midgets. This is something I really wanted to hear what you think about that, Kyle. Like, especially this dude they jammed up for the J6 pipe bomb, and now we're right at what it's the statute of limitations, right? Like, this is it.
Yeah, midnight tonight, I guess, as far as I can tell, unless they can claim an ongoing. So here's the only crazy thing. This is why, and yet another. I'm sour on this because I don't think they're going to do it. But if you were going to claim that there was an ongoing conspiracy, I think there's plenty of evidence to say that. In fact, Harvey Dillon made claims that are similar. Are they doing shit about it? No. Do they need months and years to be able to investigate this? No. You don't fucking need to. It turns out the guys at the Blaze actually were able to line up. Let's just lay out the fact pattern real quickly as we end January the 5th. The night when the pipe bombs were supposedly placed before January 6th and drew all these cops away. Here's the story as it stands. On the day of, first of all, somebody decided to park in a place where there were absolutely no cameras covering. So there's no footage of a car, the person getting out of a car, and the person entering on the route. That person appears in the first camera at 7:34 p.m. January 5th, 2021. Walks a circuitous route for about 20-something minutes, drops off a pipe bomb at the DNC, but not before stopping for 77 seconds at a specific bush outside the Congressional Black Caucus Institute, sits down on the ground, appears to place something underneath the bush, take it back, put it back in the backpack, and eventually leaves it over by the bench where we've seen all the footage and the Kamala Harris and the bomb sweeps and all that kind of shit went on. Then that person egresses, leaves, walks around, ends up disappearing in the same place where they showed up on camera for the first place, and then ends up next to the RNC, and in 10 minutes places a device there, and then rolls off camera, never to be seen again, and disappears off into the ether for 5 fucking years. So that's pretty amazing. The FBI claims they didn't get any new information about this person, and were able to find that person using cell phone pings, credit card receipts, and a license plate reader. Shit they would have had within probably 2 weeks if we're being slow about it. 3 weeks if we want to be generous. They found this out in January of 2021, no doubt in my mind. And the guy they jammed up, I'm pretty confident, was probably cleared within the first 2 to 3 months.
minimum, that would have been the long end of it if they weren't fucking moving quickly. And I say that as someone who worked out of that office and had some, peripheral touch on that case. So here's the other crazy thing. The guy who ended up finding the second pipe bomb was already in motion before the radio call went out, said look for more pipe bombs. Got out of his vehicle, and it took him 11 minutes and 7 seconds to go exactly to the bush where the fucking bomb was found, but not before stopping at the bush the pipe bomber had stopped at the night before and sat on the ground for 77 seconds, and he looked under the bush twice, and we have video camera of him doing that. That guy who works for Capitol Police went on to become the liaison for Capitol Police to the FBI, so there's your conduit of information being controlled. The guy who was the ATF on-scene bomb squad commander turned around and took over the job of Yogananda Pittman, who was in charge of the intelligence division for the fucking U.S. Capitol Police. And that guy resigned the same day that the Blaze published information showing that the pipe bomb was discovered straight away by Capitol Police officers, and that those guys did it in 11 minutes and 7 seconds, and that they never looked for another bomb again and acted like it wasn't very bomb-like when they went out there and told people who were sitting in the car from DC Metro PD and from the United States Secret Service, like, hey guys, there's a fucking bomb over there like 30 feet away, and they were like, that's cool, bro, I'm in the middle of a sandwich, so please don't interrupt me when I finish my lunch, I'll be with you momentarily, just, hang out for a bit, and then we'll go and we'll do some bomb stuff in a minute, because the bombs were not fucking bombs, as was briefed to me 1 week after January 5th, January 6th, when they said they looked very bomb-like, but these were inerts. That was told to me by people in the FBI working on the counterterrorism teams, because we asked whether or not we were going to get fucking blown up as we were doing surveillance looking into people that potentially placed bombs. So that all goes down. And then you have another fun thing. The lead pipe bomb expert for Thomas Massey's office in Congress, as you had an entire committee looking into it, Barry Loudermilk's office, Tom Massey's office were leading the charge, doing this long-term sort of catch-up and investigation. They go and they put out a big summary on January of this last year, January 2025. They go and they write a 75-page document, kind of state of the state. Here's where the pipe bomb case is. The expert that Tom Massey's office employed was a guy named Marshall Yates. Marshall Yates was hired by Kash Patel in March of 2025 to go be the congressional liaison for the FBI. So now you have the guy that found the bomb is the Capitol Police conduit to the FBI. You got the guy that used to be part of the member of Congress's staff is now the conduit from the FBI back to Congress. And you had the dude that fucking was on-scene commander for the ATF when it comes to the bomb squad, was in charge of the whole damn thing, the entire intelligence division and all the counter surveillance guys at your Capitol Police. That's all you really needed. Maybe 2 others, someone to make the call and somebody to go and actually place the bombs. And that person could go out, I don't know, get transferred over to the fucking CIA, like we saw reported. So this is not a big conspiracy, but yeah, the statute of limitation runs out if we act like someone did it solo. And if somebody didn't have like a bunch of other stuff behind them. Now I think the obvious story is that they probably did. But we're about to watch the statute run out otherwise.
But so from like 30,000 feet, like what it even looks like is they could lose this case against Brian Cole. Now if it's after the statute of limitations, that's it. They don't need to find anybody and they can just use the excuse of, well, like we can't charge anybody with a crime.
Right, outside of a conspiracy, an ongoing conspiracy, it's over for that. And that also may be by design, which is something that really bothers me. So there's nobody that should be taking a victory lap as they lead the FBI right now, and everyone, they did a great job. Because if you turn around and find out that the one thing, like Bongino said he was going to do 3 things. I didn't say he was going to do 3 things. He said it. He said it on Fox multiple times. He said he was going to find out who left cocaine in the White House, goose egg. He said he was going to find out who leaked the Dobbs decision, fucking goose egg. He was going to find the pipe bomber from January 5th, and they found an autistic black brony who fucking lived down the street, and he managed to evade the FBI by fucking doing nothing except living his normal life for 5 years. So Sean, look on that bullshit.
Kyle, one moment, but you're like at 12% with reposts on over 225 people in this space. So everybody that's down there needs to repost the space, and that'll help it keep from glitching. Get down at the bottom middle of the square and repost it. Don't quote post, but repost. That'll keep the space from glitching.
It's definitely been glitchy. I've had people tell me they couldn't get in, and I apologize. If you tried to get up here and speak and it wouldn't add you or it wasn't allowing you or you were getting kicked off, that's not Not a
Yeah, I think Sally down there, you should bring Sally up as a co-host if she would.
No, I'm gonna tell Sally she can't ever. Sally's not allowed to talk around me. We only let the men talk in this circle. That's what's happening right now. Sally's not even. She knows she's not even supposed to be able to vote. We already had that conversation. Right, sis? What are you doing with the other face? All right. Do we have any hands that we missed out on? I saw we had.
Yeah, real
common.
Yeah, real quick, Kyle. I want to first of all congratulate you on not sending your kids to school and milling your own flour and cooking your own food and being your own man. You and your wife should be absolutely congratulated for that. And you know, if Jesse ever runs for president, I'm voting for him just on the dialogue that that President Trump should go down there and bitch slap that bitch with a stick and go arrest some people. Whether you get that dialogue, dude, amazing.
I added Sally since she got that so nicely. She's a nice lady. Don't say otherwise. Let's open it up for CC. You were at it, and so was Tom. And so both of y'all get a chance to jump in.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Kyle. Good breakdown and that pipe bomber analysis rundown. That was pretty good. So I was just gonna comment, and I didn't miss this. It's a little redundant, but I've heard you talk about the assistant director position being like. Real hands-on, real mostly managing stuff, and the actual director position is kind of like, like just doing publicity stuff or whatnot, or on the front, like the camera, a face for the camera or whatnot. So, I'm pretty disappointed with the progress that Bongino made, just like you guys. But with him leaving cash there, is that going to be? I feel like maybe he's, going to be. Do we know who's going to replace Bongino? And is he going to be, a man down, an important man down? Maybe he can't handle what's going on. And honestly, we got to see him on his way out also.
Okay, so the two positions we're talking about, that's director and deputy director is the number two. Assistant director is another thing. There's about 10 different, not your fault, but there's like 10 different positions in the FBI that have the word director for no particular reason in their name. Deputy, assistant director, and so on. So number one and number two is the deputy and the director. The deputy director position is like an XO. It's a chief operating officer, if you will. So yeah, it's a hands-on position. You got to understand the mechanics of what the agency does. That generally speaking requires a lot of time, and either you better bring somebody in that speaks FBI and also knows all the institutional bullshit. We're talking about an agency with 38,000 employees, but at the end of the day, the managerial staff is like dozens and dozens. Every damn one of them was promoted under Ray and Comey. Without exception, there are none of them that came out of nowhere and now are in senior ranks. So all those people got promoted up by the previous two FBI directors, just so everyone understands who puts their hand up and becomes managerial in that space. So that's problematic. The guy who stepped in right now is the co-deputy director from previously. That's Andrew Bailey. Andrew Bailey just had the best day in the Donald Trump 2.0 administration of any director, because he wasn't on fucking Twitter posting up nonsense, because none of you heard about what he's doing, because he's actually just doing the job. Now, he's in the same sort of deficit. He's going to be working out of the same sort of disadvantage that Bongino did, which is that he didn't come from the FBI. He was the former AG of Missouri, and so while he may be highly talented and skillful, he was an Army officer as well. So he's got experience in management. Doesn't mean that he can walk into that agency and understand it. But for the last couple of months, he's been quietly working there, and I hope getting a lay of the land. He's got some respect from the folks that are working in the bureau. Mostly because he's not on fucking Twitter bragging about it or talking about it or trying to explain to everybody what goes on. The FBI kind of has the same ethos that some of the special operations teams use to try to espouse, which is that sort of quiet professional thing. It doesn't matter what people say, you just go out and do the job, and if it gets done right, then that should be it. Obviously, it's been also fucking around and screwing up a lot of people's lives, as many of you guys are aware, and hence the name of the space. But for whatever it's worth, I would suggest that Bailey is an upgrade. When it comes to, at least he's trying to do the job seriously, but he's at the same disadvantage. So I don't know what's going to happen. I think he should end up taking the director role. At least he can be a serious person at the helm, which would be nice. And they should promote somebody or bring in a retiree who's either gone through the ringer and knows that the FBI is a dangerous animal, or you bring in somebody who's currently in there that is vetted and knows how to handle that business. One way or another, you need institutional institutional knowledge, and that institutional knowledge is not easily won, and it's not something that someone like me would have in 6 years. It's usually someone who's been there for 15 or 18 years, and they went to the academy with the people in senior management, and they know that, so-and-so was screwing somebody's wife, and the person avoided an investigation for this shady shit thing they did, and this person kind of hitched their wagon up to this other managerial person who was a piece of shit, and, got busted for this stuff. Like, there's all these little shenanigans that go on in every federal agency. There's so much, behind-the-scenes fuckery that you guys just don't know, and nor would you, and they all cover for each other. We had a whistleblower come forward maybe 2 months ago that stated definitively that there is a policy within the internal investigation sphere. So the FBI doesn't have IA, they have something else. It's called OPR. They have security division that does this stuff. And they basically have an internal, unwritten policy that says that they will not investigate their own in management. And those people don't ever look into malfeasance, which is why we had someone like Charlie McGonigal. You guys may not remember the story, but Charles McGonigal was the senior CI counterintelligence agent in New York City. He was the special agent in charge of the counterintelligence division, and he took fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars in brown paper bags from the goddamn Albanians, actual intelligence officers, and he got a slap on the wrist. He got 4 years. Meanwhile, Robert Hansen took less money from the fucking Russians, and he ended up rotting and dying in a supermax cell. And so we had someone who legitimately probably did the worst thing that's happened in, let's call it, the last 30 years in our espionage type space. And the guy basically is going to walk free in maybe a year and a half to 2 years from now. And I talked to his girlfriend. I've actually interviewed her. She's a bit nutty, but she believes that there was probably 10x as much money. So it might be the tune of not $3, $4, $5, $700,000. She thinks it's probably $8 or $10 million that he took in cash and that he has stashed away. So the dude's going to come out as a super wealthy guy, having likely sold American secrets. I can't prove it right now because they don't fucking investigate these people. So without knowing this kind of, this behind-the-scenes shit, it's really scary that we put someone in. And Bongino is going to fail no matter what. Nothing against the guy personally, which I have a personal grievance because I thought he was something he wasn't. He said something to me, gave me his word on it, and then he went back on it. That's his business and mine. But the simple fact is, if you walk into a job where you don't have the institutional knowledge to do the job, ask anybody. Any of you here, if you got tapped and they said, hey, go in and run DHS, and you'd be like, what? And you'd be like, yeah, I need you to run a law enforcement agency. I need you to run like a FEMA outreach organization. It's logistically a nightmare because you don't know what all these pieces do. And by the time you got your feet underneath you, it would be time over. That's where Dan ended up. That's where a lot of these people are going to end up. And that's interestingly enough, as Jess was pointing out, the cabinet issue. The more people you put into the fucking cabinet, the more that you end up with people that are trying to do showiness, and all they're trying to do is message positively. And so the progress was getting made under Doge, but of course they called out a lot of stuff right away, and all of that stuff was not. Whatever happened to that? I haven't heard anybody in the MAGA base. I don't consider myself part of that, but I'm around a lot of it. Where the fuck is all the outrage that they shut down the Doge, and that we didn't get all the cuts, and that we didn't keep doing it? Where is that?
Well, one thing I was going to say too is, everybody's been really calling on Trump and the admin to the cabinet to get some arrests. We want to see some arrests. And then Trump, I think with this operation in Venezuela is like his A-team, phenomenal operation. It's and that's something he had control over, whereas there's a bunch of separations of powers and the other positions in his cabinet. But, you can really see him doing something with his A-team is how I took it. And then, we're kind of let down with some of these other cabinet people.
But it's a lot more simpler. It's like, hey, we need this certain tree chopped down. And then Trump was like, no, we're going to chop down another tree that's way in another continent. That's not the solution to any of this.
Well, what you're also seeing is, and I think people give Congress a pass when it shouldn't be. First of all, the president is not supposed to have all the power that he does and that we expect him to do, and he shouldn't actually take responsibility for all that shit. So if anybody wants to do it, I guess this is something I explored this morning when I ran a podcast about it. And it's like, I kind of realized that it's my own fault, and maybe it's all of your own fault too. When I heard "Make America Great Again," what I heard in my mind, what I took as an assumption, and shame on me for assuming, what I assumed is that we were going to try to get back to a constitutional sort of position, make America more constitutional. I think that's what a lot of people thought that meant. That's what would be great, is if we were more constitutional. But at the end of the day, there's some real serious problems with that, because number one, starting back in turn of the last century,
have you followed any of the path? Have you followed the path of Hezbollah?
At the institutional level where, the Senate is no longer representative of what the Senate is meant to be. They outsourced power in 1946 and did what's called the Administrative Procedures Act, which essentially allows Congress to give broad mandates, throw a bunch of money at the executive, and the executive gets to declare what is the rules of their own agency, and that's force of law, and that's totally fucked. That got even worse when they did the Chevron deference sort of situation out of the Supreme Court decision in, 84, 86. And so we've rolled that back. We're now back to 1984. But what people were really hoping was to roll back to that 1913 level and have some functionality where maybe the actual people that we elect that represent us and the people that are supposed to represent the State House, but now the Senate's all fucked up, if those people actually did the thing they were meant to do, we wouldn't have to worry about whether or not an executive was right. Anyway, it's my own fault for believing that was kind of like what was being promised. That's what would be done. We're not even remotely touching that. And so,
I think it was promised. It was promised.
It was implied, and here's why, Joker. Here's what was implied. When Trump said that he was going to get rid of the IRS and he was going to fund the government using tariffs, that means that you're basically going to have to cut something like 70 to 90% of the entire federal government because you're not going to be able to run it all on tariffs. You're going to have to cut it back to the same point that government existed when we actually ran on tariffs, which meant that we had a minimal government to begin with. And the footprint should be just very, very simply what's outlined as federal duties. And if you guys don't know how the bloat of the federal government started, it all basically falls under the Interstate Commerce Clause. And so everything that the government gets involved in, regulation to policing actions and so on, they're almost all written up as because they happen in between states. There's this Interstate Commerce Clause that essentially justifies almost all of the bloat that if you didn't have it, none of you would know any different, which is why when there was a government shutdown, none of you woke up and went, oh, fuck, where's the government? Is my day gonna be okay? Your day was fucking fine when the government was shut down because the essential functions continued and the non-essential functions are not essential, so we don't need them. We just don't. Anyway, shame on me for thinking we were gonna roll back to something that was like that or that was the goal. There was no way he was gonna get it done in 2 years if they didn't just fucking do it nonstop like a bunch of madmen and chop like a chainsaw, which is why the Doge chainsaw was cool. I mean, we all know that didn't happen. So if we're honest about it, we can still be disappointed about it. I think it's fair. Tom just jumped on here. He hasn't spoken yet if he wants to come.
Jump in just real quick, guys. I see a bunch of people requesting, so if I rotate you down, just request again, and I'll just rotate you guys through.
So it's like Reno was saying, right? I do agree with a lot of what you're saying because at the end of the day, there's a hidden agenda behind all this. It's not from out of a good, intentions or pure intentions of what he's trying to do. Trump always has hidden agendas, and it is because of financial gain and resources gain. Simple. How do you defend the fact that he brought up drug trafficking, but then pardoned the person who's convicted for drug trafficking?
How about a Democrat that was president, a Democrat that was running, how about the Democrats that were running for it?
So much divisiveness in so much writing on it for it to end up this way. It's really disappointing. I just didn't know if you had any other comments on where it might go from here.
No, that's it. I mean, so if they let it go, if there was a will to move this forward, then the FBI would have done it. And I think that actually tells you as much as anything else. I think it tells you what you need to know because you can watch what the results are. Again, you'll know the tree by its fruit. And the fruit is that there's going to be this guy who couldn't have done it. And I don't think I'm giving anything away that I haven't said out loud previously, but I know someone who lives in that neighborhood, and that person is a federal agent who has seen this guy that they arrested walk over 1,000 times, thousands of times, and he knows it wasn't the right person, and so does his spouse. There are 2 Secret Service bomb-sniffing team dog handlers that live, 8 doors down from this kid that they arrested. I say kid, he's 30, but he looks like he's 16. He's got juvenile features, he has a juvenile presentation, and he has an autism that basically sets him as kind of a very juvenile human, and nothing against him, but this guy got set up to do something. They arrested him, and they went, and there's a huge instance of like a high percentage of false confessions that happen with people that are autistic, that have been left in conditions that are outside of their control. They left him for 20 minutes alone after threatening him, came back in, and then he basically just made up stories that are unsubstantiatable. Like, where's the bomb making material? Well, that makes it easy because that was 5 years ago. How are you going to find out what went in the dump? the shoes that were so specific and $300 to $400 like specialized sneakers. And he's like, oh, they got ratty, so I threw them out. It's like, these are unprovable things. So we're going to just take this guy's word at it. It's nice because you get to close the case up. But he's got real attorneys that are working right now that are former federal prosecutors. They're going to fucking destroy this case because there are so many holes in it.
Weren't there some purchase records of materials that he bought ahead of time?
Tom, so far ahead of time, he apparently bought the sulfur for his homemade black powder in January of 2018 because he was prematurely aware that he was going to be upset about the election in 2020. He also bought clips that he used for the triggering device, which are these alligator clips that went on a 9-volt battery, and he bought those in 2019, like May and October, if memory serves, but it's a long fucking time earlier. So he was buying shit for years, just random pieces of pipe and some end caps and stuff, and as far as I can tell, he doesn't own a drill press. And they didn't say anything about a center punch, so I'm not sure how you drew, a rounded, curved, galvanized steel pipe without having it walk all over the place. And if you've ever seen the picture of these bombs, they look like they got real clean drills. Apparently he bought a metal file like a few days before, so he didn't own that. And he didn't own a pair of wire strippers prior to. So there's all this illogical shit. He bought hundreds of feet of wire. He bought 150 feet this day. Bought 300 feet 6 months later. Bought another 50 feet later. Who knows what kind of weird shit this guy was doing? But none of it implies to me that he was running around doing the pipe bomb, because the Bureau would have found him very, very quickly. And I'm confident they did. And here's what people don't necessarily realize. Massey and Loudermilk put out that summary in January of 25, and this is what's really, really poignant. The FBI identified 186 phone numbers that were in the area who were the person. There were 186 phone numbers identified by the FBI. They did a few things. There were about 38 of them that needed to be interviewed right away. There were about 91 of them, if memory serves, that said that they needed some follow-up information. There were 51 of them that were involved in law enforcement, and they excluded them from the list of scrutiny. I'll tell you something really problematic. If you immediately excluded law enforcement, now maybe you deprioritize it initially, but if they didn't go back and go and evaluate all the law enforcement phone numbers, and whatever that meant, I don't even know what a law enforcement phone number is. Was it local? Was it state? Was it someone from a federal agency that had an FBI phone number or had a Capitol Police or a Secret Service phone number, but they were like an admin personnel? What is a law enforcement phone number? They apparently ignored those at the time. And so they started off with some base assumptions that were not appropriate. And then they completely spent the next 5 years giving us dog shit. They were saying, oh, there's a big reward, and here's some bullshit footage that we have deliberately downgraded. We've changed the aspect ratio on, and we've potentially even altered. Which, as you said, Mike Ben was pointing out that there was looks like alterations, photoshopping out of the eyes or blurring, some other stuff that went along with that. So all that is all negative.
Chain of custody for the video data, though. It just seems like there should be some pieces to pick up on that are.
There's two major problems with it. Some of the video apparently has been lost forever to the sands of time. A lot of it was in the control of Capitol Police, who was the divvier, and you found out that the guy who found the pipe bomb ended up being one of the liaisons, but I can imagine the person that was in the role before him was also sympathetic and came out of a similar place. And so you've got people that are controlling the flow of information between these law enforcement agencies, and the FBI doesn't own any of those cameras. It belongs to another branch of government. And this actually is a small little constitutional crisis for people to think about. Consider this. I think it was 1825, and my memory may be off. You guys will double check my math. I think it was 1825 when they created the Capitol Police. And I'm fairly confident that an objective analysis would say that the Capitol Police as an agency is actually unconstitutional. It's an executive function to engage in policing. So to do proactive things like take people into custody and to enforce law and all the other things, I'm fairly confident that it would be hard for you to say that that is in any way, shape, or form something the legislative branch can perform. Now, they could allocate money to it. They could allocate money for a contract. They could allocate money and have the president hire on, but they have all this scrutiny over who the people are. But at the end of the day, that's an executive function, and I don't know how you have an executive function underneath the legislature. That seems like inherently problematic. And it turns out they operate kind of like a Praetorian Guard, because they know all the secrets and all the dirt and all the shitty things that all these congressmen have been doing, some of them for decades, and they can catch those chips in whenever they need to. And that's something that's been alleged to a lot of us. Go ahead.
I was saying that's obviously a problem.
It's hugely problematic, and even more beyond that. One of my my buddies went and did some reviews. You don't have access to FOIA, so they don't have natural accountability like you have in the executive. And so when one of my buddies went to do an audit and found out that they actually have all these missing internal affairs investigations or similar, OPR, we call it Office of Professional Responsibility, when they went and audited those, they're missing files. They're sequential, right? So it'll be like investigation 651, 652, 653. There are missing numbers in that sort of sequence, and they're missing, and the ones that they're attributed to are people that were part of the protective details, the VIP security that they offer, which means the people that are doing the dignitary protection, who have the most access to any of the shenanigans and shitfuckery that goes on in these Congresswomen's offices, those people happen to also get special coverage, and it just turns out their internal affairs investigations are lost. And so, I mean, that's what the Praetorian Guard does. It takes care of itself, and it also manipulates and moves power. You guys can go back and read about the Roman Praetorian Guard, and why Rome was eventually sort of subjugated to these people who were unelected, and they just basically had the power and the goods on everybody. And that's not a thing that Americans should have, but it's not talked about very much.
Yeah, how many of them stuck a knife in Brutus or Caesar?
And Caesar's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, those were the senators who probably had to do so because they're manipulated by the people who have the real dirt on them. So it's like, do you want to face public humiliation, shame, and execution? It's the same exact thing. Who can make you do things badly? And there's a really decent chance, and I say that as someone who worked in the government, who worked in D.C. for 5 years for the Bureau. I think from what I've seen, there's a really decent and pretty compelling case that the U.S. Capitol Police were at least aware of and probably complicit in the movement of the pipe bombs on January 6th, which opens them up to all kinds of other questions about what the hell happened, since that's the name of the space, and that's what we're talking about. Again, if you guys have not set out your finger bowl full of vodka or rubbing alcohol for Nancy Pelosi and your chicken bones, make sure you guys set those out tonight before you go to sleep. That is the tradition that we've started for the last couple of years. But it's truly troubling to think that we're about to hit the statute of limitations, and if they can't prove a conspiracy, then it doesn't matter if they find another person. And so they could drop the charges on Brian Cole Jr. basically tomorrow. They could drop him and say, hey, we fucked up, we got the wrong guy. And don't worry about it, because we can't get anybody else either in this space. So that would be really fucked.
Isn't it just your opinion, though, that it's a statute of limitations? Can't you bring charges for sedition, treason, things that are not covered under statute of limitations?
Yeah, it's a much higher burden, though, obviously, to be able to make that proof. So, yes, there are things that exceed that and have longer statutes. Some have statutes of 7 years, but for the specific charges of placement of pipe bombs and, they didn't have to charge an ideology or terrorism. And again, you could extend if you were able to prove a conspiracy, but what I'm looking at is if they wanted to start proving that stuff, they've had the ability to do it. And theoretically, quote unquote, our guys were there for the last year. So I listened to Jesse the other day. It was pretty
Steve Baker laid it all out.
That's right.
Like, that's when you step back to 30,000 feet and just look at what happened. Like, nobody had a fucking clue. Steve Baker blows the motherfucker wide open. It's right there. And what do? They go and snag this dude. And from day one, it took everybody 30 seconds to figure out that, this dude clearly, you just look at him and you're like, dude, don't, why do you go and find some mentally disabled person? Clearly retarded.
Well, it's crazy.
Dude, it's like a joke on us. I swear to God, it's like a joke on us. And to just poke at the people with a fucking brain and be like, you were mad about the last one. Wait till you see what we're gonna fucking slap you in the face with this time.
Right.
And then just like Kyle said, they're gonna drop this. They're not gonna get this to stick, and then they're gonna be like, oops.
It's crazy. I mean, I'm sitting here looking. I made a list of all the things that they were talking about receipts. I mean, I'm a ham radio guy, so I bought toroids to see if I could establish the means to create the waves necessary. I bought magnesium ribbon because I saw a science thing from a black African guy showing what happens when he takes apart the battery, and I thought it was cool. I bought gas pipe because I built a handicap amputee physical fitness stall for my dad. I bought calcium carbide because I like cave lanterns, and I saw that.
It's like, dude, let me stop you right there. What the fuck are you doing? Like the feds are totally listening to this, and they're like checking the boxes. They're like, dude, we got Patsy guy number 6 for fucking put him down on the marks.
Right.
Like when we need this guy.
Heck yeah.
Dude.
You're right, Jess. I'm shutting up now, man.
You know, but here, can we broadly speak? I think but consider this. Why on earth do we live in a country where we should be worried about what our fucking government thinks about what we do as citizens? And you know, it's funny if you go back and watch the movie V for Vendetta, which was clearly made by lefties, and it has a very leftist bent to it. But if you just kind of like accept that the premise of it is there's certain things on there that are universally appealing, which is that the government should be fucking fearful of its citizens. And if you think that you need to be beholden to and kowtow to your government, then you are a subject. And so all the sort of, I get like all kinds of funny DMs from people. They're like, who are all these dick riders? The dick riders that want to cheer on your government. Dude, I don't care if my government is doing the best fucking job possible. It's still doing a good fucking job because it's government. It's not private industry. So it's not like it's accountable like a regular person. So even the best functioning government is still kind of shit. And so why are we dick riding them? Why are we trying to find them and cheerlead them? They didn't earn that from me. You fucking work for me, and your job is inferior what you've done. So do better every time, no matter how much you want to like the guy. Consider, would you accept those results from one of your employees in any small phase? You're like, hey, this is the mission. There's 10 things. Go accomplish them. Come back at the end of the week and let me know what you've done. They come back at the end of the month, and they're like, well, I've done one, and I thought about the other one for a long time, but it was hard. And you'd be like, yeah, great job. Like, you're awesome. Like, you need to be reelected. It should be like, no, fuck you. You should never be able to show your face in public again. You should be fucking embarrassed for your inadequacies. And this is why, like, whenever I see Jess and stuff, I'm like, these are the kind of rants that I used to leave my buddies while I worked in the government all day long. I would fucking do these audio messages to my signal groups, and we would just be shit-talking the stupidity. And the fact that people want to cheer this stuff on makes me want to puke. Like, even the best version of the government, I guarantee you they're doing a shit job. And you guys know
feathered in the shows.
Yes, that's exactly it. Nobody has suffered the consequences. When I was training to be an air traffic controller in the Air Force, we had this like simulator. We found out, which you shouldn't show like young juvenile dipshit men, but we're standing there running the microphone, and we found out if you whispered into the microphone, you failed me for the last time, now suffer the consequences, the plane on this would explode. So you'd say the call sign of the plane, and then you'd say that phrase, and it would detonate, and it would just blow up in midair. And so like that's what needs to happen more frequently than not. Like we should be blowing some shit up. We should be tarring and feathering some people. Some people should be worried about like their burned asses and some very uncomfortable, quills sticking out of them, but they don't.
It's the best defense, and with considering everything how it's going on, I mean, we're definitely under threat. Something is motivating Donald Trump. Somebody has him under control. So basically, at this point, I'm like, hey, I better put my neck out there like a turtle, or else I'm not gonna move forward. That's the mentality everybody's gonna adapt to. You gotta have the best offense, the best defense, and the good offense kind of mentality.
But that offense doesn't have to be like offensive per se. It's what Jess is doing. It's like living in a place where you're growing your own food and you're insulating yourself against bullshit. It's living in a suburban thing, and you go, okay, fine. Well, I'm gonna make a contingency of neighbors. We're all gonna be on the same page. We're gonna know each other's families' names. We're gonna make sure we look after each other's kids. We're gonna do things that people do. Like fucking community, which is what this country was actually set up to do. Anybody who tells me that the solution to a problem is we need a government program for it, I think you're out of your fucking mind. It's like, what are schoolhouses? Just under what circumstances would you think that the problem needs to be solved by some sort of government, and God forbid it be the federal government? I mean, if you want to go to your city council and fix something, fine, go do it. But everybody wants to immediately go like, what's my congressman going to do? How come there ought to be a law? It's like, bitch, there ought to be just, you don't do that. There ought to be consequences for what you're people. It's not that hard.
The answer's pretty simple though, Kyle. You bring a great point up. The reason this shit happens is because we've allowed it for so long. Look at Ruby Ridge, Oklahoma City bombing, 9/11. What came out of 9/11? The Patriot Act. Then they turn around and use the shit against us. And now let's talk about Palantir. Oh, absolutely. Look at Palantir. You think it's bad now?
That's the problem. Like, we don't have nothing against the song flag. There's a time and place. That wasn't it.
Like, how much fraud can we be able to uncover? How much fraud do you think we could possibly uncover when we flip the California? It's so many reflecting, and like what you guys are pushing in your talking points seems very targeted because there's fraud everywhere. There's fraud everywhere.
No, I mean, I'm taking inventory, and we've had brilliant people speaking. We got critics, we got Trump defenders, we got hopefuls, we got actionless guys. I mean, I guess my question to you is, does social media influence matter? Because I've loved this entire space, and I never heard of you. So that's scary. And you know, what? I heard of you from Jess. Like, literally, I jumped on this because of Jess. And you and Jess are brilliant. You foment.
Come out of your shell, dude.
What?
Yeah, just let him cook his
I'm just saying, like, you guys foment your opinions with speed and efficacy of delivery, and it's entertaining. And those are the voices that should perk up. But I have to forcibly change my experience by putting you guys on notified and even see you post anything.
Yeah, that's not accidental. I mean, obviously that's the case. I regularly, I mean, my account's pretty good size. You guys have seen it. It's coming up on 250,000.
It's awesome.
240, whatever it is. And so it grows every single month, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, like, I still perform like when I have 40 or 50,000 followers, maybe worse. And fine. So what? Yeah, does social media matter? It does. My social media account.
Well, what does she go to? Tim Walz is there saying,
it's not a weapon.
yes, we got the
people.
So that's my summary, and it's probably a bad one, but of what's in that link I put in the chat. But I'll just land with it.
Because I represent
The Republicans just secured the between Yarrow and this whole Tim Walz
very much upset certain people, and I've had right around 40 FBI agents fired because of the stuff that I've published about them and who they are and what they've been doing. And it's like, that got action. So, in a serious world, X doesn't mean shit. It's a bunch of people that are just basically jerking off to the sound of their own voice, and they're typing things in a void and nobody cares. Like, that's the reality of it. That's what it ought to be. But it turns out that this administration overly values it, and so do a bunch of other people who are these, like, limp wristed weirdos that live in Washington, D.C., and that's just the nature of the beast. I know guys in think tanks, I know guys in Congress, I've had fucking chiefs of staff call me up and say, you're tweeting me, and you hurt the feelings of one of our interns, and I was like, who the fuck are you? Like, get off my phone. I don't fucking work for you. You're not my representative. I don't give a shit. I had fucking big Mike Lee's a friend of his chief of staff called me up and said, you hurt fucking Mike Lee's family, or hurt his feelings. And I'm like, well, first of all, he's a fucking bald weirdo Mormon dude, and he's nothing to do with me. I don't know him. He wants to call me up. Like, every one of these people has access to my phone number. Nobody's ever called me. You want to send us through some intermediary, please take it down. You hurt the movement. Fuck your movement. I'm not part of it. So it's weird that it actually has that sort of gravity to certain people. And so, the short answer is yeah, social media does matter. It's the only reason why
they have to have consent. They have to have consent to rule. Like, this does matter. Public opinion does rule the day. Like,
this is Alnarma. This is with a former FBI employee.
We do.
This is why.
That's why they.
This is why people.
Way before Trump even started with Maduro. Like, this shit's been going on for a while. I don't know where you've been, but welcome to the party. Glad you woke up. Welcome to 2020.
I wanted to address the issue that somebody raised here. How many people don't have their own name? I'm not calling you out saying that you're wrong for it. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't. And there's a reason for that. There are consequences to putting your name and your face out there. Like, I probably can't work another job in a regular way. I'm probably going to have to go grow my own food for the rest of my life. You're hired. The thing that I'm saying is exactly it. So at some point you realize, like, okay, well, if I'm going to put my name, my face, my reputation, and my experience out there in a public way, I've had people post fucking pictures from my high school yearbook on X when I was a dorky fucking 15-year-old or 16-year-old. And I'm like, what do you think you've accomplished? Since that time, I've had 4 babies. I fucking trained for war. Like, I own more guns than you have friends. Like, I don't give a shit about like what I look like when I was 15. Like, you think I didn't know what I looked like when I was 15? Right. Pictures like that all over my mom's house. Like, what kind of weird shit are you people doing? So it does matter in so much as if you step out into the space, you kind of also have to know that there's going to be consequences to it. Jess, you know what it's like. You fucking weirdos show up at your house to try to offer you things, to try to compromise you. People send you threats. Yeah. A couple of death threats a year. I mean, a couple of death threats a month. And my death threats are always like really lame and kind of weak. And I always just tell them, it's like, if you fucking know where I live, just come here, but don't plan on going, like, make it one way. Right. You know, say your goodbyes. I'll bury you in the backyard. I'll fucking have a friend with a tractor dig it up, because there's just, it's the same attitude. It's like, but there's only so many people that are willing to do that. And more importantly, honestly, our society wouldn't function if everybody was doing what I just said to you. Because I just don't think, like, we're just not built for that. We need some people to just, you know, do normal jobs and not be assholes to everybody. But obviously, there needs to be some instigators that need to push the envelope. Yes. And you can tell what happens because it pisses people off. And it starts entire propaganda campaigns. There's a big one going right now. And you guys are seeing it. It's people that are sharing, it's Benny Johnson sharing of like what's going on in Venezuela when it's not actually going on in Venezuela. You know, and I'll just these people's names because half of them I've spoken to, and they're not mean people, they're not bad people, they're just principleless people. They're just trying to make money because they know where the fucking bread is buttered. And then there's people like Jess who are just going to say what the fuck he wants, and he's going to go weld himself a fireplace. So, you know, that's what attracts me to that. People who just say honest shit, whether or not it you know, maybe it burns their hands. They're going to do it anyway. That's kind of the way it is.
Foxes are juice box ass kissers.
Well, all that being
said,
said,
the weirdest shit on that about whether it burns your hand or not. Yeah. Like, this is something I was talking to somebody else the other day about. Like, I am self-sufficient and I would get fired from my job. Like, if I ever fucking had one. But like, when my social media accounts came from me promoting my art and promoting my business. And when I started fucking talking politics, people sent me messages and they were like, you're gonna destroy you can't do that, you're gonna never make any money. My fucking business and my shit blew the fuck up almost immediately as soon as I just started speaking my mind. Like, I think that's a lie, because we're the majority, we're not the minority. Like, we've been trained.
But Jess, I'm telling you and Kyle, you guys are being muted, except for those people who literally are forcing X to let us see you.
That's why we need to follow people like Jess and repost his rants on all those pages. And on TikTok here and on Instagram, y'all need to be repost. When he comes in and does his little spit, repost it, because that goes everywhere, you know?
Yes, I followed my buddy Truth down in here, so that's how I found out. So everybody, you know, follow the people up here you like, and then send the message out and hit the notification button and turn it black. That way you can follow everybody. That way we can all connect. That's a great idea.
But Kyle, real quick, so, you know, the statute of limitations is going on the criminal side of it, but, you know, there's still the civil. You know, these guys, civil rights were violated, and these cops and agents that did that, aren't they opening themselves, didn't they open themselves up to, what's it, qualified immunity? They lose the qualified immunity. They can be sued personally. Do we ever hear civil rights attorneys? But here's the problem.
Right, actually, class action lawsuit is actually feasible.
Yeah, but you'd have to know who you're dealing with, wouldn't you? You'd have
Do we have any civil rights attorneys in the group right now?
Your big issue is that you know that you're not going to have to worry about that because you haven't identified the person you're going to sue. That's the biggest issue. It's not going to go anywhere because you haven't ID'd it and you don't have access to information to prove it. And even if you went in there, like let's say you went in there for your civil suit and you're subpoenaing records, you know, there's like 9 different exceptions that the FBI specifically can use to not give you the records that they would need to give you. So all this stuff is going to end up dying right there. It's going to wither on the vine exactly as you'd expect it to. And it's designed.
Probable cause. Well, no,
probable cause is the burden that you would need to be able to arrest somebody.
They were peacefully protesting, and then they were arrested.
Agreeing with what thrown in jail. Hear me out. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. There's plenty of people whose rights were infringed upon. I mean, there's guys like Enrique Tarrio who were thrown in prison. They weren't even fucking there on that day. And that's insane to me. There's people that have not been pardoned. There's guys like like Joe Biggs, who sit out there, who served this country, were injured, bled for this country at the same time. The dude like didn't do anything violent. He walked around. I've talked to him about it pretty extensively, and he didn't even get pardoned on that, so he can't even get his VA benefits. So he's out there just like going hand to mouth. So there's a lot of people that are scraping by and are in a bad spot, and no question in my mind, that's an injustice. But where in this world does anybody see that injustice is always properly answered?
But I'm happy to be arrested with names.
Yeah, but
Who was up here and said they got pushed in the back by some cop and then they left? I would have been fine to know their name, especially if I got arrested over it.
This is the craziest thing about all that stuff. It only happened if it was properly written down at the time. And this is another problem. It's like whoever keeps the records. It's the old story of like whoever writes that history. It's the victors get to do it. They get to craft the narrative however they like. Another administration came in and ran the entirety of the Justice Department, and the Justice Department was all in, even at the tail end of Trump's term, in January of 2021, prior to the inauguration, the FBI and the DOJ went whole hog in on the January 6th narrative. There were people that were in the command posts for these federal agencies saying, this is our 9/11. Not that they thought that America had been attacked the same way as 9/11, but they thought this is an opportunity for us to build our career on a single event and be able to do everything moving forward based on our accomplishments from this particular moment. And so they went in.
They used a geofence to go out and arrest all these people. That's a violation, man. There's got to be some way that like somebody just said, a class action lawsuit. Just because you were there, they had people come into people's houses, FBI agents or marshals, and arresting them. There has to be some kind of way.
Charlie, but here I am telling you, did we not just elect Donald Trump in November? Did we not just get an FBI director that we lobbied for to get? And isn't he supposed to be finally making that available? And they're not. And so what I'm telling you is, you can tell that the system is what it does. What the system is not doing is giving people access to this information. They're fighting these cases tooth and nail. If you haven't seen it, they are aggressively pushing back. They have done everything they can. Listen, I'll just tell you, it's a real simple experience. I sued the FBI and the DOJ in their official capacities, and the director and the AG. I sued them over violations of my civil liberties, violations of Title VII, religious freedoms and accommodations, for COVID stuff. Okay, for the COVID policy that they enacted in 2021 and 2022. Here's the craziest part. Kash Patel fired the motherfucker who actually implemented all of the COVID policies that I am suing the FBI for. And he fired him specifically for his egregious and over-aggressive enforcement of those COVID policies. So the agency that I'm suing fired the guy who did the thing that I'm suing them for, and fired him for the reason that I'm suing them. And they will not even fucking come to a settlement table. They are dragging this thing out. They are delaying discovery. They are refusing it. We're going on 2.5 years. And there's 25 of us that are in this lawsuit. I'm the only person there who's part of all 3 of our claims that survived the motion to dismiss. And this is just as bad as under the Biden administration. They sent 4 DEI attorneys to come and fucking meet with us for a potential settlement. And the people around me were like, they wanted tens of thousands of dollars for various different infringements. My violation is millions when it comes to the amount of money they should have given me through the pension and for my salary and the benefits and all the.
What are your damages?
They should be in the millions. I mean, just the actual monetary damages should be in the millions. And the crazy thing is, they offered us like $800 per person to shut the fuck up and go away. That's horseshit. I mean, they offered people like, we're willing to give you a capped amount of leave, because some people just burn leave to avoid going into the office, and they're like, we're willing to give you like 30 days of leave back when they burn 50. And they won't even make them whole on their leave balance to avoid a policy that they have already acknowledged was illegal, unlawful, immoral, and unethical, and actually improperly to the point where they actually fired someone over it.
That's the problem. That's the biggest problem.
I can't get justice as a former agent. If I can't get justice, if I can't go back to my own agency, where new people have taken over, and they've told us we're going to fix the agency, and we're firing the guys that did the bad thing, but they won't even acknowledge the people who are victims of the bad thing, they're sure as fuck not going to help some J6ers who didn't work for the government, who may be nameless people, who oftentimes are indigent and don't have like significant amount of resources. I'm paying out of a pocket, for an attorney. What about the people that can't afford it and they're out there representing the pro se? They're fucked. And I'm not trying to be mean about it. I'm being pragmatic, which is why we can't look at that as a solution. And we can't wait for someone to come in and save it.
It's the truth.
Anyway,
Do you guys have a fund or a place where people are donating to these people and someone like divvying it up or anything like that?
on this, we've been paying for it out of our pocket. Just like I've been paying for this fucking lawsuit. Because
So if I wanted to donate money, or if I do people who want to donate money, is there a place that someone can go to donate?
To help the COVID fund of the FBI folks? I mean, they all have a job. I have a job.
No,
I'm paying my own legal bills.
Okay.
They're all individual.
If there's people that need help, will you guys let us know so that we can try to like spread the word?
I may have to do this because right now the FBI director's girlfriend has sued me for $5 million. And that's pretty atrocious. If you guys saw that Elijah Kitover was sued and that Sam Parker was sued, she sued me first and then realized that they fucked up in their lawsuit because in our actual response to them, we pointed out that she didn't sue anybody else for stuff, that she went on the Megyn Kelly podcast and talked about the things that I'm talking about. And what I was doing was a legitimate discussion of a public affair and current events. And so anyway, we've defended ourselves on that. I do use hyperbole and sarcasm regularly in my podcast because I'm a sarcastic dude. I live in a world full of like stupidity, and taking it just in some sort of academic manner would make me want to puke. But we sued for $5 fucking million. I'll tell you what I don't have is $5 million. I do have 4 children. So I'm like a regular dude who doesn't even own his own house right now because I lost my job for the government. So anyway,
you need to hit up people for money that are buying cave lanterns.
I'll tell you what I don't want to do is I don't want to hit people up for money because everybody's having a rough time and this is just my burden to bear right now. So I've written checks for $20,000 in 2025, which is not fucking awesome. Taken $20,000 out of my pocket, which means I basically paid out like a little more than 2 months of what I made doing a podcast. It's not ideal to have to cut a check like that. But transparently speaking, I also don't want to ask anybody else for it because it's like if I can bear it and I didn't go hungry and my kids didn't lose anything that they needed and all my payments got met, then I'm not going to ask anybody until it gets worse. And if it ends up going into another phase and we don't get dismissed at the, in the early end, then that's what it was. It was just the cost of doing business in this fucked up country we live in where I have to send off, 2 months work or 3 months work to some shithead, and I had to pay off my attorney.
Hey Kyle, if Mickey Rourke,
for the rest of my life.
Awesome XRP, we're up 40 cents today.
if Mickey Rourke can do a fundraiser to pay his fucking mortgage, you could do a GoFundMe.
I know what you're doing here. My buddy tried to get me on Katina, you fuckers.
XRP is the next Bitcoin.
Bro, I just
My silver went up badass today again.
I'm buying ammo.
So it's not like Trump's the first one to go try to get them. They've been trying to get them for a while. Trump's just the one who
So here you are with a clear mind. My whole thing is, so we already know that the Chinese government produces the majority of the fentanyl.
I'm just saying. Dan specifically, I might post this message. I got a message from a person that was talking to Dan for the last couple weeks. Dan is specifically interested in coming after me, so I don't know if he's going to come after Jess, but probably after that rant. By the way, I played the podcast this morning, bro. So I've highlighted you to the angry man. But you know what?
Sweet, dude, I'm getting a couple more gold stars next to my name on the naughty list.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Dan better be careful. It's not going to go like he thinks.
That's exactly the problem. Listen, I'm excited about it because at the end of the day, it's like I have about an audience of. If I'm broadly looking, I figure I have about 300,000 people that tune into my podcast at least once in 30 days. But we got 30,000 followers on Rumble, we got another about 20,000 on YouTube, and we got the X audience, which is obviously Stifle. End of the day, if a dude who has literally millions of followers and used to make a living, was on Fox News and had the biggest podcast on his platform that he owned, all shit, wants to come and pick a fight with me, that's the funniest shit in the world because all it says is that I'm right and you're so concerned about the things that are clearly correct and resonating with people that you're going to have to go ahead and debunk it. It's the same reason why he was out trying to claim shit like the New York Times doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. I didn't injure my shoulder, I injured my elbow. It's like, whatever, faggot. You were trying to roll around with people when you're 51 years old. You went to the Academy of Quanto and got into a wrestling match. You're fucking proud of yourself.
You got Jesse on your side, man, in his cups.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna have to fucking go move into his shop, go hide up there so those fuckers don't come kill me. You see his tight pants, man. The guy's got baby balls, the fitted pants. My snapping turtle has bigger balls than Dan.
Kyle. And a little PSA for you, man. You never changed your fucking story. You've always put out what you felt like putting out, and you've never given a shit. And that's why they're coming after you, because you have receipts, man. Like the raccoon. I see Lou down there. Where the fuck is a raccoon at lately, man?
Is the raccoon trashed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he doesn't come around me anymore. After he took some of our private conversation and shared it with some chick because he was hoping to get some nudies or something, and he took it out of context as well. So that dude is a sniveling fucking simp and a fat fuck to begin with too, which is why he hides behind a raccoon. Anyway, there's a lot of people out here that you think are something and they're really not, and they'll show you them. If you talk to them long enough, they're okay. But I don't necessarily believe that anybody that I deal with on X is like my buddy or my friend, unless we've actually had some real significant, like, real interactions. I regularly find out that these people are they're just fucking transactional losers. You find out that they're like, oh, like, I'll sell you out because I might get some nudies from this whorish chick who used to have an an OnlyFans account. It's like, what a sad fuck you are. Like, they're all over the place, and he's definitely one of them. Aaron the Trash Discord. And I said that to his face, and so just so you guys know, I said it to his face. I'm like, you're a fat fuck loser, you're a liar, and like, you're fucking dead. So don't ever come back at me again. So I told him, I'm not just talking because he's not here. I said it directly to him.
If you call me, you better jump in, because people aren't really raising their hands.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I had to make that point. Nobody follows me anyway on my little account, but anyway, that's precisely my point.
I follow you, so you're saying I'm a nobody? Damn.
Man, you put words in my mouth, buddy. You're always somebody, but I'm not sounding serious. Seriously. I mean, this is fucking fantasy world. Just like the other day, I got told I didn't know shit about narco-terrorism. I'm like, okay, you fucking idiot. I didn't spend 40 years in the Coast Guard chasing these fucks. I didn't go through fatal funnels and get shot at. Yeah, you're right. But, yeah, that's my point, dude. And I'm glad you said that, because there's a lot of accounts that fit that same narrative.
Is it a way to put all those hands for you to tell me you're not doing hands?
I was trying to, I know, we just kind of learned, so I just thought I'd let you know.
A dirt bike. Is that a dirt bike or is that a sport bike? What am I looking at? Sport.
It's ATM RCA car.
Those are just a bunch of letters. Is it a sport bike or is it a dirt bike? I can't tell.
It's a sport bike.
Okay, there we go. Just fire away, man. Have at it.
Well, anyways, I'm just a contractor from Missouri, so I helped send Bailey and Eric up there. But, I was never political. 9/11 made me start asking questions, and then Obama made me political, and then I watched them try to sell me a fucking pandemic, because you don't sell a fucking pandemic, they sell themselves. I'm not buying your fucking cheeseburger, de Blasio. And then we went through fucking 4 years of Russia bullshit, and then COVID right before the fucking election, and the perspective that I can't push enough on fucking January 6th is the response to it is the evidence. I don't give a fuck who the person is. You don't find fucking 2 coordinated pipe bombs next to a vice president and then turn around and prioritize trespassing. The context there is fucking laughable. Like, that's the highest security fucking, like, you don't know if it was a fucking foreign nation where it was a third bomb. Like, in comparison to Boston, you went fucking door to door. Like, yeah, you had an actual bomb go off, but you're talking about the fucking vice president in D.C. And you find 2 coordinated fucking bombs and your response to it is nothing, and then you turn around and bitch about National Guard not get called in for the fucking protest. Like, these people are fucking clowns, and like, everyday people like me fucking see this shit, so I don't give a fuck if they bring accountability or not. This shit ain't going away, ever.
100%.
Hey guys, there is some good news. Breaking news. The Minnesota daycare scammers are 4 weeks away from developing nukes. So BB Netanyahu just came out with that. We are going to get them arrested, and we're going to get some action right now on that. So at least we get them arrested. I know about Russiagate, COVID scam, or J6, but at least the Somalians are going to get some heat.
Never in my life did I think I would see fucking cocaine in the White House twice, butt fucking in the Senate, Trans Day on Easter, and you're fucking right naked in front of kids and all the sexualization, you let your fucking borders flood. Like, how the fuck are people not waking up?
Sounds like a rated X movie.
Cars are jumping up, Keith.
So I'm an oil and gas guy out in Wyoming, and I guess just jumped in here, like all this stuff with Venezuela and paying attention to Trump, like the billionaire and the corporation influence on him is just obscene, and people that do talk about Susie Wiles, nobody seems to pay attention to it. But I mean, the gatekeeper, the fat old woman that nobody really wants to be there being the gatekeeper, and you pay attention to these corporations, and like Exxon and Chevron wanted this to happen so badly. Why in the hell don't they hire their own damn armies to make this happen? Because they invested money years ago, not the United States government, but these corporations. And if anybody paid attention, and may not have, but during COVID, every independent and small mom and pop oil company either got bought out or bankrupt. And then the big companies just sat and waited. And I mean, we're going all the way back on 100 years of antitrust. And we have 5 major corporations to control a majority of the space, just the same as they do in the meatpacking industry and so many others. And they are loving every moment of this because the big 5 oil companies are now dominant in the entire continent and hemisphere of North and South America by this happening. And Trump handed it to them. And now, like, I own a small oil company that's, very small. And it jeopardizes my future in a lot of ways because if they plummet the price down to $40 a barrel, they're doing exactly what Rockefeller did. They want to destroy the industry so then they can set the price and fix it however they want. And Trump's just going along with it. And, like, everybody wants to praise him like he's done so much great. Like, yeah, in a few ways, but, like, he is so disconnected and ignorant in so many ways. Like, you need to quit watching TV, you old fuck. Like, I'm getting so tired of all this crap. Like, the old boomer mentality of this ignorant old guy who made money at the right time when the stock market mattered, and it doesn't matter to the average Joe because it only matters to the biggest banksters and the corporate interests. Like, our oil prices and the cost per gallon don't reflect because we're still paying Green New Deal bullshit taxes that Biden put in place that could have been reversed. And the last time oil was this low, it was $1 cheaper per gallon because they put a 78-cent tax on every gallon of fuel and a 20-cent tax on every refined gallon of fuel. That's $1 of increase. And Trump's ignorant ass keeps listening to Lutnick and all these other dipshits that are out there to just pocket money and to kiss the ass of big fat Susie Wiles and do all of this, and yet none of it reflects to the common man and to the American dream and the ignorance of talking about the stock market. I've just had enough. And so I just wanted to chime in that, like, not only did the CIA get their wish on bringing their poster boy over who was relieved when he showed up in the States, because not shit is going to happen to him. And all this, and like I'm kind of upset with Alex Jones and everybody who are just saying, oh, this is Timothy Chess. No, this is just an ignorant old guy that has money that doesn't have common man problems and tries to say he's out for the common man. And he's the furthest thing from a Theodore Roosevelt, in conception. So I guess I just wanted to really chime in and throw that out there that, like, the major oil companies in the energy industry, like, they win the most out of this deal. And if we can hop into a country and pull this off, why in the fuck are we not picking up traitors and having Nuremberg or military tribunals? Like, get real. Like, this is all happening because the right people paid for it to happen. Not because they can take out Maduro. If they can take out Maduro in Venezuela, why can't they take out the top criminals in Washington here as quickly?
Bingo, exactly. Like, if this was genuine, and I don't buy it, like,
okay, this color revolution is going to be different. I swear, because Donald Trump's the president. Kiss my ass. Bullshit. That is such ignorant moron shit. Like, that would mean that I believe Q also. Which is a bunch of...
You should get on the air more. I mean, that was a concise use of knowledge distilled in a few sentences. Thank you.
Well, like, you don't trust the pilot? Say that again?
I was just going to chime in real quick and say, if it was legit, I mean, there's been a word out for his arrest since, 2019, and there's been 3 attempts previously till now on his life. So now, this is what doesn't make, the narrative just doesn't make sense.
Well, and Keith, just to repeat myself, I wanted to thank you because that was a concise use of your knowledge and a very few set of sentences, which is what people need to hear. I'm not sure I'm going to give accolades to FDR, but I will say that what you said...
Well, I wasn't giving him accolades. I'm saying that he made a far more valid attempt to relate to the common man than Trump ever has.
Exactly. And I feel like, Jess exemplifies this perfectly in his rants and even his hopes. Sometimes he shoots out hopeful messages, and it feels like that he's just made a few too many deals.
Hope is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, it seems like he's made a few too dangerous deals with cabals that have no interest in common man.
Well, and you just look at your pals with Lindsey Graham. What in the actual fuck? Like, you ignorant old cocksucker. And I'm talking about Lindsey, not Trump. Like, that ignorant old cocksucker gets to be involved in everything. Get real. Like, that Peter Puffin fag that has been in the Senate for way too long. Like, I caught Chip Roy, who I'm not a big fan of. That guy is all over the board and half ignorant most of the time. And he had a big rant of, we ought to disband Congress. Well, no shit. We should have disbanded Congress 20 years ago. Like, we should have had a constitutional crisis and burned this thing to the ground. We should have salted the earth around this place the second that Bush pulled his shit. The first one.
They all got their hands in each other's pockets.
Well, they all got their hands down each other's pants. I mean, it's either in their pocket or in the front. They got it on both sides, and it's such bullshit. And then you look at people like Kelly Loeffler, who is an insider trading, bullshit master, just not as famous as Nancy Pelosi, and she runs the damn thing. Are you fucking kidding me? Like we have people that are just corrupt all over the place. Like I said earlier, we need more tar and feathering. Like, we need more ropes and more people swinging. Like, all the way back to the founders. Like, it is just obscene what is tolerated, and people don't get punched in the mouth near often enough.
You're right about that.
We trade Minnesota for Alberta. Oh, we shouldn't trade anything. Like, we should never let ground go, and that's been the problem. Like, you look at California, and they just gave out that audit that they know that 38 agencies across the entire state are absolutely indefinable, corrupt, and thieves, and they're going to make Minnesota look like a blip on the radar on the hundreds of billions of fraud. Like, they had 38 billion in absolute proven fraud during COVID in the unemployment bullshit. Like that's the whole thing. We're talking about trying to Civil War. I mean, yeah. How about that?
Who in the FBI is investigating the fraud of the train to nowhere, and who bought the land, and who used eminent domain, and who asked for it, and what the fucking nobody. So again,
how about Christine Noem?
They're just not.
Christine Noem's state of South Dakota, which is bordering to the state of mine, she eminent domained tons of private landowners' land that did not want a certain set of right-of-ways through there because they weren't going to pay them shit. And they were obstructing and saying, oh, no, we want to get paid the same as everybody else. Just because we're not in high-dollar farm ground and we're grazing pasture ground.
Chevron, like Exxon, like BP, and all of these others that are going to make these contracts and go ahead and work with the new government that's apparently not a big issue, according to the Trump right now, saying the people now get to decide their own fate without the threat of Maduro while they're celebrating and cheering in the streets. They now get to fucking make their own determination. And that government will have to deal with companies and say, hey, we're going to accept this trade deal or not. That is not a fucking resource grab. You clearly don't know what you're talking about because He didn't send him.
And, you know, and it comes all the way from, like, back to the energy stuff. The head of the BLM, and that's not the, you know, Black Lives Matter, the Bureau of Land Management for the Rocky Mountain region was a dipshit from Boulder, Colorado, who had on his bio as an avid outdoorsman. That faggot would go up and hike out of Boulder and call himself an outdoorsman. He didn't know shit about it. He got appointed by Obama, and they have been just systematically destroying the natural resources in the Rocky Mountain region, which is my business, for years. And they finally got rid of it. Well, the person who filled in for him was his underling. It wasn't even somebody better or a new appointee. Like, just like Kyle's talking about in the FBI, like, they should be salting the earth. Like, you should not have anything left, and nothing should be, no remnants, no museums. They should just be gone. Like, I mean, how do we not? Okay.
I mean, I was just going to say, it may be happening. The Venezuela thing that Jess shed light on from maybe the Asian guy, but that was just the tip of the spear. That's just the beginning of a resource war that's gonna transform probably all of us.
Well, who's it going to transform? How is it going to help us?
Oh, I'm not saying it's going to help us.
Oh, yeah. No, like, it is a systematic rot from inside out. And these people don't pay a consequence. That's why I say more people need smacked in the mouth. You know, or hung. You know, like, these people shouldn't get away with it.
That's just it, Keith. It's about the petrodollar. It has nothing to do with us. Like so many messages that Jess puts out, it's never been about us. It's about them.
It's about the World Banks. It is about the five richest families in the world.
It's went way up as soon as that situation happened. The markets went up.
To be a part of NATO.
So
That's why they attacked their ass. It's not because Ukrainians are just some innocent motherfuckers.
Guys, I want you guys to do back and forth, but put your hands up so I know who I can rotate down, who still wants to speak.
Well, that being said, I'm gonna have to shut it down in a couple minutes that I'm left up here. I'll show you an easy way to turn it over. Can I hand it over to you, or is that not feasible, Sally?
You can hand it over to me.
Is there a way to hand it over to you, is what I mean?
Oh, no, I can open another space if people want to continue the conversation. I think it's a great conversation. It's up to the people down below.
Real quick, Kyle. Sir.
Hey, such a pleasure to be on here with all you guys. I've been obsessing over Twitter, reading you guys like all day, every day. I love it. Do you not think that protecting the petrodollar is kind of a like MAGA principle? I mean, is there not a lot of validity in protecting the petrodollar? Just as Sally said, you could see immediate response in the markets.
I think that there is certainly a value in it. I don't think that the action that took place in Venezuela is without merit or without some sort of positive aspect for America. And that's not the argument I made this morning. My point is, it wasn't even in the top 10 things that were discussed needing to be done. What we don't see is the immediate things that are going to kill us. I look at things kind of like as like a triage response, as kind of a medic going into an emergency. The way that I saw this country ending would look like no border, unlimited people coming in. That's your sort of blood spill, major hemorrhage. That need to be stopped. Sounds like we've kind of got that under control. It's great. The next thing is we're going to die from toxicity of having too many people eating up the natural resources of this country, housing, food, schools. We're finding out that there are significant percentages of the stuff that we're like common and public goods being used up by those who have no business being here. And our deportation numbers are shockingly low for what they would need to be in order to be successful and actually make the dent. So, it's like if you told me that you achieved a net good and you did number 20 on the punch list, but you left number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all the way down to 10 off, that's where I'm like, why the fuck are we announcing this shit? Like, if this was something that was happening while we were punching off the other really critical stuff, and I don't think we are, then it would be like, oh, okay, cool, added bonus. We've solved a problem down in Venezuela. We're dealing with a narco-terrorist. We're starting to, create some sort of, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't really care if the United States military wants to project force in our hemisphere or even outside of it. Like, that's what it's meant to do. It destroys things. That's what our military does very effectively. And I'm sure there was like, I'm sure the guys who signed up to do that mission, they wake up every morning early and train for that shit. So they got to do it at, you know, out of 10, and they always wanted to do that. So I'm not mad about any of that stuff. What I'm saying is, if you're going to throw me that and tell me that's the victory, then that's slop. Because it's not the victory. The victory would be holding accountability, fixing the actual you know, systemic problems instead of just addressing symptoms and acting like we're getting it done. So knocking down like my gas prices by 10 cents or 15 cents a gallon, that's not going to be the win for me, because we're still inflated out the ears. It still costs me a shit ton of money to go buy groceries for my family of 6. That's kind of where I'm at. And so, yeah, I'm not saying it's like it was a bad thing. I'm saying it's like, if that's the victory, if that's what you're going to tout, you're telling me that you're not going to win the big game because you're showing me some garbage sideshow.
I guess for me, I was just thinking that if it turns into the Petro Won or the Petro Ruble, we're all in deep shit. And so that's like,
I mean, if he was serious about all those things, though, wouldn't there be like some additional things that have to happen? Wouldn't we be, you know, turning away 600,000 Chinese students that basically steal from us, rob us blind from you know, all the industrial processes and
But we're getting more H-1Bs.
There's an awful lot of ways that would be, you know, like I said, it would be fine if it was part of here's a 20-step plan that's going to help solidify the currency, you know, stabilize U.S. economy as being you know, having the petrodollar and sort of disable some of the capabilities that the BRICS nations are building up on the background. If it was part of a larger suite of things, I just think it's a one-off. I think it's like here's your single win, and go out and celebrate it. And by the way, there could be more where that comes from, because Cuba, look out, and Mexico, watch out. And I'm like, are we fucking serious about this right now? Is that a win? It's not the win. You're going to end up with more refugees in this country.
Yeah, and just, I appreciate that. And just to piggyback on that, like, I was wondering if, like, possibly, like, in the most optimistic way, that this may be a means of connecting the dots, and I guess instead of trying to take out people and arrest people from the top down, go from the bottom up and start arresting people from the bottom up, and somehow making the connections. I don't know, like, totally the ins and outs of it, but it seems like there's connections between Venezuela and U.S. politicians right now. There may be something to that, and I may have missed where you guys talked about this earlier. I'll let you talk.
This is kind of like the, you know, Smartmatic, Dominion voting machines, election fraud, all these things got quarterbacked out of Venezuela. At the end of the day, if they wanted to go do this stuff, they could have solved it locally, at a local level. The machines were physically located in the United States. The people who bought them were in the United States. The people who ran and operated them were in the United States. So if this stuff was going to get done, I don't think you got to go all the way to Venezuela to make it happen. I think that's like a little bit of hopium. I'm not mad at people looking for order and chaos, because I think we all see it. What everyone sees is just like, it can't be that fucking bad. I think what Jess and I are kind of in the camp of, having just been like regular dudes, is like, I live in a pretty pessimistic state, which leaves me very happy, because I'm rarely disappointed that my hopes get smashed, because I generally assume that things are going to go shitty. And if you find people that are like constantly optimistic and they get shit on because their optimism is not rewarded, you find that those people end up in like cycles of depression. That's not me. I'm never depressed. I'm always feeling fine. I'm always ready to fight. So like, I just look at it and
Let's go. Hey Kyle, before we lose your attention span and you're heading out, can I DM you? I want to DM you. The Asian guy shared some details about how there were some very suspect movements of tons of precious metals before we attacked. So it seems like this was a reaction, not an action. And I know you're talking on the talking points that Trump boasts on, and I don't mean to be the guy that's throwing out the conspiracy theory, but it seems like it's not conspiracy theory when it's becoming mainstream, and I wanted to share it with you.
Yeah, my DMs are open, Chip, as a general rule. Like, if people send me things that are interesting, I'll engage with it. If people send me a mental illness, sometimes I engage with that too, because it's fun. So I leave them open because I get all kinds of weird shit, and sometimes it's entertaining, sometimes it's just... I had a guy the other day who sent me something out of nowhere, and he was like, seriously, what's your position on gay marriage? Is it wrong? I think it's wrong. And I was like, what the fuck? And it was a random gay guy that said he was ex-gay, and he said he doesn't follow me, so he just DM'd me some random question. I was like, what the this all about. Anyway, my DMs are open. You guys can hit them in there. They'll go into the requests. I look into them, every day.
Before you go, Kyle, Brianna came up and Luke came up and they haven't spoke yet, so just want to make sure they get a chance.
I know, I'm gonna just ignore them and go to sleep. That's what I was gonna do.
You always ignore me. I don't take it personal anymore.
Personally is an adverb, I think, right? The way we want to do that? No, go ahead. If you guys want to throw something, I wanted you guys to continue this in another space, and I think that's probably a great place to kick it off. I don't mean to shut it down. I just got to get up in the morning, and I took my kids pee, and my deal is my wife goes to bed earlier, and I sit up late, and then I go to bed, and I try to sleep until 6 a.m. So.
I just came in to say happy J6 Eve and sorry, Mr. Space.
Yeah, that's how we should probably end this. Bree, if you're cool with it.
One more thing on immigration, 10 seconds.
Send it.
So,
no, I want to clarify eminent domain really quickly. Like,
I want you to launch a whole thing, and you and Keith can get into a discussion about it. Hold on, Doug, send it, and then we'll do the reminder of your duties as you guys go to bed for J6 Eve. Go ahead, Doug.
So I said this to a local Republican REC meeting. There's like 75 people there. I was asked to speak on flock, but I spoke on immigration too. So basically, if we're not following the law and prosecuting executives and finding companies,
can you hold me just a second, please?
and we're not cutting the argument, if we're not
Oh, that guy left. Anywho, I think a lot of people don't understand is that the oil, people of Venezuela was not profiting from the actual oil that was being produced. Alan is correct. It was taken away from the U.S. companies that actually put it on infrastructure. Now, what we're doing is they took away that company and they created their own Venezuelan oil refinery. Right? That is the reason why Trump, because all this shit went down, he went after the grant flow
through NGOs and how they were contractually obligated, how those contracts are still in place today, and why even after the funding has stopped, we're still seeing Green New Deal initiatives being
Excuse me, sir. There's a tampon in it. They were taking the money, selling it very cheap to trillionaires, instead of selling it at fair price with other countries. That is the reason why they were taken away from their own people and making them live in poverty. So what Trump is saying is like when they say people get outraged, oh, USA is going to sell the oil. Yes, we're going to sell the oil for people in Venezuela at a fair rate to China or who the fuck ever and give that money back to the people. Also, he's going to have the U.S. oil companies come in, build back the refiners because they let it go to shit, right? That's why it took so long to process that oil because it's not light oil, it's dark oil. So then they're going to take those funds and actually build their GDP up. People don't realize Venezuela before Chavez and Maduro had the third largest GDP in the entire world, right? So that backtrack understanding, taking away, shutting down the governmental side of the oil company, that control means that control now goes back to the people, whoever they put in office. That's the important part about it. I feel like people don't know that.
You might otherwise wash your fingers in full of vodka unless you're super cheap. It can also be running alcohol, and you leave it out for Nancy Pelosi, along with a small plate of chicken nuggets. We've heard it on, and that's the thing that we do to commemorate J6 and the J6 Eve. If you guys have this type of tradition in your house, it's a lot of fun, and feel free to respond to this space. There's like 114 comments. You can add some more. You can let people know what your finger bowl looks like, whether you actually use real vodka, and what condition the chicken bones are in. And then, Sally, if you want to open another space, hopefully people will come. We have more discussion when I go to sleep.
Give me a thumbs up if you guys want to space my heart.
It will also be going to help pay back the damages that were
Okay.
caused.
Oil field starts really in the morning.
Corey,
Kate, that was enjoyable. We'll have some, we'll mix it up another time. We'll get 3 of you to talk in minutes.
And this is how you start.
Corey, long list of reasons to be upset with Christina. Many reasons not to trust her. Eminent domain is the sole authority of the Public Utility Commission.
I just
I mean, again, I didn't hear these people say that. It is
out. So I hear all these people keep going, it's a resource grab, it's a resource grab. We're grabbing resources, we're stealing the resources. Because we did not actually place any fucking people from the U.S. in those positions to actually secure or to get those resources. It is now up to the Venezuelan government to either restructure or redo the deals with the private companies that aren't just from the U.S., by the way, they're from other nations too. And to actually say, hey, we're going to execute on these deals. That is what Trump gave them. They have to elect a government, they have to go and have it. There's no that's being done. There's none. It's been debunked. You can't even cite a source. You can't even post a source that says, hey, you know what, the U.S. is silently or quietly fucking stealing gold. All you have is just some fucking soundbite from some person that wanted 30 seconds on camera to sit there and say, oh, we're stealing resources. And they did it. Trump didn't do that. Nowhere. Nada. He didn't take the drugs, he didn't take the money, he didn't seize any of that stuff. It just doesn't exist. It's a fantasy. And you need to learn to control yourself. You need to learn how to actually fucking read or something other than Rachel Madcow's fucking rants at night. It's ridiculous.
And Brad, the funny thing is if you think about it, this guy is literally this thing, the thing that they've spent $1 billion, over $1 billion, trying to say that Trump was a guy who wouldn't step down from power. They literally said it was the threat to democracy. He was the biggest threat to the world. That was Maduro. 3 times, like you said, he said, fuck that, I'm not leaving, right? Then he's a dictator.
His country had a lot of gold.
And guess what? This is the fact. That is the same guy that they spent $1 billion to go against that they're now supporting. And I just can't, I want them to, they say it's illegal. Show us. So then nobody cites a source. They listen to CNN, they listen to MSNBC, and they hear this, but then there's none of that. But then they ignore the fact that we went in and we killed Gaddafi. I mean, we killed Gaddafi. I'm sorry, did anybody mention about Obama doing that? Did anybody care that they sodomized him with a ban that? Like, it's a criminal, but...
I mean, Obama, is there somebody that didn't get a drone strike from Obama?
Why does everything have to be about Obama, right? It was a real...
But where is all this liberal compassion and empathy for all the suffering people?
So here's why, Reno, and this is what we're trying to explain. Everybody always says, why is it about whataboutism? Because with liberals, there's this problem that we run into. Donald Trump's been accused of I didn't say you were. I didn't say he's a killer. Listen to my words. This is the problem with liberals. Okay? Liberals run the media. For fuck's sake, the guy that owns Fox News, he's a liberal. But he says this, one of my sons is getting Fox News because it has to be that opposing voice. My other kid cannot have it, right? Because he's a rational Democrat, okay? But the liberals put this freaking ideology out there that literally Trump could say, guess what? He could prove ivermectin cures cancer. It does work. On COVID, by the way, you can look it up. Go look up the ivermectin blackout in India and see what the fucking facts show. But this goddamn country said no because what? Because Trump said it. They literally don't give a fuck about saving lives. They're anti-Trump. The fact is when we say Obama went in and had Gaddafi assassinated in his own fucking country, and he was the rightful leader. And then what did we do? We left it a mess. We did it in Iraq. We did it in Iran. Guess what? Under who? Democrats. And then you had Biden bombing people. Then you had Biden putting a $25 million hit on his head. It was Obama that said that they're a threat to our national security. And if you don't understand what the threat to national security means, wait till you have a bomb threat in your house, because I'll tell you something. The motherfucker that got assassinated and the bayonet shoved up his ass, that guy had a freaking bomb threat on my fucking house, and I had to run from it. I lived in Germany, and he was so proud of the fact that they were going to do this. Now, there was no bomb. You never just scare people. But they knew who lived off base. And guess what? When you start living that here in America, because you started letting people get too close to you, like borders open, you think they're not patient? They tried taking down the damn towers at 93 and waited till when to do it again. They will wait until your guard is down, and then all of a sudden, they're going to start attacking your schools and everywhere else where little kids can't defend themselves, and then you're going to say, well, how could they let this happen?
They're not even Muslim, though.
It doesn't matter. Didn't say a word about Muslim.
Corey, that is the reason why
you talked about attacking schools and blowing up buildings.
People were asking questions, and Trump said, I talked to him weeks ago, and I gave him an out. I said, you can go live your life in Turkey. He said, no, I want to stay there. If you let me stay in Venezuela, I'll give you everything that you want. You can have all of our oil. I'll give you everything. Trump could have taken that, but he didn't. He said no, because if you let them in, within 10 years, this whole problem is going to be there, and the Venezuelan people are going to suffer. So he could have actually taken all this shit, but he's like, nope, I wasn't going to do it because there's going to be another Maduro then. It had to be cut off. But Trump could have done the grab, but he didn't. He chose to help the people.
Right, KK, and if you think about it, like they were talking about going in and getting the cartels out of Mexico, and the Mexican president says, no, you're not coming in here. I don't care. Maybe she's doing that for a reason. Maybe I would think she would actually want them out, right? But here's the problem. If you come out and publicly say, yes, I want you to come in and take the cartels, how many minutes do you think she would be alive after she said that? 10? 15? We know what happens in some of these other countries when they don't go with things.
Corey, it's because she's in bed with the cartels, unfortunately.
I agree, but I'm hoping maybe she's like, yeah, but I'd like to get out from underneath that. I'm hoping, but she could never admit it publicly, or she'd be.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. Can I just say, before we take out cartels in Mexico, let's take out the clown world cartels running America.
Deep state, is that what we're talking about? Because we know who's running it. I mean, we're finding that out from the files of the FBI. When they have 274,000 FISA warrants, violations for people's constitutional rights, privacy. Let's talk about that. Who's running what?
Look, at the end of the day, like, nobody cares whether it's a Democrat president or Republican president. Trump is the most honest president we've had in our lifetime, at least my lifetime, because he came out publicly and he said, yes, this was about the oil, right? He was secret about the gold, right? He didn't bring the gold to the public attention, but he said, yeah, this was about oil, this was about resources, right? This was a resource grab. But then the problem is, like, you have his followers doing water boundary and doing gymnastics with their words, semantic gymnastics. And what happens is, like, when you look, I'm almost done. Last sentence. I'm almost done. But look, when you do these gymnastics, right? You think you're sounding smart, but really you're making America look bad. Right? People will respect America if you just admit that it's a resource grab. It happened under Obama. It happened under Bush. Right? It's happened under many presidents in the past. Just admit and call it for what it is.
It's not just a resource grab, it's a banking grab. All this flows through the banks. This is all legal negotiations. It's not instantaneous riches and additional production.
Just hold on. So here's the thing where you're just talking about the verbal gymnastics, and I'm going to run there with you because are you here in America?
Listen, guys that come on here and ask questions all night long instead of just telling us high-value information, these are the people who will waste your time on this app. Tell us your valuable information. Don't ask no questions.
Hey, little bitch, let me fucking just shut your fucking mouth, and you can go next, okay? If I'm asking you a question because we're having a dialogue, I don't know if you know what the fuck that means.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Your father's in here, right? Get the fuck out of here. All right. So the fact is
just proceed with it.
Reno, hold on. Reno.
These are the people who will waste.
Here's the deal. The verbal
I'm not wrong.
Were fucking phenomenal. Well done. I almost gave you a 10 on the landing, right? But the flips, they were all 10s, and here's why.
That's the valuable information. Shut the fuck up.
Because it was on air live here on many stations. What did he say it was about? He didn't say it was about the oil. It was about killing Americans. Because do you know how many Americans die a year from fentanyl? I'm going to tell you, it's more than all the little fucking wars we've been in.
The fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela.
Listen.
Venezuela is not even connected to the Pacific Ocean. All the fentanyl is connected to the Pacific Ocean.
Are they snorting fentanyl or are they snorting cocaine? Okay, so here's the deal. He literally said it was about that. And then what did he say? They were going to help get them going with those resources. The only thing he said about them is he would also like to have them help pay back the damages done here. That's all he said. So, yeah, you know what? sometimes he speaks off the cuff. Sometimes it's not good, right? But the fact is you keep coming with this gold thing, and all I'm going to ask you to do, please bring a receipt. Post the receipt on where the gold's coming from, and make sure it's not like Rachel Maddow, because I watched her show to see this whole Donald Trump doesn't pay taxes thing, and then the show after hers made fun of her because, oh, he did pay taxes. See, so I don't want a Rachel Maddow thing. I want your receipts on by a source.
I trust you to read it, right? But there's a lot of people in the room who's not even going to bother to read it, right? It specifically talks about the 400-ounce bars, which were assayed in the U.S., that Venezuela accumulated in the 60s and 70s, right? And they're going to be sent back to New York, right? And they're going to be kept under U.S. supervision in New York, which basically means it's a resource grab, okay? And then there's another 40 tons of gold, which comes from the mines in Venezuela.
Post the link in the
Right,
chat.
and these are going to be sent to the mints to get mined again, and because the raw gold is between 85 and 98% purity. These are going to get sent to the mints, turned back into .999 bars, right? And they're going to be kept wherever they're going to be kept. But the vast majority of the gold will be stored in New York.
Good. We are going to
I'm not
raise
making
the
a value
people.
judgment, Alan.
They're
I'm
going
not
to
saying
raise
we're
the
bad.
people out of poverty. Do you think that comes for free?
I'm not saying it's going to be good or bad, Alan. I'm not making a value judgment.
Does that come for free?
Reno,
Yes or no?
can you post the link in the chat?
Yes or no?
Look, I'm just saying, be honest about it, okay?
I don't assume that's going to happen.
Reno,
It's true.
if you're honest about it, post the link in the chat.
So here's what they've done. They have seized $700 million in assets linked to Maduro, but it doesn't cite gold. So we threw gold in there, and I just want to know where he came up with it. It's actually luxury items, real estate, vehicles, and cash.
Let me ask you a
$700
question.
million that they seized. We're just assuming that this gold thing is coming from I don't know what source. But I mean, I'd love to have that source.
Wait, hold on a second. Someone please correct me. I'm sorry. Didn't Kamala Harris, she said she wasn't the board czar, but she went down to, wasn't it Venezuela?
Yes.
To get to the root of the problem?
No, it was
Guatemala. I thought it was
Honduras. You could be right, KK.
Okay.
That wasn't Winslow Fitz. Do not come.
No, I'll look it up, and I'll write it in the chat because I'm doing dishes right now. But she went to the source of the problem, and the Homeland Security was like, can we share intel, biometrics, so when we catch these people, we'll be able to see if they have any of these major offenses against them, right? She didn't do that. She's like, I went to the source to root out the problem and help the people, so what did they do? What did she do? She gave them like $300 million. She gave them fucking $300 million. So talk about wasting resources, but I'll find it and I'll put it in the chat. Sorry.
And KK, for anybody that is denying that she was in charge of the border, I can post a link of the video with Biden literally tasking her with that, sitting next to him and saying there's nobody more qualified. The video is out there. It's not AI. I watched the damn press conference live and laughed my ass off. The video link's out there. She was in charge of the border. She failed miserably. I don't know what part of her job she did, but she even failed her campaign miserably. The woman can't do anything. So the fact that she gave them money is right in line with whatever they've done. How much did they give Iran? 800 billion, or was it?
Hey Reno, if not that I don't trust you, but can you post the link in the chat just so I can read it?
Yeah, sure thing. I'm pulling it up.
It's just another one of those 80-20 scenarios that the Democrats and the liberals don't seem to just understand. And they're trying to it's like, so what? So you want us to just send Maduro back? You're like, oh, my bad. What's wrong with y'all? It's just wild to me. Like, you guys are literally arguing because you don't like the ousting of a dictator.
What the fuck? Like this. Like the people of Venezuela like this.
Yeah, but no, this doesn't have to be about Democrats or liberals, and nobody's saying to send Maduro back. No, nobody's saying to send Maduro back, right? But stop pretending like this is about democracy or about Maduro being a criminal, right? There's a lot of criminals out and about around the world that America doesn't give a fuck about because those countries are not sitting on trillions of dollars of resources.
There was probably you know one thing. There was a sorry. No, go ahead. Yeah, there was a No Kings protest where they were literally saying, free Maduro, send him back. The irony, the people who are screaming No King about Trump want a dictator sent back to his country. So yes, the Democrats are doing it. They're pushing that message, either directly or indirectly.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Reno, why do you keep harping on the fact, why do you keep harping and saying, making it seem like it's about democracy? President Trump in the press conference clearly said it's about oil. That was a primary thing.
But then when I point out that our own president is saying it's about oil and resources, they still continue to deny it, right? And they start waving this flag. Oh, it's about democracy and Maduro being a criminal. Like, shut the fuck up. You sound like a moron, Brad. You sound like a fucking moron when you talk like that. Your own president is saying it's about resources.
It was about democracy. You fucking added that in.
No, you gave a whole lecture. You gave a whole lecture that this is about democracy.
Oh, I mean, he lost the election.
It's about democracy. It's about Hamas. Like, give me a fucking break.
You moron. You fucking twat waffle. You don't even fucking know your own rhetoric. And I'm still waiting for the fucking.
You contradict your own president. You contradict your own president. At least the president's a good man. The president's a good man.
Where's the link, dumbass?
The president's a good.
You said that you had a receipt and you promised that we would.
At least he's straightforward. Look, at least President Trump is straightforward.
He promised a receipt, KK, is that what you're
saying? Yes, he did, and I feel like we need to take a vote. If he doesn't share the actual link and receipt, he can't speak until he does.
I'm getting with that, but I'm reading it right here. Trump stated that the U.S. military operation to capture Nicolas Maduro was necessary due to Maduro's alleged involvement in drug trafficking and to ensure the safe transition of power in Venezuela. That is what he said. It's about oil.
That's one of the statements. It's one of many statements. He's supposed to say that. He has to say that.
Reno, you have to produce the receipt or you can't speak.
Go get it. Sick. I'm just
get it, and then you can come back up once you get it.
So I'm going to say this. I didn't say anything about Trump wanting to preserve democracy in the region. All I said was that these guys, like this idiot out there, this libtard that fucking went to scream out. Trump said it's a resource grab. It's a resource grab. First, Trump didn't take the resources. We know what that looks like. You fucking all should know what that looks like. Gulf War I. You should probably figure out what resource grabbing actually looks like. But I guess you guys fucking forgot those lessons. Secondly, we didn't place any units up there to take them. And what I stated was that you going on this run, it was only about resource grabs, and this is why we seized them. And stating that, hey, there are sanctions, they didn't work. There were trade talks, they didn't work. There was fucking opportunities. Multiple attachés went down there to fucking speak with Maduro and his representatives. Nothing worked. Down bombing the boats, they didn't fucking work. Nothing worked for this guy, so they went down and grabbed him. And it wasn't about resource grabbing. It was actually about, like, fucking just removing Maduro. And the oil that was going to go there, no, he can't sell it. He really sells it to whoever he wants to. He can't trade it around and fucking ship it back. Him out, and he retained power by crucifying, killing, murdering families, or jailing his opponents, and staying in power at the threat of a gun. So your democracy fucking fiasco is really retarded. Trump gets the benefit of the democracy because, quite frankly, Maduro's a piece of shit. But you guys keep telling me how bad Trump is versus fucking Maduro.
Because see how that wins out on the fucking midterms in your election. This is why dumbasses like that always fucking post Reddit posts.
Hey, so guys, are we ready to talk about intellectual conversation without you guys cutting me off or what? Like,
why you just cut somebody else?
You've been cutting everyone off though. I'm confused. Can we act our age, please? Can we act our age?
You look like you just crawled out of your fucking mother's asshole. Like literally, you look like a sperm cell that was leaking out that fucking anal fissure. Like that's what you look like. So like this idea that somehow you get to come up here and just do all this stuff because you want to be hyperbolic because you have a character because daddy didn't take you around enough when you were young. I don't fucking know. But get some fucking solutions for that shit. Go see a therapist. Go get counseling. Go get diddled by a priest. I don't fucking care. Pray to whatever sky daddy you have. I don't fucking care. But at the end of the day, this was all about removing Maduro. And hats off to it. And you guys are all upset about it because Trump did it. That's the only issue you have is idiots like you are Trump did it. But like what's brought up about Benghazi, what's brought up about Libya, what's brought up about all these other places in fucking Obama's world, you guys stayed silent and you guys go, oh, it's just whataboutism. When that's literally been the U.S. policy since fucking Monroe. So like, I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about. We literally have laws and policies and statements that other countries agree to in terms of the United States' sphere of influence, what it's going to decree, and how it's going to work. And guess what? Trump acted on it. It's done.
Yeah, so Reno, back to my point, you understand you can have multiple reasons to accomplish a mission. It doesn't just have to be one. But it's not about seizing and taking the oil per se. It's about preventing them from giving it to our enemies. Right? Okay. And then the method that they were doing it, if you do some research on the method that they were doing it, it's highly unfavorable to the national security for the United States. Secondly, it is about democracy because if you listen to do you understand there are thousands and thousands and thousands of Venezuelans in the streets right now protesting, I'm not protesting, but celebrating now that they can have an actual real democracy where their fucking votes count.
So tell me one country where that is thousands of people are protesting. Tell me one country that is.
Reno, I'm gonna give you a chance to answer the question. Give me a second.
He's too retarded. You're not gonna get through this.
So Reno, so again.
Did he provide the receipt?
Hold on one second.
Not allowed to talk
Yeah,
until the
scroll up
receipt
in
is
the
there.
chat, KK. Scroll.
Let Sig finish, and then we can adjudicate that.
So Reno, you have a shit ton of Venezuelans in their own country glad that this happened, saying that their vote and their voice didn't matter, that he stole that fucking election to take that power. So like there can be multiple reasons for it.
Yeah, Biden stole the 2020 election. So what? Like,
no, address what I just said. No, we're not talking about Biden right now.
You should see the article. His source is not conducive, nor does it validate anything that he stated. Outside of, they're funding of the melting plant. That doesn't even correlate. Like, again, I get the conspiracy.
Read the article. Read the article. You're just looking at the headline.
Here, you want me to read it out loud to you? Because clearly you didn't read your own fucking article.
Okay, so you did provide it, but out of courtesy of Sig, you can answer his question. And then we'll have to move back down. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like you can't name a single country in the world where thousands of people don't protest on the street for political activism or, whatever kind of bullshit, environmentalism, protesting against their leader. And it happens in Israel, it happens in Iran, right? It happens in Canada, it happens in every country. So like, saying that, thousands of people are protesting on the street against Maduro, I mean, that's bullshit, right? This happens in every country.
Well, what happens in every country?
No, yeah, in mass. I'm not saying. I'm saying in mass. You have
on the street in Israel against Bibi, right? This happens in every country. It's just
So
like
what's that have to do with this? Has nothing to do with this.
No, that was like a 6 point, like that the invasion was justified.
Reno, it happens in every country. You're correct. But the decision whether or not to invade a country is you want the actual it depends what kind of resources they have and if they benefit us or not. It's that simple. You invade a country when you win, you get their stuff. You get their resources, you get their women, you get their children, you get their men, you get everything. That's the reality of life. And the United States has been consistent. When it goes over someplace, it's got an interest. There is some kind of financial or resource interest why we go into other countries. That's consistent. It's real. It's not hypocritical, because we are not going to devote our resources, our soldiers' lives for nothing.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I wanted the other faggots on the stage to acknowledge. These other faggots on the stage were denying it.
No, there's obviously more than one reason to do something like this.
There's so many denying cheesecakes in the North. Trump is very clear. It's not like first of all, we went there. Americans are dying from drugs.
Describe also
So we
that
made
some of
clear
their
we're going over there for
one
the
seal of
drug
butter,
trade.
a third
Now,
seal of white
once
cheese,
we're there,
three seal of first
once we
quality
conquer
dates, and a
Germany,
third seal of
once we end
strawberries.
World War
But since
II,
parts of the
what are
tablet
we going to do?
broken,
Are we
I
just
think
going to
it's safe
pull
to
up
assume that first
like
quality
Biden
flour
would
was
when he's
added to,
fucking his
and perhaps
mistress?
grape
And
as a kind
like
of portion.
Hunter Biden,
The cheese in
the
this
girl
ingredient
and then
must
doesn't
have
pay
been a
the
soft,
prostitute.
ricotta-like cheese
No,
made locally.
we're going to go
On the
there
first quality
and we're
dates, and
going
Smyrna raisins were imported from
reestablish
Vilna,
the country.
modern-day
And
Bahrain,
guess
and
what?
Smyrna
Some
in Anatolia.
corporations,
Both
some
places
oil
were
companies
located
are going to make money off
which
it.
makes sense.
And guess
Since
what?
this cheesecake was sent to
They're
the
going to be
palace,
better
Peoria
off
seems to have been a
because of
place
it.
where
And
baking
that's
was
why
a
they're
widespread
They
profession.
know.
In the ruins of the
All right,
city
so
in the
before
1920s,
here,
they
Rio
found
can
something
respond,
they
Brad is
named
gonna
Baker's
adjudicate
Square due to all the ovens
So
excavated
he
in this
posted
area.
about the
lesson
smelting
opens
deal
for
that
decades
JP
but
Morgan
for
and along with other
Baker's
companies
Square
and
might have
government
been
back
a
in
place
South Korea's
where
thing,
for the
whatever mining company is going to put in Tennessee. Now, what the city didn't do is do what normal people would do, go and watch. All right, so they did this, the day of the invasion. Okay, it makes sense. But what they didn't look at is a little bit further in the article, and he posted again a conspiracy website. The deal is part of the CHIPS Act, which was actually started under Biden. It was his administration. And furthermore, a negotiation of this size with the multiple parties that are actually on an international front does not occur within hours. These talks were actually ongoing for well over 2 years. A simple Google search would have sufficed you to actually realize, oh, maybe this conspiracy theory is just that. It's just a theory that has no legs or merit. Then to further your submission of fucking evidence, on the bottom it has, can you connect the dots yet? But even that author, they didn't bother to do the research on the companies, and it took me less than 10 seconds to actually find the information. So your evidence that they stole it and this is your proof that this is what they're doing, it's dumb. It was for the chips. It was to help build silicon processors or whatever the fuck else is under the CHIPS Act. That was done a while ago. Like, spare me the retardation. Like, come up with something better.
Also in the article that a lot of people don't know is that the mining rights were taken away from the U.S. companies. They were already in arbitration with the Venezuelan government to get those rights back. So what we're actually doing is the U.S. companies are actually able to get back what they actually owe.
So what does this have to do with the stealing the gold in the central?
All right, so they talk about starting the smelter, the mineral smelter in Tennessee. There's a company that's based out of Korea. There's also an oil company and another one. I can't think of the top of my head. And the reason why they're doing this, it's not just to process those minerals from Venezuela, but from all over to pull away to make sure that China doesn't have only direct access to chips that are predominantly made in Taiwan. So then we can say, okay, if China does attack Taiwan someday, because eventually that they will, then the whole world, including the U.S., will not be as shit out of luck, because we will have our own processing plant within the United States. That's exactly what Donald Trump ran on. He said, I want to bring manufacturing back, and it's a national security issue. He figured that out during COVID. Why is China making pills that we're telling, and shots and serums that we're telling every American to put in. How do we not know that's a mass destruction, right? So that's the reason why, like, they're going back to get what theirs rightfully owed. It's not just for that. That's poor thinking and thinking.
Well, it's also too up there with Trey's post on his article, where it literally is an idea, it's an opinion piece, and it's quoting one market analyst who's giving his viewpoint on what is the potential for the outcome for Venezuela. So again, like, if you're gonna post receipts and give it factoids, don't post fucking opinion pieces from fucking some third-rate CNN fucking market analyst who's wrong probably 90% of the time. I didn't even look that one up. But like all these things you guys are posting just really don't have legs and they can't even stand. You're like, give something better. Do better. Like, if you're gonna come at me, but don't fucking post some fucking Reddit thread or some fucking weird, wonky, back page fucking internet fucking claim from some fucking shitty analyst who basically got paid to...
Not that relevant for people to come at you.
Apparently I'm relevant enough to own your ass, and you are my bitch. Now you fucking sing and tell me what evidence you have. What evidence? I want your evidence. I want your source that you claimed, because again, you've been debunked twice now. So now give me your evidence.
So Reno, you failed to provide evidence. You can say up here if you concede that. If not, you have to go back down.
Actually, you know what I think we're missing with Reno is this. Oh my God!
He doesn't have that view.
We're stealing gold from Venezuela. Oh my God, this is terrible. We have to send Maduro back. We have to apologize for invading and doing that to them. Now do you feel better that we're as equally out, we're appropriately outraged that we might be stealing gold from them? Do you feel better now? You've convinced me. Entire state, let's all join in and say how outraged we are that we might be stealing gold from Venezuela. And let's take it all back. Let's apologize not only to Venezuela, but every other country in the world for being so audacious as to be doing that.
They don't know how to process it, Alan. They don't have the manufacturing, or it's so outdated that the Venezuela, that's the reason why the Venezuelan government has been shit and their country is so poor. They have all these resources, but they don't know and don't have the ability to process this. So when you're talking, so the smelter plant that they're talking about, it's not even going to be open until like 2029, right? That it actually, and it takes a lot of time, but at least it's good to understand where it's going to be shared out. And there's a lot of legal aspects for it, because, for example, Portugal already froze Venezuela's assets. We can't hear you, sir.
Yeah, Andre, you're muffled. But real quick, Trey, I appreciate your valiant attempt. But again, you posted an article from a guy who is now a former Clinton
Are you quiet? Is it just me or...
Brad, we can't hear you.
Andre, you got your mic.
Oh my God.
Yeah, something's fucked up. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think Brett's mic.
Brad lost. He got muffled, and then Andre's T-Rex arms got
Yeah, but to what Brett was saying, with Tennessee, there's a huge project because Elon Musk, I think, is building several facilities in Tennessee to the AI facilities. And I think this is part of the infrastructure to support them, including like all the chips factories that are getting. I think they're building one in Clarksville as well. So this is totally plausible. I think it's actually sort of nods to that. This is part of the larger project. So to play this just specifically to melt Venezuelan gold is like this and that.
No, what they ought to do is just go to ChatGPT and
start posting like opinion pieces from there because at this point, like even Trey, your second source, I guess I got to cut off or whatever. Like again, like adjunct from the Interior Department. It wasn't even the guy that ran it. It was somebody else, and it was again an opinion piece. Like guys, come do better, give bad boys. Like you're just losing. Like the smelting is not proof that Trump is spilling the gold. It really, nothing you have done on this stage so far has provided evidence that Trump acted in any nefarious way to destabilize, to disrupt, to do anything. And in fact, in the articles you posted, Trump literally says we're going to help Venezuela get on track to actually realize their full potential. I mean, and I'm giving a summation, but he says they're going to be able to do the mining and the oil rights, and they're going to be able to have a better way of life going down. He gives all this in his statement, but you guys just don't, like, it bypass that to go for some weird conspiracy theory saying he seized resources. And again, no military assets went to any of the resource centers, any of the sites. They didn't take over pipelines. They didn't take over mining. All they did was remove Maduro. And Maduro himself lost an election 3 times.
No, well, Brad, they did take over the oil barges. That was kind of like their first thing that they did. They cleared the waters by shooting pew-pew, blowing the little narco boats out. They had to clear that out, knowing that it could be a liability for the military to go in to take over the oil barges. So they did take over the oil barge.
But again, that was part of the embargoes. That was part of the original embargo and some of the sanctions. So that was even prior to this planning.
But I mean, Brett, to be fair, like the United States is absolutely in its right to take care of its needs and this move, I think it has like lots of positive implications. Like first of all, the Canadian talks are about to happen, and it's the same type of oil that Venezuela is producing. And it puts us in a very advantageous position in those countries now. It's not that we need Canada, Canada needs us. Because Venezuela is closer, it's easier to transport this oil, it's higher quality, and like the Texas refineries are designed to deal with the high viscosity oil. It also secures the area, it pushes and kicks Russia and China out of this sphere of influence of the United States, and it prevents China doing roadways to sidestep the petroleum dollar and try to impose its own currency as a bargaining chip and propping the BRICS project. So I see only positives coming out of this.
Hey, Andre, I think also people don't, if you look at, when you brought up the oil, so you mentioned the U.S. companies along the Caribbean, thank you, that they're equipped to process that heavier oil. Even though Venezuela has 30% of the world's oil, the largest, or 30% bigger than Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia's oil is lighter. So it's easier to process and faster. So that's why they made there so much money. And then Venezuela got behind because one, they kicked out the U.S. refinery companies that were actually upkeeping it going, and it's hard, it takes longer and it's more difficult to process it. So that's why they didn't pump out as many tanks of what do they call it? Tanks of oil per se. So for example, I think I saw today they pump out like 938 million, and then the U.S. in 1 day, or excuse me, in 1 year was like 3.3 million, something like that. Even though Venezuela is so big, I'll get that data for you.
I mean, the thing about Venezuelan oil, it's fairly, from what I understand, it's fairly close to the ground, so it's much easier. I mean, Saudi oil is the easiest to extract because it's like it doesn't have any, rocky soil that they need to deal with. It's just like in the middle of the desert, it's just like pump it out. But every other oil station, I mean, they have to deal with lots of issues that they have to resolve. And I mean, Venezuelan oil is fairly cheap in order, to get out of the ground. It's close geographically, it's mean, I'm not, just to be like, full disclaimer, I'm nowhere close to like chemical engineering and anything, but I just know a lot of people in the industry because I lived in Houston for a while. And this is just, I'm regurgitating what I've heard from them and their information. But even though it's much harder to process, I think it has a lot of different types of products that can be derived from it, like, you know, jet fuel, diesel, you know, just regular gasoline and all that stuff. So it's a good thing. I mean, I don't see in terms of like economics and strategic location. I think it's a good thing. There's no lot of.
Yeah, I'm not an oil baron, but I play one on TV. I did read though that before Maduro took power, and I know this figure isn't accurate because I don't remember, but Venezuela was outputting something, I want to say 1 million barrels, 3 million, I forget, 31 million. It was a high number per day. Maybe it was 3 million per day. Right up until the end, they were doing like 240,000 maybe. And the reason why is when Maduro took power, he got rid of all the engineers. And the ones he didn't get rid of, they fled the company.
It was much longer process. I think United States companies built the infrastructure and all the technology was coming from the U.S. up to 1975 or 76. I think it was operated and like all of the manpower, the upper management and engineering was provided by the states. But then they made the transition, was nationalized. And so the companies, they still had a stakeholder in it, and they were, you know, it was basically a symbiotic relationship where the technologies and training was still provided by the Exxon and Halliburton, Hughes, and other companies, but you know it was operated, and the local engineers were trained. But then when it wasn't Maduro, it was Chavez. When Chavez took power, he started nationalizing, kicking out all the companies, and they still operating in the same old equipment. And
they did 1 million barrels. They did one. I just looked at it. I put it in the chat. They did 1 million barrels in 2024, and the U.S. produced 20 million barrels daily, compared to 1 million barrels, and that's 2024. So then I will look up pre-Chavez and Maduro days.
Yeah, and
Venezuela is about the size of Texas, too, you all. Like it's
not a small country. And another thing is the reason why Chavez was able to, you know, to win the elections and then to a power grab after that is because there was corruption in the government. There were problems. But I think in retrospect, from what I once again, it's anecdotal, obviously, but I think in Venezuela people are realizing that it's nowhere close to the type of corruption and type of you know, criminal involvement that the socialist government had engaged in for the past several decades.
Okay, so I looked up before Chavez took power in 1999, Venezuela produced 3.5 million barrels of oil per day, making it the top global producer, while the U.S. produced significantly less. So from stats from 2024 that I wrote in the chat, the U.S. did, how much did I say, 20 million barrels daily. And then 3.5 before. I'm going to look up the GDP rate of 1999 of Venezuela.
I think the most coherent pushback against what has happened with Maduro in Venezuela is, you know, in the realm of international law and what type of signal it's sending to, you know, the adversaries of United States like China and Russia. and gives them precedent to act in a similar way in their region. But I actually disagree with that kind of analysis because I think what the United States did is effectively flexed its muscles. It showed that they can do, we can do something that they can never do. No other country can do what the United States pulled. Without any more declaring war, they just went in, extracted, and left. And I think it's kind of shock and awe tactic. I think it will work in the other direction. I think it will prevent Russia and China being too quote unquote rush in taking control of their areas. No, Malik, neither Russia nor China has technological or manpower or training to do what the United States did. China has numbers, but they are nowhere close in terms of sophistication and training that the United States has. And Russia, it's a paper bear, which was proven already several times. Especially the funniest one was when the Russian mercenaries were marching on Moscow and Putin ran somewhere.
Andre, there was a lot of talk, and this is coming from military sources, though. They got a lot more than what people seem to think. And one of the military generals said, I think it was 2 years ago, that by 2025 they might be more powerful than we are. The one thing that people don't understand is not only do they have the technology they had access to ours because they had somebody that was giving it to them. So we really don't know exactly what they've got. The fight won't come to us; it'll go to them, and that would be devastating to our military. So China's definitely a threat. And we know Russia would be on their side. So I don't know. I look at China. I don't care what their military men and women might be in a comparison, but when they've got the number of planes that they've got, it would be devastating to us.
That perhaps is true for you, but the issue is that they're not battle hardened. They haven't done any kind of expedition, meaningful expedition for forever. And the second thing you mentioned, technology. The problem with China in general, I think, it's the advantage of like a free market system. Is that everything that government invests money into and gets, its middle and upper middle class to come up with like all the great ideas because of the all the social mobility that is imprinted in the society. They're able to develop it in the private sector. China doesn't have the same type of self-feeding loop, and the very class that's supposed to provide them with brain power is either drained or depressed to such an extent because they're not given a certain political engagement and something that the very class that provides them with those inventions that it desires. So it's a kind of a stale system. It was the same problem with Soviet Union.
Andre, to your point though, but they already achieved this once before. Venezuela, like in the 20s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, 80s, and into the well, not the 80s, but they had this at one point. They were really wealthy. They can achieve this again. Don't you believe it?
No, absolutely. And like another interesting thing is Venezuela used to be like, if not the leading one, is one of the leading agricultural producers in the area. It it's an extremely rich country in every respect. So, but then I think half a decade, 1 decade, they were starving. The population was starving, and they had to import food from outside. And I mean, it got pretty bad. I mean, the people. I think when we read about stuff like garbage dump diving and all that stuff, we don't realize the extent and the type of depression of the of everyday activities that this. I mean, it's horrendous. Like, I have some more closer connections, family connections, so I would get day-to-day anecdotes. It was awful.
Well, it is, and it's sad, but at the same time, I'm sitting here, like, I don't get the pushback. Like, I really don't. It is literally just because Trump did this. But, it's been highlighted so many times by so many people. All these other actions in the past, these people cheered it on and benefited from it in some facet. They'll grab the most obscure opinion puff piece as long as it's contradicting the Trump without doing any research. And I just I don't get this. Like, if you had condemnation about how this went off, I mean, I would have argued, and I was caught off guard with it. Andre, you know this. I'm very rarely caught off guard, and this one caught me off guard. I didn't think Trump had the balls to do this. I honestly didn't think any president was going to ever do something along this line. And I was on case in point, we're caught off guard going, wait, we did what? And I couldn't believe it. I had to go through it, start rereading everything, trying to look at mission reports, people's comments, statements, listening to every freaking person from Venezuela all around the world, listening to Mexico's condemnation, all of these things, and I'm still blown away. I honestly didn't think in the modern day and age the U.S. would have had the gravitas to actually pull something like this off, to go ahead and say, hey, not in our sphere. China, you're not having the inroads you think you're going to have. And, oh, by the way, you're still on our economic hit. And you, no, you're not going to be able to do this. And no, Maduro, you're not going to blatantly say, here you go, you're weak, you're feckless, you're a coward. And then in comes Big Daddy Trump, and he snatches you. And you're now in New York looking like, a really old version of Vanilla Ice. It makes no sense to me.
Well, I
Not
think
Vanilla Ice.
yeah, let's not show our age. People probably don't know. But I think one of the more potent critiques of this action is, people bring international law. And I was talking to a friend, and he brought a very good point that I didn't consider, and it will not sound very nice or kind, but United States, the international law exists at the pleasure of the United States because it is, took the role of enforcing it. So in a sense, that critique does hold some water because the United States, being a bit hypocritical, and chooses whenever it's going to follow that law and whenever it's not. But at the same time, given the other options, given Russia and China and their paradigms, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer which system is better and which country should be allowed to be in charge and do those things and step outside of the boundaries.
I agree. I don't honestly see that, reinstalling the Soviet Union is a prime case in point. You're not going to, those countries in the Soviet bloc are far better under what they have today than they were under Soviet rule. The same thing can be said with some of China, China's influences. This is why Vietnam really hates China. This is why some of those countries really hate China. They don't want anything to do with it. So, I mean, again, this whole, oh my God, Trump's the villain. I'm still confused. You got a guy who oppressed his people, killed them, murdered them, but somehow or another, Trump is still the worst victim. I just do not understand this in America. Like, are you that comfortable? Do you not know what goes on in the real world? Do you exist only in Reddit? Like, people get killed in massive ways. You're not talking about the Congo right now. That's a fucking horrific conflict going on right there. But for some reason, this far exceeds anything else out there in the world. And Trump is the biggest evil, most maniacal person there is. And for him to do this just proves to everybody's point that, you know, I'm literally thinking the man is, I have to agree. Every time someone says he's stupid, he pulls something out and he wins. He comes back stronger. And I said this to Muse today, I said to others, Trump may be one of the most gifted and greatest politicians in the history of the United States. He may have been, like, I mean, you could take your grades up there, maybe you could put him with, like, he's not far. Like, I mean, the shit he's overcame, the ability to do things, and that just, Congress should be feckless. All the rents and ravings, all these people protesting no kings, they're willing to sacrifice on their own morality to say, you know what, free Maduro, Trump is the one, we need to lock him up. Like, I'm at a loss for words. The guy murdered people in his own nation that dared to speak against him. Like, cold out murdered them, their families, their children, like nothing. There's going to be graves you're going to find out about. Like, this happened, and you're okay with it. He was the cartel down there. He was the biggest cartel drug lord down there, and somehow or another, he's still better than Trump. I don't know how anybody listens to the left in this country after this. Like, in the midterms, there's no way you can win on this. And Trump, like, is a genius for putting it in New York because he's going to win on a political front because these idiots are going to fall for that trap right away. They're going to sit there and do it. I promise you, Andre. It's going to backfire.
No, listen, I mean, I don't, I agree with you. I don't dispute it. And I think that's actually a very interesting move that he chose New York as a place where he's going to try to maneuver. And I think he's baiting and betting on Mondani, just, doing it on a forced error of some sort and kind of showcasing his not incompetence, but like, you know, his political affiliation or preferences. And I think it's done really timely for the midterms as well. And I think this will play well with the Latino vote in the United States. One thing I'm hoping for, and I just that it's not going to turn into unfinished business, like the Middle East involvement became that they will finish the job, that they will not leave, because the three of the bigger kingpins, the criminal kingpins, are still at large in Venezuela, including the head of the assembly, parliamentary assembly. It's like the lady who is still in charge, and her brother who have, you know, direct ties to the criminal organizations and drug trafficking, all that stuff. And Dado is another one who is one of the party bosses, who is also, he's flat out criminal. He's just also affiliated with the Socialist Party, Chavistas in Venezuela. So I just hope they finish the job. But it looks like they will, because, you know, Rubio, that was on his agenda forever. And I think Venezuela is sort of a prelude to Cuba, because I don't think he's going to stop there.
Do you have any information about Maduro being a drug trafficker?
I think, well, first of all, he's indicted, so there's court documents that link him and his family, I think his son and his wife. So I think those are in public view, but
familiar with those documents?
Not intimately, but if you need, I can post a link for you.
So you're fully convinced and sure that Nicolas Maduro is a drug trafficker? You've seen enough evidence to be convinced?
Yeah.
Well,
I
Obama did and Biden did as well.
Well, it seems like it's like regardless if it's a Democrat or Republican in office, it seems like the American agenda is pretty much the same from both sides in terms of like U.S. imperialism. So that's kind of expected for Obama.
How is that imperialism?
Agree.
If someone's a drug trafficker, can you connect the dots on imperialism to that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What evidence have you seen is
I mean, evidence-wise, it's going to be presented in a courtroom, but there's enough to indict. Do you understand how indictments work in the U.S.?
Sure.
No, Jameer, is that your name? How does an indictment work in the United States?
Let me speak. I'm saying the people that are speaking.
No, Shamir, I asked a question. How does an indictment work in the United States? How does one get an indictment in a federal indictment in the U.S.? How does that work?
Explain it to me.
No, I asked you because you said there wasn't a.
I'm not interested in. That's what I'm saying.
No. Jameer, break it down. He's indicted. How do you get an indictment? Okay, stop for a second. No, Jameer, how do you get an indictment in the United States in federal?
You obviously would like to explain it, so go ahead and explain it. Go ahead.
No, I'm happy to explain it, but I asked if you know. Do you know how you get an indictment? Have you ever been indicted?
It's so foolish what you guys do. If you have a point
It
that you
was
want to make.
foolish. Okay. No, I'm being Socratic with you. I'm actually being Socratic with you.
You made a point that didn't have any base, so that's why she asked if you actually knew how an indictment works.
You said I made a point. What was the point that I made?
You said it's imperialism, and you said what evidence? So I asked, and you said you haven't seen evidence. So I asked you. I said he was indicted in federal court. So I asked you if you understand what you have to present in federal court in order to obtain an indictment. Do you know what a grand jury is? Do you know what?
Conversation that you're going to handle it like that. I can't talk if you're talking at the same. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so I asked a question. Answer yes or no. Do you know what you need in federal court in the United States in order to get an indictment?
No, you go ahead and explain it to me. If that's what you want to do.
You need to have probable cause.
He doesn't know. Just explain what you're saying.
You just did. You need to have probable cause.
Okay, well let me say what I'm saying. The only point that I'm making is the people that are on stage that are speaking, they're speaking as though they're sure that Maduro is a drug trafficker. And I'm saying, if you're sure that he's a drug trafficker, what evidence are you seeing that's convincing you to be sure that he's a drug trafficker? Because I see.
So I just answered you. There was enough evidence to get an indictment on a federal level.
What evidence are you seeing? Evidence.
Is this guy dumb or like?
He's asking, what is the evidence?
So you're asking what is the actual evidence? You have to look at the court file.
Katie, I'm not saying anything complicated. You got for sure he's a drug dealer. Jameer, why are you saying this?
I'm gonna post something. I'm gonna post something for you. Okay, so that's what I'm going by. It's an indictment. It references to his connection with FARC, with Honduras, with a place that were captured, I think in Honduras. And it names people who are in the regime and in FARC organization who've been corroborated as being part of this operation. So you can look at it for yourself.
Yeah, no, it's just crazy that y'all go along with this, even though it's been happening so long. It's
go along
so
with what?
It's happening. To go along with these narratives about these men that aren't true.
I'm sorry, are you defending?
Were you there for the grand jury indictment? Were you there to hear the evidence that was submitted? That you said it was. You made a statement that it's not true. So obviously, if there was enough probable cause to indict him, then a reasonable person would believe, under our standard in our legal system, that there was enough evidence to indict him for the crime.
There have been many lies perpetrated about Venezuela.
They'll
say that their election, that he wasn't democratically elected, that he's not a legitimate leader of the country.
But that's not what he's indicted on in the United States.
Well, have that conversation. So I'm not trying to talk to you about that. I'm saying that is a fact. That is a fact. Jimmy Carter, Carter said 140 countries that he visited. Venezuela has.
Jameer, why are you upset about Maduro being captured?
I'm upset about
Maduro being captured.
Jameer, if it turns out that there was no evidence and he was falsely accused, and we kidnapped him, this would be the biggest scandal that I can think of in
in a long ass time.
That's what's going on right now. Biggest scandal that you've seen in a long time.
Wait, Jimmy Carter has nothing
Why am
to
I
do
mad?
with Maduro.
He said, why am I mad about Maduro being kidnapped? Because it's
But you said Jimmy
the
Carter.
world.
Wait, I'm confused.
He was taken into custody, Jameer. He's
That's
got Barry Pollock as a lawyer. He's got an excellent attorney. He's going to go through. He's extradited to the United States.
Obviously kidnapped from his home. He was obviously kidnapped from his home.
He was arrested. He was arrested. Have you ever been arrested, or have you been
This is what I'm saying. You cannot.
He was arrested.
Fuck around and find out.
That's your.
If there's an indictment out for someone, there's an arrest warrant. He was arrested.
Wait.
I mean, it's entertaining, y'all, but that's setting a dangerous precedent.
It's dangerous to arrest someone that has an arrest warrant out for them.
Elected president.
Is that what you just said? It's dangerous to arrest someone that has an arrest warrant.
All right, order. Ebro has a question for Abby.
Wait, before Necro asked me anything, Jameer just said it's dangerous to arrest someone when there's an arrest warrant out for them. Jameer, how do you have a rule of law in a country if you can't arrest someone that's been indicted on federal charges?
You can accuse anybody of anything, and I have.
Correct, and if there's an arrest warrant, then you arrest them. Isn't that a fact?
Americans don't need evidence. You're just going to believe what you're.
What do you mean Americans don't need evidence?
There's no evidence that he's a.
Have you ever experienced a grand jury? Have you ever sat on a grand jury?
Wait, Abby, I'm still lost on the fact that he brought up Jimmy Carter, saying Jimmy Carter traveled to Venezuela, said it was great. You're right. In his time frame, it was great. It turned to shit later on. Maduro happened later, so Jimmy Carter and Maduro have no connection. And he did lose the election 3 times. Then give me your source. Post your source.
Give me your source. You said he lost the election 3 times.
Holy shit.
Give me your source, Mikey.
Took office in 1999.
So here's the deal. The reason why Maria Karina just received the Nobel Prize is because she conducted the overseeing of the latest election and was able to smuggle out official documents that prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Maduro not only lost the election, but he tried to meddle into the election results. So this has happened 3 times now. He lost all 3 elections in the same way. There's documented instances of.
Andre, do the people in Venezuela recognize him as the legitimate?
No, they don't.
They don't.
Some do, but
The people of Venezuela are in favor of an American invasion of their country.
Yes.
Yes.
That's true. Yes.
The argument you're making is that all people love Trump and all people hate Trump at the same time.
Wait for a second.
Jameer.
Here's another thing. So Jameer, what you are doing, I'm predicting, and you're about to do is start moving the goalposts. What's called the goalposts. Now I dropped in the chat the document from United States government that outlines the reasons for indictment of Maduro, names the names.
And I put clip notes in the chat so people can read it, Andre.
Yeah, and so
I put the
you can just go and take a look for yourself, and that's what we use.
Jameer, do you want to live under Maduro? It sounds like you do, bro.
Yeah, that's
No, you asked me why I was mad about him.
Jameer, you said the
Yeah, because it sounded like that's your
it was 70% support.
If you can just kidnap a president, that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, first of all, he's not the president. He's not the legitimate president of Venezuela.
What I'm saying is the United States can accuse someone of something, and then what you guys are calling arresting them. So they can accuse someone of something, whether or not it's true or not, whether or not it's been confirmed or not.
What's your issue? I'm not understanding.
What's your legitimate leader of a country saying,
Jameer,
that's not.
So do you want the diplomatic answer or just the blunt answer? Which one? Because the reality is, look, Jameer, the reality, I think, and everybody's learning this. At the end of the day, you can talk about laws, rights, blah, 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 X, Y, and Z. Get the fuck out of here. At the end of the day, it's who has power. Period.
I agree, but what I'm saying is,
look,
that's not
Jameer, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Here we go.
I'm not done speaking. That's all I'm saying. I appreciate it. I'm not done speaking though. At the end of the day, if you're gonna live in the Western Hemisphere, under America, you are under the jurisdiction of America. Essentially, all of Latin America, they're all territories of the United States of America. Unofficial.
Deal with it.
Look at it like that. And nobody's apologizing for it. If you want to live in this hemisphere, if you want to run one of these countries,
America's not under
right with America, period.
America is not under international law.
If you're gonna come and face justice, period.
We are not under international law.
The US is not under international.
Negro, are you there?
America should be able to operate like that.
Negro, are you there?
Beaver, let me hop in there after Necro.
Okay.
America should be able to operate
Go
like
ahead, Negro.
Hold on.
That's what you guys are
Let's get some talking.
Can I just say something, Necro? I'm
No,
happy
let
to,
me-
I know, I want to talk to him, but we're being streamed, so for anyone who doesn't know it, Kitover is streaming us.
Is it an international stream?
Jeez.
Negro, go ahead.
We're broadcasting people all over the world. Go ahead, Necro. Bring it to the people.
Yeah, exactly. Ultimately, I would say that I think that one of the things that really is just that Nicolas Maduro is somebody that most people don't care about. Doesn't matter what it is, including myself. I do think, though, is like, the legitimacy in terms of law is the fact that if you indict somebody from the Justice Department who is an elected government official, it's whether that would be justified under international law. And so if China did the same thing where they'd issue a warrant through their justice system for Donald Trump, I mean, would that justify China going and kidnapping Donald Trump, arresting Donald Trump on that basis alone?
Fuck around and find out.
Exactly.
So again, we don't exist. The United States never agrees to international law. We won't. We will never agree to it. We in fact carved out that part and made sure our laws do not acquiesce to international law. So this idea of international law is just bullshit. It doesn't exist. Otherwise, guess what? Putin wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. You wouldn't have had.
Part is a UN.
So again, I'll just finish my point. You can respond after. The international courts have no power. They have no backing. They have no military. They have no enforcement mechanisms outside of what the U.S. decrees. So the only international body or international law is what the U.S. determines. Its maritime power is dictatorial over the globe. It decides who can, where, what, when, particularly in its sphere of influence, this hemisphere. It will not acquiesce to any international body out of Europe or Russia or China or Africa or whatever else you want to throw out there. It doesn't matter. What all these other nations do is sit there and go, you know what, we didn't really like it. Can we have our hand out? And that's exactly what they're going to do. That's exactly what Mexico did. That's exactly what China did. And again, everyone keeps bringing up this international law. Please tell me, who's enforcing the international law? Right now.
They're just repeating what they heard off.
I think international law was created.
They're just repeating what they heard off of.
Hold on.
I'm
just trying to.
No, Stig's responding to me. You don't cut him off. Why? Stig was responding.
Yeah, what I was saying, Viking, is that they're regurgitating what they've been hearing on CNN for the past couple days. They don't understand, and you're exactly right. Again, it'd be the equivalent of you as a child living in your parents' home. Okay, your parents make the fucking rules. Why? Because they pay all the fucking bills and they run that motherfucker. That'd be like you as a child, trying to hold your parent accountable for breaking a rule that they told you or breaking some type of guidance that they gave you. That's for you, motherfucker. You can't tell your parents what they can and can't do in the home that they fucking run. It's the same shit. So you can definitely tell the motherfuckers who sat here and watched CNN for the last couple of days and watched it for 5 minutes and took that shit and ran with it.
So here's a breakdown. It says the U.S. sometimes signs but does not ratify treaties. The Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. This means the U.S. does not recognize ICC jurisdiction over its citizens. U.S. courts generally require domestic legislation to enforce international obligations. International bodies like the UN can condemn or sanction, but enforcement is tricky. But then it also says that the UN Charter prohibits acts of aggression. The U.S. generally follows these rules, but can argue self-defense under Article 51. When you make a a terrorist or an organization a terrorist threat to America, which is what he did, because they're killing more people than terrorists are killing, 100,000 plus a year, they're officially a terror group. So that's what he did. It's self-defense. He's protecting his people. If somebody's drugs are coming in and killing 100,000 people, that's worse than war. I don't know how many have died in Ukraine, but I bet you, we're probably getting close to that in the last 2 years.
Look, Cuba's going down next.
In the indictment, you can read, I put in just some cliff notes in it, in the chat, but it also includes Maduro ordering his Venezuelan army to go after and hurt and harm and kill the Venezuelan citizens for control. So that's part of it as well. It's not just the U.S. drug, it's also crimes against his own people.
Oh, but Jameer, where's Jameer to argue for him? This should be embarrassing. Like, y'all are sitting here arguing for a narco-terrorist commie. Like, what are we doing?
We said it earlier, King. It's just Trump. It's because Trump did.
Yeah, that's all it is. If fucking monkey-eared Obama did this shit, they would be out there in the
But
street.
here's the crazy thing. Obama did do it. He droned and killed people, including an American citizen, but no one's screaming about their due process rights. Nobody's up in arms about it.
I did.
Yes, he did. Jeez, what the hell?
So if you threaten the United States and become a threat, and you send drugs into the country and we label you as a threat to stop it, I mean, that's what just happened with this guy. I mean, we had American companies down there, Verizon, oil companies. He sided with China, Russia on our hemisphere, like Viking was talking about. Those are kind of like unwritten rules. Like, you come on your neighbor.
I have a quick question.
People don't understand how many Americans were dying each year from overdose, from drugs. In these certain type of Latin countries, they work with China, right, to funnel fentanyl into the country. So I think Venezuela is just a start. There's more countries to come.
So Nathan, when we look at it, we have more people dying every year of drug overdose, over 100,000, that have died in the Ukrainian war, and you can add in the Palestinian war combined. So you have two wars that literally have had less people die, that are dying in the U.S. every year, and these crazy fools are defending the man that is part of that.
So I got a question. How does everybody feel about American empire now? The Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt Corollary are inherently imperial. To the fuck out of our hemisphere. Ours, as in no other sovereign state. How do we feel about the fact that, we be empire and climate change?
You already know how we feel about it. How majority of us, those of us that live in this country, actually are pretty comfortable with it because they ignored it under other administrations and were just fine with it. The only time it really becomes an issue is when Trump did it, and apparently their No Kings protest is backfiring on them now, and they're just caught in their feelings and they don't know where to go. It's an empire. Let it go. It's done. It's over with. And thankfully, we live in the greatest empire there ever was. You have more peace than at any other point. You have better quality of life. You have better everything. And you're still complaining. You're still whining. And you're saying, you know what? I'm going to side with the guy who killed children, women, buried them, and jailed people just for having a different voice. Where you get to speak out against your president in Venezuela, you'd have been shot. But, hats off to Maduro. You guys go out there and cheer for that fucker.
Well, you know what I'd say to that? Also, real quick. Hold on.
No.
Are you near the stage? Oh, near the stage? Good.
Hold on.
Hey, chill out. I'm
So
telling you to go.
Yo, bro, shit. Yo, my brother, just hold on. So Viking, it sounds like you're politically adept, right? So, do you remember what happened with Libya?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So, can you just give us a quick synopsis of what happened with Libya? I I guess during the Obama administration.
Dude, we all know about Gaddafi.
This is not Libya.
No, yo, what, what the fuck, yo, bro, hold on. So listen, I was speaking to Viking.
Yeah, comparing low IQ backwards cultures to Venezuela makes no sense.
No, Beaver. So my point is,
because remember, Lord, there's also South Korea and Japan, right?
That's 100%.
And there's also Germany, right?
Hold on,
so you see the difference between
no,
Libya, South Korea, and Germany?
Hold on.
I just want to make this
was presenting a point. Yeah. Viking Brad was presenting a point, right? Relating to, how it was somewhat justified, and the people that are celebrating, whatever just happened with Maduro as being valid. I'm neutral, right? But, looking at it geopolitically, right, it's very similar to what happened with Libya, right? Where it's going to result in.
See, I already knew where you were going. That's why I mentioned the other countries, because there's not just the model of Libya and Middle Eastern countries. America has had very successful protocol in this area when it comes to places like South Korea, Japan, Germany, and Panama. So there are examples where our investing as incursions into certain countries have borne fruit. The problem is when you have mixed signals in terms of who is controlling it. Brad already pointed this out. Who is actually in office, and why are they going into some sect of the world? Is it for American interest, or is it some other interest?
Wait. So we're gonna sit here and pretend like Obama didn't do something similar while Maduro was in office?
Did you listen to anything I just said?
My apologies.
No, Lord, you're bringing up Obama. What, like, respectfully, Obama's a retard, and we all know that now. Obama and his administration were doing a bunch of dumb things around the world that were not in the best interest of America as a empire or as a country.
That's okay. Okay. So as long as we're not trying to make this a Democrat or Republican type of thing, right, and keeping it within the status quo, right?
Yeah. It doesn't have to be a Democrat versus Republican thing, but let's also be honest that the Democrat Party has been flirting with communism for a very long time.
Not to mention what he did. Not to mention what he did with Iran and signing the Iran deal, and also sending boatloads or plane loads of cash over to the mullahs, and just enabled them to get to the point that they got to with nuclear proliferation.
So at the end of the day, hold on, because I like what Viking Brad was saying. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? Like there were valid points, right? But where my point of contention, and this is for Viking Brad, right? Like, how are we going to argue, about, justifying what they're doing in Venezuela? And the reason I brought Libya up, right, is because, that's the argument is, oh yeah, it was for the oil. And Libya has gold too. You know what I'm saying? The same thing as Venezuela. And just to clarify, what was the position of the people on stage, including the moderators, related to
The position is fuck the ops.
Hold on. I'm asking. Just let me make me quick. Are we familiar with the confessions of an economic hitman?
No, we're familiar with fuck around and find out.
Oh my God, bro! Come on, bro.
I'll answer your question, Art. So a couple of things. Knowing. Yeah, so like in terms of Libya, if you actually go back to that, the majority of the people in this country didn't give one damn about Libya. We really didn't care. And in most administrations, it's plus or minus 5 degrees on the spectrum. Wait, hold on. We don't know. What they cared about was the fact that we lost an ambassador, we lost assets, and we had military assets get killed, and we did provide support when they called for it. That was what really drove the ire into the Benghazi thing. That was.
I read the WikiLeaks on relating to for that situation. If you read the WikiLeaks on that while Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State and that whole
KK probably has them stacked up somewhere in her magic fingers. But I mean, the overall thing is that that's what Americans were really pissed off about, is the fact that we lost military men that like defended people, other Americans, and they put their lives on the line. And when the opportunity was there to send support, we didn't send support. We had to go through and negotiate.
So with Venezuela, it's preemptive.
Well, no, it's a different scenario. We weren't looking at it because we didn't give a shit about Gaddafi. Like, Reagan neutered Gaddafi way before that, and Gaddafi was still acting like a twat, and he got called out, and yeah, we were going to destabilize it for, quote, our best interest. Was it really...
Neutered was...
I mean, Reagan did it. He cut his balls off and said, hey, there you go. I mean, you know, and that's why Gaddafi changed his approach and was really quiet for a long time, and then all of a sudden he started acting up again, and Obama came in and said, I'm going to tax that butt. So, I mean, he was going to do it regardless. I don't know if it was necessarily the best region. I do know about the arms buildup that Gaddafi had, and a lot of people were concerned about that going into like Hamas and Hezbollah and other entities that had like weird ideological faiths. So, I mean, yeah, Lord, I like...
It was the United States that did it.
Yeah, but like, we own that shit. Yeah, and again, like King said, we're the dominant player. Now, we don't do well in the Middle East, but in Latin America, we own that with a tie.
I think
all that oil, and Lord, yeah, all that oil is ours, nigga. What you gonna do about it? Huh?
Who's gonna come and you and hit that? I don't think it's just about the oil. So wait. When it comes to the oil thing, right? Are we aware that oil is a hydrocarbon and it replenishes? So
we understand it. We learned that
oil rig,
back in,
dry out.
You just
Yeah, we learned that back in something.
we've been talking about this.
KK, will you finish? Because I'm gonna.
No, go ahead, King.
Okay, because listen, well, we understand it's not just about the oil, but the oil is like a symbol for all these like retards who are making arguments that were 25 years ago on Reddit. The reality is, in the Western Hemisphere, Venezuela represented all of our enemy, all of our ops, the big ones, China, Iran, Russia. Venezuela represented their opportunity to come in and backdoor us, right? So Trump going in and wiping away, right, their ability to actually use that country in this hemisphere, like literally, there's nothing better a true red-blooded American wouldn't have wanted but that. Literally, if you are a red-blooded American, what Trump did 3 days ago, man, there's nothing better than you would have wanted, period. So the problem is we have too many people LARPing as Americans when they're really just communists. They should go and live under some other regime. They shouldn't be here.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, and I'll go on mute very quickly because I think somebody else was trying to come off mic. So King, you're familiar with BRICS?
Yeah, that's and I forgot to mention BRICS. Yes, the BRICS was the other. BRICS was the other thing that now it's over.
Russia and China.
Yes.
And then a little bit of Brazil here and there, but but Brazil is questionable. But at the end of the day, or India, right, and South Africa. And South Africa is actually an extension of, Scandinavian.
You sound just like my homie Huey, so I know you South African, because you sound just like him.
Not necessarily. I'm from East Africa.
You say so. Go ahead.
Southern Africa. I'm letting you know, bro. And we were both colonized by the British. So so I speak English the way I speak English because I'm from Africa. And we were colonized by the British in the same way.
Marshall, mute up. You're off mute.
But So I was just this was for King Solomon. So this was a clarification to the extent of yes, like, and I've been pointing this out, right? So is BRICS exclusively just about oil?
No. So because look, my industry is
essentially monetary policy, crypto, all of that good stuff. So I would actually be the one to argue that BRICS was this was more about BRICS and stopping any sort of ability for these countries that you name to essentially create a competing currency or resource agreement. Hold on. To essentially create a competing resource-backed currency, however you want to mention it, but essentially being able to do that, that was the bigger thing that was cut off by getting rid of Maduro. So that is really what this is about. It's just oil as a resource could back that currency or whatever it is that they were going to try to do over the next 5 to 10 years. Obviously, will be part of that equation. Trump just removed that from being able to ever, take off.
So hold on. Oil is one of the resources.
Yeah, because you have to back the currency
required
with
in
something.
modern civilization.
Yeah, you have to back it.
So yeah, that's the petrodollar. That's the petrodollar.
Yeah, it's a petrol, for sure.
Okay, I have a question. I have a question for Viking. I learned that oil was a non-renewable resource. So I don't know what that guy was saying, but you know what he was talking about? Hydrocarbon.
It's a hydrocarbon. It can be replaced. It just takes a long fucking time to replace it. Like we would have to die off, think dinosaurs kind of thing, though. Like basically building up. But I mean, it's not easily replaceable. It's a non-renewable in the way we use it. But
it's non-renewable in the scope, like in the scope of our lifetimes. Yes, 100%. So if a well was to dry up today while we were alive, I'm in my 30s right now. So and if a well was producing, I don't know what, a couple million barrels, and if it dried out, it wouldn't take, hundreds of thousands of years. It would take like 1 or 2 centuries for it to be replaced, right? Depending on how you build it operating.
Look, the reality is we just got $17 trillion worth of oil, bro, and all that shit is ours. That's the reality. So,
it's North America. It's the Western Hemisphere. North, South, and Central America is pretty much all.
Yeah, those are all the United Territories of America. You can just basically look at Latin America as the United Territories of America from this day forward.
It's the continental, because if they were united, Venezuela, we wouldn't have to go kidnap that motherfucker.
Did you hear what I said? The United Territories of America.
Puerto Rico is a territory.
Okay, you're not listening.
You're not. Lord, what are you trying to say?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Lord, so what he's saying is that we can do whatever the fuck we want because there's nobody that's gonna come in and kidnap President Trump and take him to fucking court. That's what he's saying. So he who has the most fucking power calls the fucking shots. That's why all these dumbasses talk about international law. Okay, what if there was an international law? Who the fuck is gonna enforce it on the United States? No fucking body, because everybody else is weak. America first, let's go, bitch.
Period.
Every kingdom falls,
Big Daddy has spoken.
Apologize for shit, Lord. It's America. Actually, it's America only. Now what?
Why do you say that, bro?
I like to tell people, I think anybody that thinks America is weak has not even read the Constitution, to the extent that there are private companies that are helping the military with the development with their weapons and logistics.
All right, let's let someone else speak. Newcomer, sick or Blake?
Blake came out. Blake said you're out. What's going on, man? What's up, Blake?
Hi, Blake.
Man, we got KK. We got Sig in the house.
What up, Blake?
And, Happy New Year, man. And if it's okay with Matt motherfucking Cool, DJ Blake would like to, you know what I'm saying, give y'all a message of the day.
He said Matt motherfucking cool.
Matt motherfucking Cool.
DJ Maduro. DJ Maduro.
Yeah, America, baby.
Let's go. America.
Good to be American, bro.
largest military base.
It was pretty much a fort.
And you're going to do an insert on that, and they were in it, like all the assets from air superiority, bombing the military posts that were on the coast, timing of every cover, Overwatch with the B-52s, Space Force, turning off the satellites so the fucking Chinese missile defense shit couldn't work, turn off the half of electricity of rockets so that way they can come in, Chinooks come in, 4 of them in the middle of the night, like, not the answer.
Yeah, the only way you're doing that
absolutely, like, in 3 hours.
The only way you could do that in America
In 3 hours. I'm just making the point. So,
can I ask you something?
Hold on just a second. I'm not done yet, yo. So to the point is that who's gonna check us, boo? Who's gonna check us? Think about that.
Check us.
No one's gonna do that. No one. Think about that. Like all of that within 3 hours. No one's gonna check us.
Okay, hold on. KK.
We lost no assets. 0.
Yeah, here's another thought though to think about. We did that so easily. Maybe the military who was looking at him with a side eye all the time, like, not really in on this guy. Maybe they were like, get in here, get it done. You know, they came in with freaking
put every country on point. It put every fucking country on point. Think about the Chinese missile defenses didn't work. It didn't work. It doesn't matter. It's us asserting our power where we want to. We just did our big flex. No one's going to question that, Nick.
No, for sure. I understand that. But remember, you ever hear of David and Goliath?
Man, y'all watch too much Hollywood, man. This is real life. Look, this is real life. This is real life, bro.
Maduro has no cock. Okay, that's the.
How did we do that so efficiently? Military people in this room. How did we do that so fast?
So, KK tied it in a little bit, but there was multiple assets that came to bearing. This was no easy feat. Like, I mean, you're going into the heart of the country, a fortified area. Quote, he had 4.5 million militiamen that he said he was ready to send. He was heavily protected. They tracked his movements. They knew where he was down to whether he was in the bathroom or the bedroom. They knew exactly where every asset was. So we had assets on the ground. We had eyes in the sky. We timed it, like even down to the weather. Like the little smallest thing, a headwind would have thrown this off. And they planned this perfectly down to the wire. The idea that, like, in my lifetime, I have seen pager bombs blow off nuts. I have seen this operation that makes every freaking Call of Duty player on here probably die, like waiting for the next release of some fucking video game so they can get their bigger erection. I wish I would have been part of this because the number of assets involved in this had to be astronomical. And hats off to Delta Force. I give the Army a lot of shit. The one part I won't say is Delta Force, man. You know, you've had some debacles in your day. Every unit has. But Delta Force, man, you wanted to bring somebody out alive. Delta Force was the unit to call. Like, SEALs would have, like, annihilated places. And I'm sure they had some assets in it. Hold on. They had some assets involved, I'm sure. They had a lot of support teams and ready to respond. This was, like, flawless in terms of mission.
When did it start, Brad? The people
This started years ago.
No, well, they also started this mission right here when they took out the very first asset, or they took out the very first drug boat. So what are they doing? They're priming the waters.
Yep.
So they had to get rid of them. How many? I lost count after 36. Then what happened? Our Muse came in. Our LHDs came in. We had 2 fucking carrier groups right there. One on the right side of Venezuela, one on the left side of Venezuela off the coast. That's when it started. So think about that. When was that? Before Thanksgiving?
Yes, and here's the other part too. KK, I missed this because of all that. I didn't think honest to God, I did not think we would have pulled the trigger to go ahead and go after Maduro. I honestly thought we were going to do like, oh, we're going to allow his people to kill him, and then they're going to do some chants in the street, and it's going to be like, you know, hoorah, it's going to be Saddam, it's going to be Iraq. I honestly thought that was how it's going to end. This was, you may not like Pete Hedzik, you may not like some of the players in there, but to pull this off, you have to give them and say, hey, those stones are...
How much has he done and not a single fatality at all? But even this guy, President Trump ordered no commercial flights in and out of the United States around Venezuela. Why is that? They're priming the actual air for air support. They had air support. They had to have air superiority before. Hold on just a second, little man. Hold on just a second, little lion. They had to have air superiority before they inserted anything else, right?
It's hard to talk over
It's
with you guys.
crazy.
Yeah. So listen, why hasn't he invaded fucking Russia? Why hasn't he invaded fucking China? Why
Not in our hemisphere, bro.
You know why?
Hold on,
That nuclear bomb.
Is this guy dumb?
Sick. Let me go here with just a...
No, I'm not confident.
No, he's making the same point.
Reality. He's against a poor nation.
What's up, KK? What the fuck are we
Here's your
doing?
mistake. Sick, here's your mistake, okay? First, we're going to go back to what you just said a minute ago, and you're still like, oh, how it can't happen here. Well, just look up Craig Salman Sawyer, former Navy SEAL, and if you know Navy SEALs, talk to them and see if he's full of shit. He literally said, if they were going to frickin' oust Trump, there would be a bloody massacre in Washington, D.C., and it would be swift, no sense of humor, okay? Why? Because they took an oath to protect foreign and domestic, okay? They are bullshit. And so our elite would take care of things even in our country. It may not be another government coming in and pulling this shit off.
Okay,
But
so can I ask you something?
So hold on a second now, we're gonna keep going. Here's why you don't go to Russia. You wanna know why you don't go to Russia? Because, what state do you live in, Stick? Because I'll just tell you that in South Dakota, there's a little town called Watertown, South Dakota. You've never heard of it. Russia has enough missiles to hit every freaking major city in the U.S. the size of that and smaller.
If they still work.
This is why you don't play games with Russia. That's why you don't play China.
Russia got a problem with the U.S.
Look, I mean, Corey, at the end of the day, it's funny because when you look at Russia, what we've done over the last 4 years since they started this stuff with Ukraine, we've exposed them as a paper bear, like, respectfully. And that's a lot smarter than this sort of brute force idea that Sick is trying to put on everyone. Why would you? Why do we need to? Hold on. Why do we need to, show force to a country like Russia when we could just starve them of their resources and get rid of their population? Get I appreciate it. Get rid of their male population to where they won't have an army that's on our level in the future, which is exactly what's happening. So this idea that we need to go fight a hot war with Russia or China, it's retarded. We don't. There are plenty of other ways to defeat them without even having to fire shots.
Okay, so Sick was saying that we haven't done it because we have a nuke, or they have nukes. That's why we're not going in there.
That's not the reason.
But we did
That's not the main reason. Yeah, we don't need to do, King's right, we don't need to do a hot war, we don't need boots on the ground. And the other thing is, we don't necessarily want to destabilize Russia, because there's a country south to them that we also don't want them to kind of interfere with Russia and seize all of that, as well as their resources, and have further problems that exist, and that's called China. China and Russia are not necessarily friends. I know the BRICS people are going to come out and say this, but Russia and China have been fighting for fucking, I don't know how long. So, like, again, Russia is a check against China, and sometimes we just allow we allow things to stay the way they are, and we'll meddle a little bit, but we don't generally want a Russia destabilized and all those Russians fleeing, going to everywhere else, because guess what? it's not necessarily in our best interest to allow China to take over that area. We don't want it. The same way we wouldn't want China to be fully destabilized and demolished, because we wouldn't want Russia's sphere of influence to extend way into China or other aspects in there. So again, we'll let the two players kind of keep their little fiefdoms, and we'll just keep them in check. And when they get out of line, we'll send some crab fishermen after their boats like we did in China, and their Chinese ships will turn around and sail back home. And that actually happened. So for those that don't.
That's a fire segment.
I think Sig wasn't being. I think he was being facetious when he was asking. I think people thought he was asking like seriously about.
The fact that we're not letting the beat drop it is insane.
Too cocky. You guys are just too cocky. That's all.
America's too cocky. We literally pay foreign aid so that we have allies. We're not cocky. We're paying everybody so we have our allies.
Like 400.
We don't pay people just to have those allies.
I never said it was just for their allyship. I never said it was just for their allyship.
No. Say, do you know how many people we heard before this happened? You know how many people were laughing in our face? Oh, you guys are just gonna have another Vietnam. It's gonna be another 15 years. Iraq, America, and then to have this be less than 3 hours.
Vietnam?
Less than 3 hours. Not 3 years.
No, you're talking about Venezuela.
Hours. The reality is,
Venezuela.
a lot of our haters are crying, and that's okay. A lot of y'all are going to cry even more when it goes to Cuba. You're going to cry even more when it happens to Cuba. You're going to cry even more when it happens to Iran, and you're going to cry even more to whatever other country we decide it happens to too. And that's okay.
I'm not disrespecting the
Sick forget that we just literally dropped a freaking bomb. Nobody in the world knew it was coming, and it took out their freaking complete nuclear program. This is how easily America can do what the hell it wants when you have a president who has the balls to actually do something. And you know what? We went in with, we were trying to stop. What did Colin Powell say? If you're going to war, you go in with a big boot and you leave a big footprint. Why? Because when you don't, you lose people. We go in with our full force, shit's done quick. We took Iraq in 20, they sat outside Fallujah, otherwise they would have taken it in hours because they were letting their people rest. They didn't even fight in Fallujah. They thought it was going to be a bloody battle. They didn't
let us go up to Baghdad.
Overwhelming.
They stopped them back.
I'm listening to this shit though, man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Anybody here served, first and foremost, anybody here served? I want to talk to people who served, fellow veterans.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you for your service, for our right to be ignorant. Thank you.
All right.
What?
I'm sorry, what did he say? Listen, y'all. I feel like, I've been in the room for, let's say, probably a half hour, so y'all probably talk about a lot more shit than what I've heard. All right. From what I've heard, though, I feel like I'm missing a way bigger picture. So, okay, y'all said we pretty much big dick in the rest of the world with Venezuela, what we did. Yeah, big dick and balls. All right, listen, right, over oil, correct? If I'm not over oil, that's an argument. Oil, not just oil, bridges, multiple forges. You get one. I give us 1 point. But I'll say this. This was a mistimed thing, in my opinion. This is what I'm gonna say. We cannot beat technology with oil. So what we just did, oil fuel technology. They don't trigger AI. All they did is you need the energy to power. Water.
Let the man speak.
Bro. Go ahead, speak. No, bro.
If you say bro one more time, I'm gonna get that shit tattooed on my face.
Honestly, bro.
Not you, Blake.
No, that's me. No, that's me because I just heard somebody said that they're powering data centers with just water. Listen, man. They use water.
No. I didn't say just. I said the word just.
Okay. So just go do the research on how much.
In this industry stuff.
Okay. So what is electricity? What is electricity? I'm saying, what is electricity? Let's just keep it simple. What does electricity
runoff of.
The water for the cooling systems, man, we know it's coming.
Yeah, no, I ain't saying nothing, I ain't saying nothing about it. No, I ain't doing this back for question shit.
That's what the water's for, is for the cooling system.
Yeah, I know, but where is it getting its energy from?
Natural gas is one of the largest sources for AI.
I mean, I know in my state there's.
All right, is your point that we don't need oil anymore, Justin, as much as we, like, what's your point? Justin, you're on mute.
Bro.
Just, what's like your overall point?
Can y'all hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
No, my point is not, this is my point, y'all triggered fucking China to really move in on Taiwan, which is what we cannot afford right now. What happened to the race for AI, right? Taiwan, anybody ever heard of, anybody here trade stocks? Anybody ever heard of Taiwan?
Justin, you're just wrong, bro.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Very quickly. The reason why is because the opposite has happened. If China was going to go for Taiwan, they would have needed an ally like Venezuela, where they can sustain a long-term proxy, whatever the war is going to be. The oil that Venezuela has would have allowed China to fight it out. Because remember, the number one strategy, Justin, that America and its allies would have done would be to cut off China's supply to energy. Go look at anybody's war games. The way we beat China is cutting off their energy supply. So Venezuela would have been their number one way of fighting against that. Now that is removed. So the prospect of Taiwan, listen, Justin, the prospect of Taiwan is actually reduced. It hasn't increased.
No, it's not. Listen, explain to me why they are mobilizing ships around Taiwan right now.
How many times have you heard these type of reports over the last 10 years?
All right, so them test bombs that happened, was it last week, 2 weeks ago, some shit? They ain't test bombing no more. They surrounded the motherfuckers about to take over. You know,
Justin, China is looking for target.
All right, cool. Listen,
like you guys gotta stop watching these Hollywood movies, bro.
Here, let's do this. So China can't invade Taiwan because we actually supply their defense network. It would make Normandy look like a day at the beach. So China, hold on, I'll finish. China, hold on, I'll answer it. Let me answer it. So China can't really do an amphibious landing into Taiwan. It would be costly. It would be bloody. China's not looking to do that. They don't want to damage the infrastructure. They don't want to fucking go in through that way. Plus, they would have to get through Japan, which just had their nautical mileage territory expanded, which will actually cover and protect Taiwan. And China doesn't want to go toe-to-toe. Australia, Philippines, other nations have already responded saying they will protect Thailand. And so, even without the U.S. intervention, not to mention the fact that, again, we give them, we protect them on their nautical fronts as well as their air, and then we also give them military assets and great weapons to protect their coastline. The only way China is actually going to take Taiwan is through economic or political pressure, which they have been doing for the last 25 years at a high rate. They do have some political inside where they do have a group of people that are rising up saying they want to join China. That's a concern. You have a right to address that. However, the economic issue is that the U.S. continuously bails out Taiwan, and we and the rest of the world is actually using Taiwan. So China's economic leverage has gone at best. So they can't do it militarily. They're struggling to do it economically. The only way they have is a political movement within inside Taiwan. And that is the only way that they're actually going to be able to acquiesce to or acquire Taiwan to go into the fold. There's no military landing. It's not something that China wants to do. They sure as hell don't want to show their colors there. And they sure as hell do not want to have 5 countries come to bear on them and be able to start crushing them all the way up, because we're just not going to give Taiwan to them. They're going to have to figure out a way to actually get Taiwan to say, yeah, we want to side with China and fuck the rest of the world. And even then, it probably won't work out for China's best interest there. So
it'll be the biggest embarrassment, Mikey. Biggest fucking embarrassment.
I'm not disagreeing with him when he say, yeah, they don't want to do that, right? But this move that we did with Venezuela, they backing these motherfuckers into a corner, and they're trying to do this in response. They didn't just do this shit, get them test bombs and shit. Cool. They was playing play before. Now they are trying to do some shit with Taiwan, actively surrounding these motherfuckers. So yeah, I agree with you. They may not want to, but we kind of back them into a corner. And it's still time. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
Justin,
I'm not saying. Let me finish real quick. I promise I'm gonna land on this. I'm not saying that this was a bad move. I'm saying it was still time move. That's more so where I feel it was a missed time move because we should have had shit locked up over there to prevent them from doing this shit in Taiwan. That because we can't afford to lose the AI. I mean, that's my whole thing. We can't afford to lose this AI race, man. That's my whole thing.
Okay, so let me get in there a little bit. Okay, so you got the timing. You said timing, right? Because the thing is, what you did was completely got the timing wrong. Completely reversed the timing, the chronology. The Chinese was surrounding Taiwan for ages, right? And then they were doing the military exercise and the feint attack, being doing this for years, and especially last year. And then also and you were saying they were doing exercise recently, but that was way before the attack on the Venezuela. So they're not doing it in reaction to it. Okay, so unless you take a time machine back in like a month before or a week before, so that you got the timing completely wrong. If you're talking about timing, you're dead wrong.
There's two words you just said. You said exercise, right? We talking about exercise versus mobilization. These motherfuckers is mobilizing.
There's no mobilization.
There's always a peer group. There is always a carrier group on two sides of the world at every day of the fucking year. There's one in the Southeast Asian seas, and then the other side. I'm literally telling you, when you see boats that are moving around, oh my God, they're by Taiwan. Yes, because they're always out there. That's the whole point. They're always deployed.
Yes, it's two fucking concepts. Okay,
Jesus, but they do the exact same thing.
You should get it down. They're not mobilizing. Mobilizing meaning that activate all the armies and navies in the country. They did not. It is just exercise and putting threatening postures. And this is not the first time they've been doing it. And then this is a smaller size, smaller scale, or if you compare to, let's say, last year or 2 years ago. Okay? So get your timing, if you're so up on the timing, get your time right.
Okay, can I ask you guys something?
Right.
Just a question. Do you think he's doing this to get himself out of the Epstein files?
No.
Just a question.
You're a stick. I just came into the room, but you sound like you're all over the place. I don't know if you're trying to just be a clown or whatever.
Not a clown. Just a question. Just a question. Don't call me a clown.
I just came into the room like 3 minutes ago, but you already sounded like to me like a clown.
So, Stick, when they told you in school there is no such thing as a dumb question, they lied to you.
And look, Justin, are you still there? I'm there, man. I just look at the end of the day, and look, I get where you're coming from, but respectfully, man, it's just you got to realize after Trump embarrassed Iran, China, especially, and Russia, because look, they had the chance. This was their chance. This was literally their chance to show some type of force or attack or any of that, and they didn't show up. They literally allowed Trump to come in, slap his dick on the table, and say, "What? What are you gonna do?" And they did nothing. Yeah, my friend. I'm not done. Because guess what? The one thing you're missing, it sounds like, is that you're not seeing the long-term second-order effects of what happened. All of this Belt and Road Initiative, all of this, China. Do you know how countries now are looking like? Wait, they're all second-guessing themselves, because if America decides to come in and, for instance, do some shit in Africa, what is China gonna do? Nothing. They've shown they won't do anything.
So this idea that China's just sit back and decide, oh, I'm going to go after Taiwan, especially after Viking laid out the 5 countries that would automatically back Taiwan, bro, you're not paying attention, man. Respectfully.
I know I am. So back Taiwan and back Taiwan and beating China is 2 different things. I'm not saying y'all necessarily wrong. I am saying that y'all not really thinking about the backlash of what this shit. It's still time. That's all I'm saying. Yo. I don't necessarily agree. Hold up. I got a couple things to ask, man. Listen, y'all said that. I don't fucking voice. Hold on, just excuse me, y'all. Give me 1 second.
So, you're good.
Hold on, let me back.
What's just really good comment. What's brilliant about this whole strategy that it was prepared. So all of this tariff wars the Trump administration engaged in now make total sense because they weakened China. They went after the backdoor economic pathways into the United States. They cut them off the market, the United States market, and now they're going after them physically, and they're cutting off their energy. It's as much as I don't like his persona, I think if it was thought through and with his involvement, it's brilliant.
We call that white man logic.
Add to that, the fact, we're speaking of timing, right? Justin is so up on this timing, right? Speaking of timing, the operation took place 1 hour after the special presidential envoy from China met with Maduro, and that is a big slap on the face and squeezing all the bejesus on.
Literally, it's all in China's air.
We'll see. Cool.
All in China's air, face, ear.
Yeah.
Put it in the ear.
Facial, the full-scale facial.
Not the full-scale facial. Jeez. Let me try to back you. Let's protein shot.
Protein shots, yes.
Hold on. To be fair, devil's advocate here. I see where dude's coming from, and I see his appeal for caution, and ain't nothing really wrong with that. To the truth be told, I think he's right. I think he's just too late. I think he's too late. Like World War III is already kicking off, and it's at this point you gotta be strong, and you gotta set the stage to get your advantages to be ready. I think making moves like taking control of the oil resources over here on this side of the world, this hemisphere, is just strategy. It is what it is. It's too late. Moves have already been made in the last 10 years, and that's just what it is. World War III is a strong possibility. That's why I'm there.
Okay, cool. I can meet you there. I can meet you there. Right. Cool. But again, go back to what I said though. Look, I think we should have put more effort into getting shit over there secure before we worried about this. Now I'll also give y'all a point that I understand that China had people over there in Venezuela before this shit happened to make some kind of agreements or alliance or whatever to try to bring them in the BRICS. I'll give y'all that too. Cool. I'm just saying right now, if in the event that, let's say I'm right for 1 second, let's say I'm right, and I know y'all gonna be like, oh, but you're not. Okay, cool. Let's just say I'm right for 1 second, and they do end up fucking Taiwan up, right? Now they got the semiconductors that will kind of give them the edge on. I'm not saying win the war on AI, but give them the edge on the war on AI, right? Then what? That's my only.
There's no then, okay? Because precisely because we showed them their equipment are not working. The so-called JY-27, they were boasting that they can see the F-35, F-22s like a beacon in the sky. It's not working. They didn't see shit. They're blind, and now they have nothing to boast about, and they're doubting their capabilities. And the Taiwanese are boasted that knowing that their equipment are just crap. Okay, and that this is great timing. Speaking of timing.
Hey, Shig or Brad, when Trump was like, he said something like, and we cut the lights off, and
was that like was he literally like meaning like physically cut the lights off, or was because he was saying it, then he was like saying like, oh, I pretty much like
radar system. That's the so that's what you call electronic warfare, Blake. So that's where your F-18 growlers. That's their job. The motherfuckers come in with their jamming shit and shut everything down.
Yeah, and also, I mean, not just
what is it like a EMP?
jam the radar.
Is that an EMP?
They shut, no, not necessarily. They shut the electric power system, the grid, in the city, and shut down. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily jamming. It could be the internet, the malware. It could be the CIA spies on the ground.
So typically, I used to be a EA6B. I was a EA6B prowler mechanic in the Marine Corps, and that's one of the OG electronic warfare jamming planes, and they switched over to the growlers and those things, the pods that they have on those things. Sometimes they'd accidentally leave them on, and they'd come into land on base, and power would fucking just shut down. And they'd have to do a go around and reset the shit.
What's the risk? I was saying, like, so what's for those, who are cautious, like, what's the risk of that being used on us in that way?
Well, that's the thing. We've got technology to counter that, bro. The technology we have, look, here's the thing. The technology we have, we're so fucking far advanced. Like old boy was saying, China thinks they've got the fucking drop on us. They fucking don't. And that's part of the strategy, is to have your enemy think they got the drop on you when really you've got the drop on them. That's what you call 4D chess or 3D chess or whatever they fucking call it. So yeah, the shit that we've got, as far as technology, I would say state of the fucking art, man. No, and that's what gives us the advantage. That's what puts us on top. Nobody has the fucking technology that we fucking.
Hey, Say, I got a question. This kind of goes to what Justin was saying a little bit, but do you find it this is all eerily quiet for what we've done? Like, are you surprised there's a lot more movement or some other stuff going on, like blowbacks, so to speak, at all?
No, because everybody's fucking scared. Trump has the fucking ball.
That's what I thought.
What we've had is we've had a bunch of politicians in the past that have gotten us into fucking conflicts, but there was purpose for them keeping us in these fucking endless goddamn conflicts because they were fucking benefiting from it.
Yeah.
We now have a president who not only has big balls, but he actually has a big fucking heart for this country. So he actually gives a fuck about the United States. So whatever move we make, it's going to be strategized to where it benefits us. And it's going to put us in a position where we know our enemies aren't going to be too scared to respond.
And stealthy, too, because if you give away too much of all your movements, like all the troops part of things, like, this is a whole different, like, way of doing it, and giving away a bunch of stuff. We're just kind of showing up and doing business and leaving, you know what I mean?
Well, this is the first time ever where I'm not, like, nervous about what retaliation, like, I feel, like, completely okay. And I'm like, there's no other president in our nation's history that could have ever pulled something like that.
Just wait now, and just wait.
That's why we need that. And this is why we need humanity back in the fucking United States, bro. All this feminism and women can lead and women can, man, fuck that. Get y'all's asses back in the fucking kitchen. You see when men step up, get the fucking job done. Everybody's fucking scared of this motherfucker. Ain't nobody saying shit. What countries have come out publicly over the loudspeaker and said, we disagree with what Trump did. We don't.
The liberals that were protesting in Orlando, Florida.
Okay, not no bullshit purple hair scepter ring liberals. I'm talking what countries have stepped up with their chest out.
Yeah,
we got a major problem with this shit. Nobody said shit.
No, they not, though. They not. Real Jesus was overconfident. Y'all read Art of War, Sun Tzu? Overconfidence is blind. They not going to be out sex pumping with this shit. They're going to move in silence. And I don't know. Call me paranoid all y'all want. Cool. I'll take that. I'll take it.
Justin,
I ain't going.
1969 was the SR-71, I believe, and it was actually put into commission. We didn't know about it till the 90s. The Raptor, we thought it came out in the 90s or 2000s, whatever it was. That thing was flying in the 80s. The bird that's out right now, we don't even know about it. We've got air superiority that nobody knows about.
we know that China got some of our stuff. That's old technology. That's decades old. So guess what? They don't have anything. Do you think that our government spends what it does on technology to be inferior and to underestimate? No. We spend so much money. We have our birds flying around. They didn't know that thing was up in the air. And you know what? We let a freaking balloon fly over our country, for God's sakes.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, try that on Trump's watch, right? No balloons are flying over this.
Right. Would y'all agree that us doing this, right, is basically a response to Venezuela fucking up Exxon Mobil's money?
No.
No.
Israel owes the United States.
This is a strategic move because you can't. Right now, we've got Colombia, and that's really about it. We got to keep them on our side, right? And they got a freaking lunatic in there, and I know because they freaking Colombian, and their whole family is over there, and they don't like it. And there's people flooding in, right? So you got Colombia and Venezuela. That's our strategic needs. We can't let the whole freaking South America and also become a Chinese freaking stronghold.
Cuba is also part of it. So I think actually Cuba might be next.
I agree.
Yo, shout out to President Trump, man. This was exactly.
I got a question there.
Shout out.
I agree, Sig. It was a balls move, and this is how leaders should work. I mean,
Come in. Yeah, I give him that. Motherfucker had balls.
And you know what?
Stop being a bitch, Justin. Quit being serious. This is what masculinity. This is what masculinity looks like, bro. You want something, you grab it, you fucking take it.
I know what I got.
Yeah, Justin, look, I mean, come on, bro.
I was on that line just like you, cuz ain't no being a bitch around here, dude. Like,
You said you were scared. You said you were nervous, man.
You said you nervous, bro. What you nervous about, bro?
I'm not being technology with oil, dog. Like, go ahead.
You know, you keep saying that, sir. Okay, I'm in technology. I wonder why you keep saying this. So why are you saying why are you comparing the two as if America's not, like, for instance, the semiconductor industry, the highest level chips that make the best computers, we have that supply chain with Taiwan. China doesn't even have those chips. So what are you talking about?
Yes. Look at what they do.
Oh my God, sir, China. Okay.
Yeah,
you know that they copycat you know they tried to copycat all of our things. And it's always a lesser, for instance, the J20, this J20, and I know you know what I'm talking about, say, the J20, Flappy Bird, right? The fucking Flappy Bird.
Yeah, but you talking about past.
Have you seen that thing fly? Has anybody seen that thing fly?
Yeah, but you talking about past. I'm talking about what happened.
No, because you keep saying technology as if there's someone more advanced than us. Did we not? Okay, Justin, do you know that Trump had a Call of Duty POV of this entire operation, special operation? Did you know that? Trump literally saw as they went in and they shot niggas. They shot all 30 of the Cuban retards. Trump literally was looking at everything. Did you even know that?
What are you talking about now, though? I did not know that.
I'm talking about the special operation we are talking about that just happened 3 days ago.
Did he have a controller?
No, this is basic placement, though. Like, we don't have the response.
Like, are you listening to what the operation was? You keep making it like we didn't just pull off the greatest stunt in recent military history.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, so who pulled off? Okay, so Justin, tell me, who pulled off anything close to what our Delta Force just did? Who? Just name me the operation. What is the operation?
Bro, I'm trying to.
Like, this is what I mean, sir. You're allowing your fear to cloud your judgment. You can't even name me an operation.
This is why we need fathers and black home kings.
Yo, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it.
I'm just scared.
Niggas, man. Y'all must not have no loved ones, man. Fuck all that.
Man. Y'all ain't had no daddies. That's why y'all scared, man. Bro. That's why black men are so scary, bro.
Look, he keeps saying technology. I'm literally in technology. Like, I'm like, wait.
What is that?
Hey, check this out, right? So, he's lying. Yeah, all these motherfuckers want to talk about the war, all that good stuff. I'm looking at the economics on if we do take control.
The Jewish people versus the USA. You know what I'm saying? Hold up, say. You see what I'm saying? But if we do, control Venezuela, we get, all of that oil and everything like that. I'm looking at the gas prices. I don't know about y'all. I'm thinking about the gas prices and how it's gonna change. The economic.
It's gonna go down. They're gonna go down. Watch. They're gonna go down after this.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Because one of the biggest things that we always been dealing with is the outsource of oil. Because we don't have enough. Because we use so much over here. You see what I'm saying? And that was one of the things I've been saying a long time. I'm like, bro, we don't really use this whole, landscape like on this side. We always go on the east, on the mid, damn, what they call it. Goddamn.
Mr. Sport, just a point of information. We do have enough oil. We have plenty for our own needs. The reason why this is a very excellent strategic move is because we're securing any kind of future control over prices and amount of oil. Because OPEC, in response, actually, is going to cut its production because they are scared shitless of the ramifications of this, because they're not going to be in the control seat any longer. I mean, this for United States, this is a good move in every way in terms of economic.
Facts. Yeah, and I was saying, like, the Middle East, we wouldn't have to go to the Middle East and really do a lot of trading on that side of the world for oil and real essential goods with this move, kind of.
Well, it's also, like the idea is to lower the oil production because, one of the reasons why Russia want to have a hand in this is because they need to keep their production at 55 in order to make money. And if the United States can lower it, I mean, they have no more control over the oil prices.
Hey, yo, Sid, you still here?
What's up, bro?
Man, so look, just to think about that, the whole feminine, mindset. I was in the room listening to one of the leftist, female rooms talking about this on Sunday, right? And there was this broad gonna get up there and was like, she was just like, oh yeah, because we think we can just go do everything in everybody's backyard and all that. And it's like, yeah, I get those points and all that, right? But then she goes as far as to say is, and because I mean, it's not fair. We need that same thing to happen to us. And then somebody can ask her, what you mean by that? She was like, literally, dude, she's an American. Talking about, to make it fair, where we can get a taste of our own medicine. Somebody need to come drop it off.
I heard that.
I heard that.
Yeah, exactly.
You heard that?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, dude, that just blew my mind, bro. Because it's like, dude, anybody like, Sig and them know I play devil's advocate, and I'm always like, we gotta be strategic, we gotta be careful, and we also gotta remember never to lose, our fundamental idea of the Constitution. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, the real world is a very difficult place to navigate. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason we're here right now and for abroad to be able to even get on stage like that is because of the mic. You know what I'm saying?
She wanted us to get bombed. And someone said, well, who's your family? She's like, well, I don't know. But she wanted us to get bombed, like dead Americans.
She's just running her fucking mouth. That's what I'm saying, dude. These people, it's like the same people calling for race wars. Like, you motherfuckers have no idea, dude. Spend 5 seconds. Like, just take your ass on these war-torn countries. You wouldn't last 2 seconds there because it's fucking horrible, man. So these people are just talking straight out of their fucking side of their mouth, bro. They're just talking.
That's the weird thing about it. It's almost like they're so anti-Trump, they're now rooting for bad shit to happen just so they can be like, see, I told you. And it's like, bro, nothing's gonna happen. You said all this shit was gonna happen with the fucking tariffs. You said there was gonna be a race war with all this fucking other shit. You said millions were gonna die with the SNAP stuff. Now you're talking about, well, millions more are gonna die now. They just keep trying for it. It's nuts. And to Justin's point, Justin, I think you're almost here. But what we're trying to point out to you, it's okay to say, hey, we got the biggest stick. We need to fucking use it sometimes.
That's a fact.
This is our hemisphere. And if anyone's going to control control the resources is going to be us. We don't put up with dictators in our hemisphere. You can put up with dictators over there all the fuck you want. We don't put up with that shit here.
Yeah, but
And all the other countries, all the countries in Latin America, and all these other countries that are in our hemisphere, you're fucking welcome.
so why?
Justin, what's the point of having this of a thing if you're not gonna fuck a couple of Latinos?
I want to land here real quick, Justin. Justin, don't forget what you're gonna say. I want to land here, Justin. Don't forget. I will do want to land here though. The last time that we saw an operation like this was Trump's first term with fucking Soleimani. Soleimani was talking shit about Americans. Trump's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, bro. And he's like, well, I'm gonna go to the embassies and kill Americans. What did Trump do? Trump took their number one guy like that. Bam. Yeah, fucking shit. How we do it, bro? And like that's it's how it's done.
It was the bomb that like it's like knives, right? The one that like
apologize
up and it's a bunch of spikes, right?
We need to stop apologizing.
Oil as the reason, or all right, oil is the reason, right?
They kill Soleimani.
We're not even going to see the benefits of this for another 3 to 5, maybe even 10 years for real.
Justin, we're going to see the benefits tomorrow, bro. They're going to import these Venezuelan hotties, and then all the Venezuelans here are going back home. It's perfect. You're already seeing them talk about it. The Venezuelans are going back home, and we're talking about importing the baddies. We're good, bro.
Justin's on board with that.
Oh, and did you hear Justin? The other thing is we might potentially get all because what they're trying to figure out now is the Bitcoin stash that Maduro was collecting. So if we get that stash too, because they're looking at it now, Justin. If we get that stash money, oh man, you know the 17 trillion with the oil, bro. To get the Bitcoin stash too, we're good, man.
Have you seen crypto in the last 24 hours?
Yes, I know.
Exactly.
My shit ran. So I'm with y'all there. I'm just listen. Call me a bitch all y'all want. I'm cool. I'll take that. Whatever.
I'll say stop acting like a bitch. Say don't act like a bitch, man. We gotta put masculinity in your job.
Y'all play Rick. We gotta be right. Yeah. So it's basically all right. We take Venezuela, China take Taiwan, and then Russia take Ukraine.
No, bro. I saw that tweet. No, I saw that tweet. No, bro. That's not happening.
Leaving their leader in place, which I think is actually going to be the Machado girl. What's her name? Maria, whatever. I think it's going to eventually be her. I don't think they're going to leave Shodi that they got over there now. I don't think they're going to leave her there. But
we're not going to pick.
Well, they'll figure it out. Look, the free and fair elections will happen. What we care about is securing those resources for America and making sure that all of our ops have no jurisdiction here in this hemisphere, period. And we've done that, bro. At the same time, we killed BRICS. There's all this BRIC talk that we heard the last 3 years. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about it. They swore the dollar was done and all these countries were going to get together and make this new BRIC system. That shit is over with.
And
with the fall of Venezuela, that shit is done.
And that's where I agree with you because the dollar has always been tied to oil with the petrol. I agree with you there. So this does strengthen our dollar, right? So I'm not that far off from where y'all at. Like I said, my shit is just timing. I think it's too early to tell. That's for real. But I'm also looking at what they're doing over there right now. We don't have the response time to combat that right now. We don't. We don't have the response time.
We do now, Justin. So here's the thing, and I get where you're coming from, but you have to get out of the mindset. We've had some horrible leaders dealing with geopolitics and fucking everything up. Right. Because even when Trump did the Iran strike, I was kind of apprehensive. I'm like, oh god, man, here we fucking go again. But how clean that nigga did it just like the fucking Top Gun movie, bro. That shit was clean, bro. Clean as fuck. After that was successful, then a couple weeks by, we ain't heard shit from Iran. Them niggas still sitting in the corner with the dunce cap, bro. I'm like, we're good, man. Trump's got it. So we got a good leader. He's got a good staff. He's got a good team around him. Dude, we're good. America's back. America's back, baby. Ain't got shit to worry about.
Pray all right. That's all I'm laying now. Pray all right.
Like Justin, I don't know how, and this is why I get so pissed at people who aren't proud to be, you know how proud I am to be an American, that I was born in this country, that my parents were allowed to come here legally and have me, and to be a citizen of this great motherfucking nation. Like, that's why I get so pissed. And all of these weirdos and all these other people who are out here who don't care. Who don't give a damn about what it means to be an American. None of it. That shit makes me sick to see people there are people who would die to be in our position.
People who
To
have
be in this country.
they are dying.
Yeah, they do. They walk across the desert.
King, now you mentioned this. You come to this country, like you stand in line, you get naturalized. You're in the dream. And then you find out that inside of the street there are motherfuckers who want to make this country like the country that you escaped from.
Literally, it's crazy. It is insane. And that's why, look, if the people who know me here, y'all know me, man. Everybody got to go. I'm going to just put it like that. Everybody has to go. And I'm dead serious when I say that. If you don't like being American, if you're not an American, if you're here illegally, even if you're here legally, a lot of y'all got to be denaturalized and you got to go home.
Bye.
Period. And I'm dead serious about it. You got to go home. If you don't like being an American, I'm going to help you go home.
They're in fucking LA waving Mexican flags. In LA waving Mexican flags in the country they don't even
Yeah,
go
that's
back
them
to.
niggas out too, man. Fuck.
Everybody's sick. They all got to go, say. Everyone has to
Man.
go.
You got a clean house, man. And I don't like taxes, but I will give 3 paychecks entirely to taxes if it will fund these motherfuckers a one-way ticket out of here, man. They never come.
I'm with you. One way or another, y'all are going back home. If it has to be a civil war in 20 years when all these boomers are finally dead, y'all are going back home. One way or fucking other. I'm just letting y'all know what the future is, because we can't live in a country where there's a bunch of people who hate this country.
Exactly.
It's not going to work.
Yep. I was gonna say too, Justin. Another thing too, real quick. Another proof, more evidence that you don't have to worry about shit, because we're talking about China technology. They're sending spies over here to steal our technology. It doesn't happen the other way around, bro. So that's how you know we got the one up.
Well, and not only that, China doesn't invade. Like, China, whose side was China on in World War I or World War II? Like, China doesn't do that kind of shit. Like, they fight each other when they fight.
World War II.
China takes over. China takes over countries from within. Like, they buy land and they do this and they do that. They buy ports. They buy this. Next thing you know, like 30 years go by and they got like fucking thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking land. Like, that's how China does shit. China would be so stupid to invade Taiwan. It'd be the dumbest thing they could ever fucking do. They would never do it. It's not even a good hypothetical. They would never do it. They don't do that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
But China invaded America in a lot of ways when they let across a lot of illegal immigrants across the border, and a lot of the farmers, African American farmers, mind you. I remember this couple, they were on YouTube and on the news, and they said that these Chinese migrants are buying up all the farmland, raising up the livestock prices. We can't feed our livestock. Like, what the hell's going on? Then they have this spies, Chinese spies, on one of the floors in New York. You have all these different things that people don't realize that they have enough here to have their own army. They're already here and invaded in America, and people don't realize that. Why haven't they done it yet?
I've watched too many Hollywood movies.
It's called. Hold on, excuse me. Can I just land for a second? It's called being a sleeper cell, because they're gonna wait. It's a strategic move. Like, the Chinese people, Chinese government hasn't been ahead of time for nothing with technology and everything else like that, because they just made it on a whim. It's planning.
So then why? Okay,
It's war planning. It's war planning.
So again, why are they coming over here to steal our shit and not the other way around?
Because we winning. That's why they were
fucking winning.
Because they're trying to take power of everything. Look at Trump is trying to take away TikTok and obviously bullshit.
How does 6% of the total population mean that there's some sort of foreign army? I'm looking at this.
You don't even realize how many immigrants come across the border that are undocumented.
I realize that intimately because I've lived next to it, lady.
This lady also knows that there were a lot that were.
Have y'all ever seen somebody speak immediately when they got on stage like that? That was incredible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
All you
Same,
have
you
to
tried
do.
it immediately.
Yeah, no, you went right into it. It's fine, Aurora. Go ahead. Yeah.
At least I didn't beat around the bush.
True.
Beat around the kitchen, go make a sandwich.
It
is dumb.
Fucking make a sandwich.
No shit, bro.
Make me a sandwich, bitch.
Go beat around the
I remember Aurora.
My man can.
I remember.
Well, I'll wait.
Yeah, you know Aurora.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
My man is Italian.
No, man, shut up.
I've been with the same guy for over 2 years, since 2023.
Say, she full of shit.
I bet it's a great one.
He's
What is
an
your
amazing
PTR?
guy. He's a sweetheart. No. I
Is
don't
that a
need to feel
bomb?
validation.
Hey, I
I'm
have
lit.
a question. I got another
It is a
question.
bomb.
I
It's a
don't know
Charizard.
enough about this. I don't know enough about this topic, so that's what I'm asking, right? I've heard people use the argument that we kidnapped an old boy over there from Venezuela, right? But yeah, Trump pardoned the other dude. I don't even know if Juan something, Hernandez or Orlando, some shit. I don't know. I don't know enough about the topic, but what do y'all say to that?
About what?
So we kidnapped or we took the boy out of Venezuela, but Trump pardoned another drug trafficker or some shit.
They came from another country.
Yeah, what about?
Hey, Katie.
Honduras.
Are you guys like my bong?
They're gonna bring up Ross Albright too. That was brought up today. Go
Oh,
figure.
they brought him wrong?
Do you guys understand the Honduras?
I'm glad they let him free. I don't know why somebody would bring him up. He served his time. Like what? Like look,
What are you talking about?
yeah, just I don't know exactly because I know who you're talking about, but I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to.
Are you saying
connect here.
Honduras?
You're talking about the drug trafficker and
Yes.
you know what I'm talking about, KK. You know that person.
Yes. So people are outraged because he was drug trafficking, put in jail, and whatnot. So he has served some time, but then Trump pardoned him. He had proof that showed that he was targeted by the Biden administration, and that's the reason why they gave him the sentence that he did. He said he was politically targeted for motivation against Trump, and that's the reason why he was pardoned.
So he was arrested under the Biden administration, and then Trump pardoned him when he got in office.
Yes.
I got you.
Man, I just want to know though, was there any evidence from the side where that refuted that he trafficked 800 or 400 tons of drug?
Yes, that there was conflicts with everything with the whole case, so they say. I don't know. I'm just telling you what the things that I've read.
Well, it was ruled by the
It's not that.
guilty of those counts. It was ruled by the courts that he was guilty on all those counts, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many counts he had.
Well, I mean,
Or even the full indictment.
Well, I think this deflects from all the war crimes that Israel's never answered for, and now Trump is just gonna end up like.
There's so much.
We don't need to go to this real Jewish rabbit hole.
We were doing so good.
Everybody's gonna, hold on.
We were doing so
Respectfully,
good.
they're supposed to answer for that.
But they think the reparations of the Israeli-Palestinian
No,
always
we're not doing that. It's 2026. Turn the page.
No, what I'm saying, you know,
Turn the page.
I'm just making a
Aurora,
point
just
that
read the room.
a lot of
Read the
things
room,
that are going
Aurora.
in the news
Read the
right
room.
now, they're trying to distract people is all I'm saying, that's it.
Read the room, Aurora.
Yeah,
We can have that conversation another day.
Aurora, I ain't mad at you.
Yeah, put the ball down, Aurora.
I ain't mad
Yeah,
at
we can have that conversation another day, Aurora.
I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, I feel it's kind of odd, like, you know?
Aurora, just put the weed down. Put the weed down.
I'm not smoking right now, I'm cooking a Hot Pocket.
Okay, well, you know, continue cooking.
That picture isn't from tonight, by the way.
Step away from the Hot Pocket. It's too late to be eating all that fat.
That's a fact. Let them know. That's a fact.
I barely ever eat, and when I need to eat, I'm gonna eat.
Don't lie.
I was gonna say, no lie to us, Aurora. We can see it. Don't do that.
We can see all 4 of them chins, girl.
That's a fact. Don't do
You got
it.
more chins than KK. You got more chins than KK.
What is wrong with you? Like, I'm not even that fat. Oh my God. You have issues. You have issues.
So bad. You're gonna
Grow up.
boyfriend.
I don't give a fuck. I barely ever eat, and you know something? I need to fucking eat.
Who you trying to lie
She
to?
admitted that she was fat, though. She just said she's not that fat.
I used to be fat because I had a baby, you dumb bitch.
Oh, well, I
You
don't
think
know.
so?
You could be pregnant, like you.
I said it was delicious.
Why you coming for me? I lost 135 pounds, so don't fucking come and play with me. That's not a fucking chin right there. That's hard. Like, don't even try to play with me. Like, grow up. I'm 50 years old. I'm old enough to be half y'all's mother. Grow up.
Big enough to be down for houses.
You make white bitches look so bad.
Oh, you really got me.
I don't like white bitches like her when she
I love white bitches. Don't do
No,
that.
I don't like that. She don't say the rest of us. The white part of me does not claim her.
You got a white
Trust
part?
me. I'm white, black, and Native American, and the white part of me don't claim that bitch.
Let me
You
see.
act like that, Ann? Suck you.
I'm
I'm
If
retarded.
you're Native American, so is Elizabeth.
Who calls
So
somebody?
is Elizabeth Warren.
Or you know big sister.
I said the
What is wrong with you, Ann? You're gonna call her like seriously?
retarded. Yes.
I'm retarded? Like who said that?
Wait, what's wrong with the word retard?
That's a really bad thing to say
No,
to
it's
somebody
not.
that's
What
offensive.
year are you
Really
living
is.
in?
I'm not retarded.
Okay,
It's
how about
really
this? What if-
offensive to say
Okay.
this.
Retard is acceptable now.
What if
Thanks to
I
Trump.
What world is she
Not.
living in?
Like,
We all say
seriously,
retard
grow
now.
up.
What do
Grow
you
the
all
fuck
say?
up.
the
Oh, I forgot. I'm in a room full of predominantly fucking white people that are racist.
Shout out white
I
people.
forgot
We love
about
white
that.
people. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
this is why don't come into your spaces anymore.
Yeah,
Good. We're not gonna miss you.
How about this, Annie? You can kiss my black ass, you white bitch.
Take you in the chins. Take you in the chins and exit.
You're
Take all the chins down the line.
We love white people. I don't know what the fuck she talking about.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Native American.
Like, what the hell? We love white people.
was worried
This is
about
10 years ago.
Nah, speak for yourself. I fucking hate white people.
I'm sorry, you said what?
I said I fucking hate white people. How about that?
Hi, Goo.
Oh, what's good? What's up?
It's racist white people.
Oh, boy, dude.
I do hate white people. I don't hate white people, too. If a white person show me racism, yeah, fuck them. But other
Bro,
than that, I
well,
fuck
all
with
white, bro, that's everybody. If somebody shows you racism, show them racism back. But as a whole, I'm tired of all this anti-white shit. Fuck that.
Don't be
American
waking
white, shout out
Pepe
American
up.
white shit.
Wake up,
We gotta stay together, because guess what? We got
Working
Hey, my
people
girl
just
white.
let.
Hey, I love white. My girl white. Like I just said, if somebody show me racism,
I'm trying to say, man, people need to stop acting like all that. Fuck all that anti-white shit, bro. Shout out
Divester
to American
alert.
whites, man. Shout out to American whites,
Divester
man. We gotta
alert.
stick together, bro.
Divester alert.
You said what, KK? You said what?
I said divester alert. Divester alert.
no, he's a
Oh, no, not me. I love being Yoruba. I love being, but look, man, I love white people too, man.
Justice got a white girl for a man. That's a smart man right there.
Go
Hey,
white
man,
people.
You're a high IQ.
A lot of people like the front say, let's be honest, bro. If somebody did something special in your life, it's probably a white person. Let's just be honest. There's America. Let's just be honest. Be honest about it.
Where's the
People act
thing?
like, oh, white, just shut the fuck up. A person in your life that probably did you the most good shit is a white person. Be honest about it. Fuck out of here, bro.
Nah, that's a lie.
No, it is not a lie. Especially with you black people. It is not a fucking lie. It is not a lie.
I don't live around white people, so
You black people.
you live in America. You live in a white country.
People like he ain't black.
It's not a white country. It is a white
They don't
country.
think I'm black, even though I'm
It's crackers over here, but this ain't a white country. Okay, so what country? Whose country is it then?
Oh, we have
Whose
a
country?
lot.
No, it's a white country. It's a nigga's country. Okay, yeah, all right, get the fuck out of here.
Really? Big league. You still saying this a nigga country?
How is it gonna be white people country when they immigrants? White people are immigrants.
Literally, Somalis are taking y'all references.
Somalis are immigrants
It's
too.
a nigga country? Really?
Listen, Somalis can't take over nothing because they running from Africa. You talking about Somalians and they running from Africa?
Partnering with Somalis
same niggas that are not doing it in their own country. They running from Africa.
All the reparations you guys have been crying about for
we ain't crying about reparations because they lied about slavery. So slavery was a lie. So we don't care about reparations.
He has nothing to say. This is why nobody takes you black people seriously.
Slavery was a lie, nigga. Like I said, you the one still talking about. You the one still talking them same weak ass narratives. You the one still talking them same weak ass narratives. Somalians running over here. They ain't took over Africa. They running over here. Why they ain't took over their own country? Right. So they brought their weak ass over here. They need to take their ass back to Somalia, nigga, and fuck with that dirt that they got over there. What you talking about, Somalia?
We gotta get this shit in the butter, bro.
Nigga brought up reparations. I give a fuck about them reparations, nigga. Nigga, they lied about slavery. That's why niggas ain't getting reparations.
Never happened. It never fucking happened.
That's why niggas ain't getting reparations, nigga, because they lied about it, nigga.
Oh,
that's what you niggas don't know. That's what you niggas don't know.
Sounds like you just drunk a double shot of Diddy oil, nigga.
That's what you get baptized with every day, nigga. The fuck you talking about? You wipe that shit across your forehead before you go to work every day.
Your S's have a lot of emphasis, sir.
In this room saying y'all wouldn't take reparations? Is that what you're saying?
That's why
listen, so look, so watch this though. But watch this though. So look, hold on, listen. Let me say this real quick though. When it comes to reparations, when it comes to slavery, right? For the individual must find out for themselves their lineage and if they actually come from an actual slave. Because you can't blanket the statement and say, well, every nigga in America come from a descendant of a slave. You can't say that. You have to go and do your own genealogy to see where you fall in that story. Because everybody's story is not the same.
Why are you people like this? Do you not get the point that another group that is not indigenous to this land came here and took your fucking resources, sir? Are you this dumb? Holy shit! No wonder why all of y'all are getting played. You motherfuckers are low IQ.
You here too? Where are you? Ain't you in America?
Sir, I'm not American.
Stupid ass nigga, you here with us? You ain't in another country.
Listen,
you're not in another country though.
I'm not American.
You're not in another country though.
I'm not American black.
You're not in another country though. Your ass is here with us.
I'm not American black. I'm American Yoruba. I'm not American black.
You in the same boat with us, nigga.
I'm American Yoruba. I am the DNA that makes you. Yes, I am the DNA that makes you.
Take your ass back to Africa.
My DNA makes you. Yes, it is true.
I don't got none of that weak ass shit in me.
You're the only one trauma dumping.
I don't got none of that weak ass, whatever the fuck you just said, your rope up.
Let me see your mind. Let me see the 23.
You can claim to be an African, nigga.
Let me see the 23 again.
You can, nigga, and that shit is fake and fabricated.
They mad because it shows Nigeria.
Fabricated, nigga. That shit fake, nigga.
It be showing 40 to 70% Nigeria.
Because that's what they make it say, stupid.
That's what we make you guys.
Oh, man.
It's okay, man. It's all good.
People talking about, that's what they said that. Oh, man. They telling you where you come from, dumbass nigga.
It's all good, bro.
I know where I come from. I'm straight.
It's all good.
It's all entertainment.
Stop voting Democrat. Stop voting for the people who are.
I'm a Republican.
What?
Listen, I identify as a Republican white man.
Okay, fair enough. That's you're not the target demographic of my last rant. So
I'm still a nigga.
I ain't either. What are your pronouns?
Justin, I appreciate that more than anything, right?
I'm still a nigga, but I'm telling you, I identify as a white Republican.
Because really, at the end of the day, if we could just get American black men to stop voting Democrat, that'd be enough.
Yeah, but this election alone was, they said the big.
Yeah, but the last election, though, most men did vote Republican this time.
That's what I mean. That's why I said
this time.
That's why I said if you know, if you can increase the numbers with American blacks, you can kill the Democrat Party.
Cause I think it was something like a 22% increase with black men voting Republican this term.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's like phenomenal. Now we just need the black men now to help the black feminist women out because they're
they're a lost cause.
Hey, look, you know what? I can agree with him on that because they fucked that with that whole Kamala shit, man. Listen, we seen the extent of how black women think. No lie. No lie. Yeah, I can agree with that shit.
Black women, white liberal women think the same.
Yeah, white liberal women are a problem too. Yeah.
We talking about the women. We talking about the majority of women we sleeping with, right? We talking about these crazy motherfuckers that we have to deal with every day. That's telling us that telling us that who not even identifying as a black woman, even in her earlier days, she was identifying as Indian, like an Indian politician.
Red, I think you're the only black man on the stage that sleeps with black women, bro.
Oh, damn, my bad, y'all. I didn't mean to throw y'all under the bus like that.
I'm getting to that ass too, bro. I'm getting that ass. I think you are the only black man that black women on the
My bad, y'all.
I love women. It just so happened that my bitch is white right now, but I love women. Fuck that.
Of course. No, I hear that.
They're beautiful women. They don't got my
Not Blake. Blake's not playing with them, Snowga.
Why not?
I don't do cocaine. I ain't got no problem with it.
See?
You don't do cocaine? How about rice? You do rice buddies?
Brown rice.
Royce Bunny is wild.
Brown rice. We do dirty rice. We got that dirty rice.
That is wild. I have never heard that before.
In my rice buddy? I had to put a little cup of sugar cubes in my coffee.
Y'all funny. I fuck with it wrong. I came here last night.
It's good to see everybody though. It's been a while, so.
This is the only room I can joke with white people in and not be called a racist.
Yeah, we all look, man. That's what's always colored, clubhouses. We have honest, open conversations where it's like people say whatever they want. It makes for better content. So.
Right. Cause I'm definitely not gonna get offended. Like I like that type of shit. Like you say, like I like to have those conversations.
Yeah, let people say what they want. Let them say exactly what they mean too.
What they mean, right? That's what I just want to say.
What's crazy and interesting is no matter how many hours we're in here, the only time race ever gets brought up is when the leftist comes in.
Yeah.
Race will never ever be talked about. The leftist comes in, they're like, oh, the white man's law, or
because
black people shouldn't do this, black people shouldn't do that. It's like
because racism and this whole shit of like, black people not liking white people and white people not liking black people is a learned thing. At one point, because see, at one point, like black people and white people was living amongst each other, marrying. This was like in the middle 1800s. Then the establishment made a law to ban the marriage of black and white people because of the mixing and, the intermingling and the good relationships and shit that they did have. And this is when the start of the classism started. When they made that law, this is when, all the Jim Crow shit kicked in with like, black and white.
But you know something though? Check this out though. Everybody on stage know I ain't no racist or none of that. The people that know me long, but I honestly do think that like if you can, you probably want to make with your own if you can, and even more so than the race itself, the culture. I learned that
from a Korean man. A Korean man told me that, bro. And he told me this when I was younger, and then I really made sense to me when I got older. But he was like, I don't got no problem. He was like, cause he had they got stores in the hood, and I grew up going to this nigga store every day, and he used to tell me like, I don't got no problem with white people, black people, Indian people, but I prefer my daughter to marry a Korean.
My mom said the same thing. She said,
see what I'm saying? He was like, I just prefer my daughter to marry a Korean. I hope she brings home a Korean.
But you know what I'm saying? Do you know that every male that you your tribe and your race. Yeah. So most every man thinks that way. I mean, it's probably less prominent now because we're so mixed and mingled and shit. But that initial instinct is hardwired in the damn.
That's right. See, it's actually the women. Surprisingly, it's the women who don't hold as not that you can't find any. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying on average, it's actually the female gender that doesn't mind as much as the male gender when it comes to protecting that type of identity. And we see that throughout human history. That's the reason why a lot of y'all are mixed with a bunch of shit. So, you know.
Hey, Mike, have you ever been called racist on this app? Matt has, I have,
Yes.
Of course Pepe has. Yes. Wallace, I don't know. Have you?
Everybody have. I have.
Every time.
Wow, okay.
I had.
And then,
Of course, yes,
I got a.
We know my
I got white. I got white in my family.
of being racist.
I got white in my family though. Like my great grandmother's father is a white man, and her daddy is half white. So his daddy is white. His mama's black, and
Are you Native American?
me, yeah. I'm Indian. My great grandmama and my grandmama were Indians. We gotta stop this. And they both.
Did the Ottoman Empire that start in Alabama?
Alabama? Yeah, they were occupied.
Nigga, did you just say Allah?
Hey, look, man. I wanted to come on stage and talk to y'all. I'm off work tonight. I ain't come to troll nobody. Happy New Year.
What's up, Rob?
Y'all got. Hey, what's up, Sid? You alright? I'm gonna say this. I ain't gonna even say what I want to say about Alabama. My reasoning for ultimately not dealing with like white women or any woman that's not black. Ultimately, at this stage of my life, I got 3 black kids. I don't plan on having no more kids. But for me, this is just my mindset. Well, because that's what I prefer. So in my mind,
Racist piece of shit, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but
He's just showing the dumb
Beaver, I came on your stage. Beaver, I can't.
No, wait, Rob, let Rob finish.
You're gonna let the black guy go. What kind of racist are you?
You?
You're
Go ahead, Rob.
Let me go after.
Rob, you're on mute.
Yeah, my bad. See, that's why I don't normally come on stages like this, because I'm trying to be cool with y'all. You feel me? Let's just be American for once. Let's try that. But for me, how I view race in America, I view race and culture as basically one and the same. So you could look at it from a skin color perspective, and I can say, yeah, that's one thing. Like, let's say I had another child. Maybe I wouldn't want to have a mixed child, and I got 3 black children. But take it away from that, I wouldn't feel comfortable with my kids. Like, let's say we go to I date a white woman and her family's are really white. I ain't even saying some racist shit, but like culturally they live differently.
No, that's facts.
It's just really, that's what it is.
I mean,
And I say this, I do believe that we have more similarities than we'll ever want to admit.
With anybody else.
I'll say that. I'm gonna say that
anybody else.
between black and white Americans, I think we have more commonalities than we want to admit. But the cultural differences to me are what separate us amongst the race. Like, and I ain't saying this to be 100% fact, but I think I'm kind of rooted in some common sense when thinking about this.
You know what it is?
Do you call white people racist for thinking the same way you do?
No.
I wouldn't call white people racist for that. Maybe when I was younger, maybe I would have, but I don't think it's racist for any group of people to say that I want to be with amongst my culture. I think it becomes a problem when you say I want to be amongst my culture and you don't have an opportunity as another culture to have any of these resources.
Include black Africans.